Hey, warmer from the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the Beeson Family Podcast. We've got an excellent podcast for you. We're going to be bypassing a little bit of a guest interview along with the recap of yesterday's results because we've got ourselves a tremendous day of college basketball that is coming up for this Saturday. Conference tournaments are in full swing. We've got about 100 or so games on the board, so got to get you guys as many winners as humanly possible. We're getting you guys picks and analysis on every single game on the betting board for this massive college basketball Saturday as we hit some bank shots. Going to take 2 breaks along the way, but you're going to get 4+ hours of great insight. It's going to be relatively commercial free, and we'll have a good time with it. And if you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of 2 ways to be able to fire those in. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at @unit_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter, so as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. Other way, that is via an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you are able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And since we're not doing a recap of everything that we saw from Friday, if there's anything that really catches my eye, I will polish that up on the podcast tomorrow. And this should be the last time we really need to do this. We might have 1 or 2 crazy days on Wednesday and Thursday next week where I might need to go guest free, but past that, this is really the last of those jam-packed, wild and crazy college basketball Saturdays. Let's cherish these games and let's dive in Las Vegas rotation. Or this is where we're going to be going with the games that are not a part of conference tournaments and are part of bigger conferences first, and then it pretty much goes in terms of tip time with regards to the conference tournaments after that. Like, first conference tournament that is going to be on the docket is going to be the CAA, that is now known as the Coastal Conference, the SoCon, the Sun Belt, just tip time order from there. And then we go with the extra games. That'll be in the final segment where we'll go with the SWAC games because those are not a part of conference tournaments. And then just in order of those smaller conference tournaments, like I believe that the Big South is up first. And then you get the NEC and the America East. So we have got a great podcast on tap. And let's waste no more time. Get you guys these picks and analysis on every single game on the betting board as we hit some bank shots.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
And this starts with 601, 602 on the betting board. Georgetown is hitting the road face-off against St. John's. St. John's a 19-point favorite, and your total on this game is 152.5 to 153.5. I think we went just a touch too far here. I set my line at 18.5. 19 is my buy point on a Georgetown team that's outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not a good year for them. Other than Supreme Cook, you don't have much down low. He and Dontre Styles, as a matter of fact, are the only 2 guys on the roster. They give you north of 3.3 rebounds per game. Clearly, Ed Cooley is going to need a little bit more time to be able to turn around this system, as they do have a nice go-to scorer that's able to supply about 18 points per contest in Jaden Epps, but I mean, it's really been touch-and-go scoring, and he's had to become very much a volume shooter, shooting just 30% from three-point range, and they do have to go up against a St. John's team that's been so much better at home rather than on the road. With the St. John's unit on the road, their defense has been quite leaky. At home, they've been pretty good. Joel Sariano is able to give you darn near a double-double, 15-plus points, nearly 10 rebounds per game. And then for the St. John's unit, in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, overall for the season, they're 92nd, but they're giving up 16.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road or neutral court environment. And this has been a Georgetown offense that's been all over the place. Last time these 2 teams hooked up, by the way, this was out there in Georgetown. I mean, it was a 90-85 game. Georgetown was able to get quite a bit of offense going. Since then, they have scored 77, 47, 93, and 58 points. So there's been no rhyme or reason there. Meanwhile, it is a St. John's team that is really starting to hit mock turbo with regards to their offense. They have been able to get past the 80-point plateau in each of their last 4 games. And for that matter, they have scored at least 72 points in all but 1 of their last 8 games. You've been able to have Dennis Jenkins do a nice job throwing out the ball, 5.5 assists, 14.5 points per contest, now shooting 35% from 3, but it is a St. John's unit that overall they are shooting just 33.5% from 3-point range. Do feel like you need to have a little bit of trepidation there. This is a Georgetown team that obviously is not very disciplined. It's a Georgetown unit that is going to be losing that battle down low, as you do have Chris Ledlow, who's able to give you 8+ rebounds per game. St. John's is a top 30 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, but again, it is a St. John's team that they have been giving up quite a few points even when they have been at home. I do think that Georgetown, with Dontre Styles giving you double figures and Rowan Brumley Bamba being able to help out in the backcourt is able to do just enough to cover this number, though I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a higher scoring game, especially with St. John's now about 180th in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and despite the fact that St. John's isn't an amazing three-point shooting team, Georgetown on the road, allowing opponents to shoot 36.7% from three-point. So did sell my total at a 154.5, circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over, and at 19 plus, going to be willing to take the points with Georgetown. 603, 604 on the betting board. It is Alabama, and they're going to be playing us Arkansas. Arkansas is an underdog of 14.5 to 15.5 points total on this game. 175.5 with Alabama. It has been startling with regards to these totals, and I've made an adjustment myself. I set my total at a 174. I just can't get there on a 175.5 because even though this Alabama team has been putrid with regards to their defense, it has been a whole lot better when they've been at home rather than on the road. You can say what you want about this Alabama defense, but there's no denying the fact that in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Alabama's giving up about 19 points fewer at home rather than on the road, and they face off against an Arkansas team that, they are 264th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It has been all sorts of brutal there, so that's a little bit of an issue. And for this Arkansas team, they've been dealing with not only injury, but they just don't have a point guard as well, and I think that that's going to be a big issue because if they had that one guy that knew how to be able to carve up this Alabama defense, sure, I could probably get in on their over, and I could see this Arkansas team being able to get to 80 plus points. I just don't know if that's the case. You do have a pair of guys in K-Leaf Battle along Trayvon Mark who are good scorers. They combine for about 32 points per contest, with Mark really leading the way with about 17 points per contest, and for Alabama, you know that they're going to get theirs. Mark Sears to be able to supply the team with 21 points, shooting 44.5% from three-point range, and for that matter, Alabama, I believe that they have gotten to at least 81 points in all but two of their games ever since the beginning of the month of February, so they've been consistent with that regard. It is an Alabama team that, even though they are very much based around their backcourt, this is a team that is also a top 75 team with regards to rebound rate. Each other top three scorers give you at least 4 rebounds per contest, and for Arkansas, they're not going to be able to get any second chances on the misses that they're inevitably going to get because Trayvon Brazil is the only guy that's giving you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. They've gotten a little bit more down low out of Mekhi Mitchell. He's been able to supply the team with 4.5 rebounds per game, and it's coming in having given the team at least 5 rebounds in 4 of the team's last 5 games, so that's been a little bit of a sign of brightness for Arkansas, and that is a big reason why I did set my number at a 14. It's been a sad, pathetic year for Arkansas. If there's a coach that is going to make sure his team doesn't quit, though, it is Eric Musselman, even though it is looking very, very dire. And for Alabama, as I just mentioned, the fact that I don't know if Arkansas is going to be able to do their part with regards to the total, you know that this Alabama team is very prone to giving up points. They've given up at least 80 in each of their last 5 games. So I do think that that's going to do just enough to keep this Arkansas team lively. It's an Arkansas team that they themselves have now given up at least 73 points in each of their last 4 games. So set my total at a 174. Think we've just gone a hair too high here. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and with regards to Arkansas, made them a 14-point underdog. So you're 14.5 or more, going to be willing to take those points. 605, 606 on the betting board. Memphis is on the road facing off against Florian Lake. Florian Lake is a favorite of 6.5 points. Total on this game is 162 to 162.5. Did make my total 159. I'm going to be looking at the under. It's a Florian Lake team that, much like Alabama and St. John's, who I mentioned before, they're a much better defense at home rather than on the road. Florida Atlantic has not been amazing this year, 129th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do allow 11.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road or neutral court venue, and the 3-point shooting defense is much better as well. They allow opponents to shoot 35.2% from 3-point range when they're away from home. This bogs down to about 28.9% when they are at home. They face off against a unit on the flip side in Memphis that certainly has been all over the place in terms of their defense, while outside the top 130 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for anyone that saw that UAB game over the weekend, that was one of the most crazy things I've ever seen. But for this Memphis team, they are a bunch that they turn the ball over 13 times per contest. I do think that self-inflicted wounds could be a little bit of a damper with regards to the total line. It is really the big thing that you want to be taking a look at for Memphis, because they do arguably have one of the best players in terms of scoring in all of college basketball, Davy Jones. He's able to give you 21 points per contest now. Flip side, you've got John L. Davis, who's been absolutely incredible for this Florian Lang team as well. He's giving you 16.5 points per contest. He's shooting north of 40% from 3. Jones is in that pocket about 40% from 3-point range as well. And both teams supply their respective teams with 6+ rebounds per game as well. It is a Memphis team that just befuddlingly, they're outside the top 125 with regards to rebound rate, despite the fact that they've got Naquan Tomlin now in the fold, despite the fact that Malcolm Dandridge has been able to give you a few boards as well, though he's been a little bit in and out of the fold recently as well. You've got Javon Quinterly, who does a nice job doling it out with 5 assists per contest, but I mean, it's just been a backcourt that outside of Quinterly and Jaquan Moulton has been very inconsistent for Memphis. Meanwhile, for Florian Lank, I do think that they're going to be able to win from within with Vladislav Golden, give you 6 rebounds per game, and for that matter, each of your top 3 scorers throwing their Elijah Martin, they're all giving you at least 6 rebounds per contest, as well as a Florian Lank team that's shooting 36% from 3. They do rank in terms of points scored on a per possession basis within the top 30 in all of college basketball, but I do think that this total has went just a little bit too high. I do think that there might be a little bit of sloppiness, and for Florian Lank, I do think that they should be a favorite, but at the same time as well, I do think that Memphis is starting to find their footing just a little bit more. They have won 4 straight games. The defense, it has emerged a little bit, giving up 74 points for fear in 3 of the last 4 games, and last time these two teams matched up, it was a 78-74 game that was in the city of Memphis, and in that game, you did see both teams shoot below 25% from 3-point range. I do think that they're going to be a little bit warmer, but at the same time, I do think that the Florian Lank defense going to be a little bit better here at home, but I just don't really trust in this Florian Lank team being able to cover with all the firepower that you've got for Memphis starting to play in tandem with one another. So, did set my total 159. I'm looking at the under, and I'm going to take anything north of 5 with Memphis, made them a 5-point dog. 607, 608 on the betting board. Yale is going to be playing us Brown. What can Brown do for you? Well, if they lose by fewer than 12 points, they'll make you money. They're a 12 to 12.5 point underdog total on this game between 139.5 and 140, and I did set my line at 12.5. I'm willing to lay up to 12 with Yale. Yale has been a pretty incredible team on defense recently. They have given up 73 points or fewer in all but 3 out of their last 17 games. This team has been pretty dominant in the Ivy League, and there's just nobody that's going to be able to match up with the versatility of Danny Wolf, who's able to supply this Yale bunch with nearly 10 boards, 2.5 assists, 14.5 points, while shooting 36% from 3. Now, Brown does have a little bit of a saving grace in that they've been able to do a solid job down low with Kalu Enya, Alandana, Owusu Anane, doing a solid job being up upon the glass. Owusu Anane, 15 points, 9 boards, 1.3 steals per contest, and then Inya, he's able to give you about 7 rebounds, a little bit over a block and a steal per contest as well. So, I mean, these guys have been solid there, but Brown is still right around about 200th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as it's just very much a top-heavy team. This, despite the fact that they're about 109th in the country with regards to rebound rate, Yale is more around a top 75 mark with this regard, and they just requested a little bit too much out of Keno Lilly Jr. And Lilly Jr. has been a solid scorer for this Brown team. He shoots 34% from 3, 18 points per game. Really nobody else outside of Owusu Anane and Enya give you north of 7.3 points per game, and one of the guys that they're looking to in the backcourt, Kimo Ferrari, he's been a little bit in and out of the fold, and he's been inconsistent. Meanwhile, with Yale, you've got a team that does a really nice job of not hurting themselves, 9.5 turnovers per game. That's a top 40 mark in terms of just taking care of the ball. They shoot about 35% from 3 with John Polidikis shooting 40% from 3. Baz Embeg gives you 4 assists, so 1.7 turnovers per contest. It's just a much deeper and much more well-rounded unit with this Yale bunch, and I do think that that is going to take it out of a Brown team. Has been one of the bigger disappointments in mid-major college basketball, and it's a Brown team that I just don't think is going to be able to do their part with this total, with them playing relatively slowly. And for Brown, even though they are on a 5-game win streak, it has been a lot of inconsistency for them, though I will say defense has been better, giving up 68 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but I do think that this Yale bunch has given up 65 or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, steps up as well. So my total 136.5, looking at the under, and I'm going to lay up to 12 with Yale. 609, 610 on the betting board. St. Bonaventure is going to be playing us to St. Louis. St. Louis, an underdog of 12 to 12.5 points, and your total on this game is going to be between 156 to 156.5. It's at my total 149.5. I'm going to be looking at the under. You have a St. Bonaventure team that has been acting up a little bit with their defense. They are now outside the top 80 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're still, though, 309th in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. You do have a St. Louis team that's looking to bump up the tempo a little bit, and for St. Louis, man, it's not been great for them on defense, outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So I will say, it's not like the St. Louis team plays at warp speed. They're about 146th in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and with the St. Louis squad, you do have some relatively good 3-point shooting, which is why they have been playing a lot of overs. You've got Sincere Parker, Terrence Hargrove, Gibson, Jimerson. These 3 guys combining for in that neighborhood about 44 points per contest. They all shoot at least 37.5% from 3-point range, and for St. Bonaventure, they do need to get back to doing a solid job of being able to guard the arc. They did a lot of that towards the beginning part of the season. It's been a little bit touch and go here recently, but St. Bonaventure still 126th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They actually allow opponents to shoot 33.5% from distance at home, 32.3% away from home, and for St. Louis, they've been ghastly in terms of giving up the arc there, allowing opponents to shoot 37.9% from the outside, and that's going to be an issue when you face off against a St. Bonaventure team that's one of the most veteran-laden in all of college basketball. They've got a trio of guys in the backcourt, and Micah Adams-Woods, Moses Flowers, along Charles Pride, that are combining to be able to give you 34 points per contest. All three of them shoot at least 39.4% from the outside, so that's going to be putting them up against it a little bit. Down low, you've been able to get Chad Venning, along with Pride, who I was mentioning before, and the man formerly known as Jan Farrell, giving you combined about 15 rebounds per game as well. And this has been a St. Louis team that has been having a really rough time just being able to pull in their rebounds, while Gibson Jimerson is a nice three-point shooter. He really doesn't do anything other than pop threes. As a result, St. Louis about 267th in the country in terms of rebound rates. On Bonaventure is right around about 119th, but we have noticed the St. Louis team playing a little bit better recently in terms of their offense. The defense, it has been nowhere to be found, as they have now given up at least 80 points in each of the last 5 games, but this is still a slow, controlled St. Bonaventure team that, if you look at regulation and regulation only, has given up 72 points for 4 and 4 of their last 5 games. I think that this is going to bog down this game a little bit, and getting back out there, your main facilitator in Sincere Parker, along with having Sion Medley being able to give you 3.5 assists per contest, they think is going to be just enough for St. Louis to be able to remain lively in this one. Set my line at 11.5 at 12 plus, taking the points with St. Louis and made my total 149.5. So also going to be diving in on the under 611, 612 on the betting board. Davidson, it's a road face off against St. Joe's. St. Joe's hopes to not be average Joe's, as 3 to 3.5 point favorite. Totals between 139.5 and 140. Did set my total 143.5. I'm looking at the over. Davidson has been a bottom 30 team in terms of total possessions per game, but his Davidson unit is one of those teams in which they proved to correct the theory. Just because you play slow doesn't mean that you play great defense. They've now given up at least 69 very nice points in each of their last 3 games, going up against the St. Joe's unit that I just don't know what has happened with this defense. Like, they were really good. They were a top 75 unit going into the month of February, and since the beginning of the month of February, they have now given up at least 69 points in all but 2 of their games. As a matter of fact, they've given up at least 69 points in all but 2 out of their last 13 games. It has just went straight down the toilet bowl for this team. Eric Reynolds has been able to supply the team with 17 points. He's now shooting about 39% from 3-point range, and they do a solid job down low with Rasheer Fleming being able to give you 7 rebounds per game. And for Davidson, it's been a little bit rough for them because they've got someone in David Skogman who's got good versatility at 6'10". He's been popping it from 3 at north of a 43% clip, but he's been out of the fold really since the beginning of the month of February. That's caused this team to be a little bit more touch and go with their offense, and just request a little bit more out of Graham Huffman, who's been solid. He's giving you about 12 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per contest, but this is a Davidson team that might get a little bit manhandled down low. They're just 182nd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. St. Joe's, they are pretty average Joe's. They're about 160th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate, but they also have Lynn Greer coupled with Xavier Brown, who have been able to combine for about 7 assists per contest. These 2 guys do a nice job of being able to dole it out, and this Davidson team has been just very strange in terms of their home and road splits as well. As Davidson, they are certainly giving it up from the outside when they're away from home. They allow opponents to shoot 35.5% from 3-point range on the road. That bogs down to 29.3% from 3-point range at home. But if you look at their offensive numbers, they have been one that has been typically not really seen too much of a benefit when they've been at home rather than when they've been away from home. This is a Davidson unit that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they're 138th in the country, only scoring about 4 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road or neutral court venue. And with St. Joe's, they're a little bit of a top-heavy team, but some of the guys like Kasper Klonzich have been in and out of the fold. They've been playing more minutes, and they've been able to step up. So I do think that this is going to be a higher scoring game, and I do think that this is going to be a game close enough for a late game filling. I did set St. Joe's as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 with them, and set my total 143.5. So I like St. Joe's and the over. 613, 614 on the betting board. Rhode Island, it's a road face off against Fordham. Fordham is a 7.5 to a 6.5 point favorite. Your total on this game is 146.5 to 147.5. And with Rhode Island, I did set them as a underdog of 7 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 7.5, mostly seeing 7.5 out there. This is just a Fordham team that I can't trust on offense. Fordham is well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they're trying to have really 2 guys all out the ball for you right now. Antrell Charlton, a couple ways to use soft Metter. These two guys combined for about 5.7 assists per contest. And I mean, to the credit of Metter, he's been one of the better scorers for this team. He and Kyle Rose combined for 21 points on about 36.5% three-point shooting. But Fordham just continues to sub themselves in the foot with 13 turnovers per game, and they just haven't been able to get as much down low as they're accustomed to. Abdul Samilia, overall for the season, 7.5 points, 6.5 boards, right around 2.3 blocks per contest, but he's been very touch and go with the way that he has been rebounding recently. They go up against the Rhode Island team that they actually aren't too bad on the glass. David Fuchs has been able to give you 6.5 rebounds per game, and ever since you've gotten David Green into the fold as well, he's been tremendous. 14.5 points, 4 boards, gives you a little bit of stretchability as he's able to pop it from three-point range at about a 44% clip. And when it comes to this Rhode Island team, the offense, I'm not saying it's amazing by any stretch of imagination, but it's been able to get a little bit more online. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, about 197th. In all of college basketball, though, they do score about 8.5 points fewer per 100 possessions when they leave home. It's just been the defense that has been all sorts of ghastly. Rhode Island, a bottom 20 team in the country in terms of both points allowed on a per possession basis and turnovers forced on a per possession basis when they're away from home. Going up against a Fordham team that just very strangely as well, they're giving up more points per possession when they're at home rather than on the road. They're giving up 1.3 points more per 100 possessions when they are at home. So that's going to be quite strange to say the least for Rhode Island. I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively okay job on the glass, though, as I was mentioning before, 126th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. And at the very least for Rhode Island, it does feel like they've got more straight facilitation with Lewis Coatwright giving you 3.5 assists per contest. It's not an amazing three-point shooting team at 35.5%, but it's fairly decent. And for Rhode Island, typically their 65% free throw shooting is just by far the worst in this game. But Fordham, they also shoot 66% on the free throw line. So I do think that this is going to be a game of just a lack of execution in general. I did set my total at 149. This Fordham team is a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, with Rhode Island not generating turnovers. I do think that that's going to allow for a lot of clean possessions, so I'm going to add the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Rhode Island, anything north of 7. Also going to be willing to take a look at the Rams. 6:15, 6:16 on the betting board. It is Liberty, and old Liberty Bibberty is playing goes to Western Kentucky. Western Kentucky is a 5 to a 5.5 point underdog, and your total is between 152 to 152.5. I did set my total at 149.5. I'm going to be diving in on the under with Liberty. You've got one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. Now on the flip side, the counter to that is that you got a Western Kentucky team that has been absolutely running it and gunning it all season long. Number 3 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. So it is truly a battle between the tortoise and the hare, and typically I think that's a little bit easier to slow down the fast team than it is to speed up the slow team, and I'm going to be taking a little bit of that logic there. And this has been a Liberty team that has been much better with their defense when they've been at home rather than when they've been on the road. For Liberty, in terms of total points allowed on a per possession basis, they always play that pack line defense. They're a team that ranks about 126th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up 13.2 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than in a road or neutral court venue. And Western Kentucky, for how quickly he plays, they are 45th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And if you look only at their road numbers, they're a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So they've actually been able to do a very solid job with that regard. And as we know, with this Liberty team, they very much are looking to take a bunch of threes or looking to launch from the outside. And this Western Kentucky team has been one of the better perimeter defenses in all of college basketball. Western Kentucky 72nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, with opponents in a road or neutral court environment shooting just 30.2% from three-point range. Now it's a Western Kentucky team that they don't necessarily do the world's greatest job of being able to hit their threes as well. And Liberty is allowing opponents to shoot just 30.6% from three-point range when they're at home as well. So I do think that we're going to see some, shall we say, rough shooting in this one. It's a Liberty bunch that has been able to get quite a bit of just well-rounded production after they had to move on from Mr. Darius McGee, who's one of the top scorers in all of college basketball last season, with Zach Cleveland, along Keenan Menethe, and Kyle Rhode, all giving you between 12.3 and 14 points per contest. Very well-rounded players. They all give you at least 2.4 assists per contest. Rhode and Cleveland combined for about 11 boards, with Menethe shooting 41% from three-point range. And Liberty, they always do a nice job of not turning the ball over. They turn the ball over about 10 times per contest. That's just this old Liberty Bibberty style. Meanwhile, you've got a Western Kentucky unit that they do turn the ball over 14 times per game, and they're not a great three-point shooting team. You've really got two guys on the roster that shoot above 34.5% from three-point range. Deontay Allen, who's giving you 8 points, 3 boards per contest, and then Don McHenry, your top scorer, is able to supply about 15.5 points per game, but they really have been lacking that true facilitator as well. For Western Kentucky, it's sort of been just one of those your turn sort sort of situations on offense, but Western Kentucky has been able to do a relatively solid job hitting the glass. They're 87th overall in terms of rebound rate. Kyle Van Zandt on the flip side for this Liberty team, he's been able to do a solid job, give the team 6+ rebounds per game. And with Liberty, in terms of their overall rebound rate, they're about 209th in the country, but much better at home. Their rebound rate at home is north of 54%, less than 46.5% away from home. And I do think that those home and road splits are very important in this ordeal. Liberty is just a completely different team. It just feels like they could get into their sets very much better. So it is a spot where I do think that this game is going to be bogged down with regards to scoring. And with Liberty, I did set them as a 5.5 point favorite. So at the 5, that is the max I'm willing to lay with Liberty. And you're at the 152. I'm going to be diving in on the under. 617, 618 on the betting board. Siena's on the road facing off against Iona. Iona is a favorite of 14.5 points. Their total on this game is 135.5. Man, Iona 16.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. My goodness gracious. This has just been a really bad Siena team all season long. And just when it looks like Siena is going to start to get things online, they just deal with 100 billion injuries. You just don't know who's going to be playing night in and night out for the Siena bunch, because in their previous game against Niagara, which had a spirited effort, they did not have out there really any of their main starters. Now, they did get Michael Ealy back in the fold. He's really the main guy that could be able to play in this game. He's been able to supply the team with 13 points per contest, but he's sort of been in and out of the fold since Valentine's Day, and the last 3 games that he's actually played in, he's only supplied a combined 14 points, hasn't really finished a game in a lot of these circumstances, so even if he goes, he's probably not 100%. Your main facilitator in Zach Tekken is dealing with an injury. Sean Duru-Gorn, the leader in points and rebounds with 19.5 points, 7.5 boards. We have not seen him in weeks. You've been able to get a little bit out of Giovanni Amaruju, who's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, and that's really been the lone saving grace with the Siena team. They haven't been absolutely terrible on the glass. Even someone like Michael Ojo is able to give you a few rebounds, as Siena's about 135th in the country with regards to their rebound rate, and Iona is outside the top 200 with that regard, but Iona is a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and guess what the Siena team does? Yeah, they give the ball away left and right. This Siena bunch, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, bottom 20 team in all of college basketball. They shoot 28.5% from 3, less than 40% from the floor, and 65.6% at the free throw line. It is an Iona team that has been dealing with Greg Gecko-Gordon, their top scorer, being on the fold as well. He was supplying the team with 16.7 boards, so that's a little bit of a damper for them, but they have been able to get a little bit more from the outside with Wiza Ponzo, along with Jean Amarujan, who have been able to combine for that neighborhood of about 39 or so percent three-point shooting. They've really been able to elevate with that regard, and I've liked what I've seen recently out of their main point guard, as all season long Joe Brown has been a good facilitator and has been nice in terms of being able to generate these turnovers, as he's supplying the team with only 7.5 points to go along, 3.5 assists, right around about 2 steals per contest, but he's really been able to step it up on the scoring aspect with quite a few guys being out of the fold. He's been able to score at least 10 points in each of the last 4 games, so credit where credit is due there, going against a Siena squad that they just really don't have any go-to scorers other than Ely, who's been in and out of the fold. He's the only guy that's going to be out there averaging north of 6.2 points per contest, and I think as a result, you just have a case where Siena's not able to do their part with this total. I did set my total as a result at a 132.5. I'm going to be looking at the under, and with Iona, made them a 16.5 point favorite. They've been a relatively mid-tempo team all season long, so want to lay with Iona and take a look at the under. 619, 620 on the main board. St. Peter's is going to be playing us Quinnipiac. Quinnipiac, an underdog of 2 to 3 points. Your total on this game between 139.5 and 141 with St. Peter's. I made them a 2-point favorite, so seeing a 3 out there, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Quinnipiac. Bobcats have been able to do a relatively solid job with their defense on the road all season long, and this is a St. Peter's team that, to their credit, they have found a nice go-to scorer. Corey Washington is supplying 16.5 points, 6.5 boards, shooting 35.5% from 3-point. Big problem for St. Peter's is ball security. They are still turning the ball over as a team that's in the bottom 100 with regards to total possessions per game, 12.8 times per contest. They're now shooting 32.5% from 3, though. Their best form of offense has really been second chance opportunities in terms of percentage of missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound. This bunch has been in the top 35 in all of college basketball with that respect, and now they do have to go up against a Quinnipiac team that does a nice job on the glass themselves. For Quinnipiac, this is a top 70 team in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate on the road, as you've had Amari Tice do a relatively solid job with Paulo Tino, give you 13.5 rebounds per game, and I do like what you're able to get out of Matt Blahnic. He's been supplying the team with about 18.5 points per contest. Now, it is a Quinnipiac team that has been a little bit up and down recently with regards to their overall defense, but this team does still do a pretty solid job of being able to guard the arc, as They are allowing opponents on a road/shoot court environment to shoot 32.8% from three. That's actually closer to 35.5% from three-point range at home. They go up against the St. Peter's team that has been certainly locking teams down as well. 58th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So I do think that things are going to be a little bit more bogged down in this game. I did set my total 138. Fully recognize that St. Peter's is getting launched a little bit more with their offense, but I do think that a Quinnipiac team that honestly has been playing, in my opinion, a little bit better on the road rather than at home is going to be able to bust through here. It's a Quinnipiac team that's only given up about 3.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're on the road rather than at home, going up against the St. Peter's team that's 6th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for the St. Peter's team, you just have to question some of the depth with regards to their scoring, because while Washington has been able to do a relatively solid job, and I like what you've been able to get out of Latrell Reed. Reed has been really your main facilitator. He's able to do all 5 assists. He's been able to chip in there 11.5 points per contest, but they're doing with Michael Hoagie being in and out of the fold. You've got someone like a Armani Ziegler, gives you about 7 points per contest, but aside Reed and Washington, these are the main two guys that shoot above 33.5% from three, the only two guys that average north of 6.5 points per game that are able to do so, and I do think that with St. Peter's shooting less than 40% from the floor, that's going to be hurting them against a Quinnipiac team that in a late game fouling situation does shoot 78% at the free throw line as well, and they've got a guy in Savion Lewis who's been able to give you 7.2 assists per contest. That's a top 5 mark in all of college basketball. It does come with a few turnovers, as overall Quinnipiac does turn the ball over a little bit over 12.5 times per contest, and to the credit of Quinnipiac, 64 points or fewer surrendered in each of their last 4 games, and for the St. Peter's team, they have now given up 65 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, really since these two teams faced off the first time around. Quinnipiac was able to get an 84-73 win, but if you're looking at regulation and regulation only, that is the only time, and I believe now their last 12 games that St. Peter's has given up north of 65, so going to be diving on the under, set my total at 138, and I do think that Quinnipiac holds in there, set my line at 2, so going to be willing to take anything north of a deuce with Quinnipiac and the under. 621, 622 on the betting board. Duquesne is going to be playing against George Washington. Our nation's first president is an 11.5 point underdog with your total 145 to 145.5, and I did set Duquesne as an 11.5 point favorite. So here at an 11, I'm seeing a few out there that would be the max I'm going to be willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. With George Washington, it's just been a case where this team had some very demonstrative home and road splits to begin the season. Now they're just terrible everywhere. Now they're just giving up north of 105 points per 100 possessions, regardless of if they're at home or if they're on the road. I mean, man, it's been not great, and they've been hurt by the injury bug quite a bit as well. For the last few games, they've been dealing with Darren Buchanan being in and out of the fold. Good news is he should be good to go in this one. He was out there for the team's last game at 14 points, so that's relatively good, but at the same time, you've got Garrett Johnson, who's been out since Valentine's Day. You're going to be relying a lot on Maximus Edwards, allowing Jaquay Hudson to be able to really step up for this team. For Hutchinson, he's been able to give the team 7.5 points, shoots 41% from 3, and Edwards, he does stuff the stat sheet, 12.5 points, 6.5 boards, but for James Bishop, he now has to go into do-it-all mode with the injury to Johnson. 18 points, 4.5 assists, shoots 37.5% from 3, but he just flat out have no depth for the George Washington team. Now, the one good thing that they do have is that they've got pretty much a designated low-post defender in Babakunde Akingbola, who's able to give you 5.5 boards, right around 2.7 blocks per contest, but for the Duquesne team, even though they're a very top-heavy team with their scoring as well, you've got Day-Day Grant, Jimmy Clark. These two guys combined for 31.8 points per contest. Nobody else on the roster gives you north of 7.2 points per game. These two guys combined for about 5 assists, a little bit north of 3 steals, and they both shoot about 33% from 3. This has been a Duquesne unit that's really stepped up with their defense. Top 85 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Duquesne has really been looking to slow things down, and they do a nice job guarding the three-point line. They're 79th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for Duquesne, they've been a little bit rough on the glass because they don't necessarily have a lot of size. They don't really have anyone other than Fusani Drame that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. They're about 200th in the country in terms of their rebound rate, but have no fear because this George Washington team has been getting completely kicked on the glass as well. For our good friends George Washington, they're about 211th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate, and with George Washington just in, I wish I could put it any other way, absolutely awful form and being all sorts of banged up. I do think that this Duquesne team has been able to do a really good job on offense, has been leaving quite a bit to be desired on defense, 12 turnovers per contest. I do think that they're going to be able to bust through and get it done against a George Washington team that has also scored fewer than 70 points in 2 out of their last 3 games, going up against a Duquesne team that you just look at the way that this defense has been able to really kick it into overdrive mode. They have now given up 66 points or fewer in all but 2 out out of their last 6 games, and I do think that they're going to do a nice job holding down a George Washington team that's just all out of sorts. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 11 here with Duquesne, and did set my total at a 145.5 with the way that George Washington has been playing no defense at all. So you're at the 145 looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Duquesne. 623, 624 on the betting board. Ole Miss is going to be playing against the Texas A&M. A&M is an underdog of 1 to 1.5 points. Your total is between 144.5 and 145.5. Did set my total at 146, so I'm going to be looking at the over. Ole Miss has just really not been the defense that we were expecting them to be this season. Chris Beard typically does a really good job of being able to instill defense into his squads, but for this Ole Miss team, they're currently 204th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do give up 10.4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And Texas A&M, 146th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Two teams where you just really expected a little bit more out of them. And for Texas A&M, they've had a really tough time giving it up from three-point range, and that's where Ole Miss is really able to excel. Texas A&M is allowing opponents in a road or neutral court environment to shoot 34.5% from three-point range, and though this Ole Miss team is actually outside the top 150 with regards to rebound rate, and that's the one thing that Texas A&M has done well. Overall, they're a top 20 team with regards to rebound rate. In terms of percentage of missed shots on offense that result in an offensive rebound, they've been hovering between number 1 and number 2 all season, so they've actually done a really good job of being able to give themselves second chances, but you've got an Ole Miss team that they're really able to attack you from the outside. As a matter of fact, with this squad, their top 5 scorers, all but one of them, shoot at least 34.5% from three-point range. You've got Matthew Morrell chipping in there, 16.5 points, shooting 40% from 3. Now, it is an Ole Miss team that's been a little bit inconsistent recently in terms of their overall offensive production. If you look at them in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, it is now a unit that is outside the top 100. They get a boost of about 4.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a roadside neutral court venue. But this team is going to really live and die by the 3. They shoot about 37% from three-point range at home and actually shoot better from 3 when they're on the road. And for Texas A&M, no three-point shooting to speak of whatsoever. This is a Texas A&M unit that is in the bottom 25 in all of college basketball in terms of three-point shooting percentage. They have been shooting less than 29% for darn near the entirety of the season. And with Texas A&M, you still have a guy that's able to take over the game and is able to give you right around about 18 points per contest in Wade Taylor. And for Texas A&M, he's been able to shoot about 30% from three-point range, which is a whole heck of a lot better than what the rest of the team is giving you. Overall, they shoot 27% from 3, falls at 26.4% away from home. Now, was mentioning the rebounding out of your top 6 scorers, all but one of them, that would be Taylor, give you at least 4.9 rebounds per game. Henry Coleman, 10 points, 6.5 boards. You've been able to get really good rebounding down low with about 9.5 boards out of Anderson Garcia. Jace Carter is able to give you 5 boards, so I mean, these guys are all complete, but Anderson Garcia is like the only guy that averages north of 5 points per game that shoots above 30% from three-point range. That's a big giant issue. You do have down low Musa Cisse along Jamarian Sharp, who they haven't done a great job of rebounding, but these two guys, they've been able to combine for about 4 blocks per contest, and in the end, I do think that Ole Miss is just going to essentially shoot their way to victory from three-point range. I did set this Ole Miss team as a favorite of 2 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay the 1 to 1.5, so I might total 146, so also in on this total over. 625, 626 on the betting board. It is West Virginia on the road, facing off against Cincinnati, and yes, we are on to Cincinnati. Bill Belichick, yes, Cincinnati is on to being an 11 to an 11.5 point favorite. Totals between 146.5 and 147. I did set my total at 146, so here at the 147, I'm going to be looking at the under for Cincinnati. The reason why I did take a look at this total under is just flat out because they are one of the best rebound rate teams in all of college basketball. The top 30 team with this regard. They were without Aziz Bendengo towards the beginning part of the season, but he's come in and he's been a really nice threat down low. 7.5 boards, right around 1.5 blocks per contest. That helps out the versatile pieces that you have all across the boulevard as Dan Skillings, Victor Lakeen. They combine for just under 22 points per contest, with both give you 6.4 rebounds per game. Now, both do shoot under 30% from three-point range, so would like to see that be a little bit warmer for both of these gentlemen, but you have been able to get a little bit more recently in the backcourt from Day Thomas. He's been able to supply the team with 3.2 assists, 1.7 steals per contest. Simeus Lucasius, he's got relatively good versatility, as well as he's been able to shoot 36% from the outside while being able to put in their 10 points, about 3 assists per contest. So do like what he's been able to bring to the table, and they go up against a West Virginia team that just has not been able to find their defense all season long. West Virginia outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, goes up to 289th. Good news is they're only giving up 1 point more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and this has been a Cincinnati team that has been relatively rough with regards to their offense. Most of their points have been coming off of second chances because they just have not been able to get a ton out there in the backcourt in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Cincinnati outside the top 140, though, they are scoring about 11.2 points more 34 per 100 possessions when they're at home. And for West Virginia, you've got some guys that are able to light it up from three-point range. Kirk Reese is shooting darn near 40% from three-point range. He's been able to give you about 4 assists per contest, but as we know with Kirk Reese, he turns the ball over 3 times per contest. Raekwon Battle's now shooting 34% from 3, 16.5 points per game, but he's been all over the place. And Jesse Edwards, he's giving you really good efforts. You take a look at what he was able to do last time out against TCU. 36 points, 13 rebounds, but it all went for naught because the team couldn't play defense around him. So it's really interesting to look at this West Virginia team that very much benefits when they're at Morgantown. They are scoring 14.3 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. And I do think that West Virginia just facing an uphill battle in this one against the Cincinnati team that is going to be able to take it to them on the glass. I said Cincinnati is a 12-point favorite. Want to lay up to 11.5 with them, and did set my total 146. So at the 147, I'm diving in on the under. 627, 628 on the betting board. Marist plays us to Niagara. Niagara is a underdog of 5 points. Your total on this game is between 130.5 and 131. I could only say Marist as a 2.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Now, it's going to be a strength-on-strength matchup as this Niagara team, they've been one of the best three-point shooting teams on the road in all of college basketball. And quite frankly, this Niagara team in general has just played better on the road than at home. I have no idea why, but Niagara, they are overall 235th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up 8.8 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. One of the most dramatic splits that you're going to find in all of college basketball. And at home, they shoot about 32 to 32.5% from three-point range. On the road, they shoot north of 40% from three-point range. It's been absolutely remarkable to watch this season. Meanwhile, Marist has just been an absolute dumpster with regards to their defense. They are just sticking in the mud in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. Marist, a top 20 team in all of college basketball. As a matter of fact, number 5 in all of college basketball, giving up about 8 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, but they just had a tough time getting it going with their offense. Now, to their credit, they're not a terrible jump shooting team. Marist as a team, they're shooting between about 34.5 to 35% from three-point range. You've been able to have a 38% three-point shooter in Josh Passarelli step up, give the team about 11 points per contest. Max Allen down low, he's applying 12 points, 2 assists per contest. So Marist has been able to get some better offense going, but this is a Marist unit that they are one of the slower teams in all of college basketball, and yet they turn the ball over 12 times per contest. When you're clocking in terms of total possessions per game, 335th, that is a little bit of an issue. It's a Niagara team that has been able to have some pretty clean offense of their own. They've got one guy down low in Harlan Obiana, who's a 7-footer, who's able to give you about 8 rebounds to be able to clean up the glass. This team does turn the ball over themselves about 11.5 times per contest, but they do a nice job setting themselves up for good threes. And with Obiana, along with Braxton Bayless, Ahmad Henderson, Ayobeng Mensa, they all average between 10.2 and 12.3 points per contest. It's a relatively good and balanced Niagara team. I do think the Marist is going to be able to slow this game down. I do think that they're going to guard the arc much better than what we've seen out of most opponents of Niagara throughout the season. For Marist, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they are 59th in all of college basketball, allowing teams to shoot just 31.9% from three-point range at home against them. Meanwhile, you've got a Niagara team that, once again, they allow opponents to shoot 32.7% from three-point range on the road, north of 38% at home. They have been significantly better on the road, and I do think that that is going to be continuing on here. So it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Niagara. I did set them as a 2.5-point underdog, and in terms of the total, I did set it at a 130.5, as I do think the Marist going to continue to be playing low-scoring slugs. So here at a 131, looking at the under and looking at the points with Niagara. 629, 630 on the betting board. Cornell has the road face-off against Columbia. Columbia is a underdog of between 6 and 6.5 points. Totals between 163.5 and 164. I did set my total on 165.5. Circumstance where I'm going to be looking at the over with Columbia. They have been touch and go in terms of their defense, I think is the best way of putting it. And as we know with Cornell, this team is going to be jacking up a whole bunch of threes. And to the credit of Cornell, they actually guard the three better away from home rather than at home. They allow opponents to shoot 32.5% from three on the road compared to 34% at home. And they should have a leg up here because you do have a Columbia team that overall they do allow opponents to shoot 33.5% from three. That is 159th in all of college basketball. To their credit, that does bog down to about 31.1% when they are at home. But with Cornell, it's just the classic whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach. You really don't have anyone that gives you north of 5 to 5.5 rebounds per game, and you're just littered with a bunch of guys that they give you like 9, 10 points per game. For Cornell, you've got one guy that's averaging 11.6 points per game. That'd be Chris Manning, who's able to give you 12.6 points per contest. And while nobody on the roster gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, each of your top 5 scorers give you at least 3.5 rebounds per game. As a team, they shoot about 34.9% from three-point range, with everyone on the floor being able to pop threes. And this Cornell team has been able to do do a relatively solid job of being able to generate turnovers. They get about 8.5 steals per game, and Columbia has not been bad with this aspect as well, as they've got Geronimo Rubio de la Rosa. He's been one of the more underrated point guards in all of college basketball, 13.5 points. He's able to dole out 4 assists, so I do like what he's able to bring to the table for this Cornell team. They're 78th in all of college basketball yards, turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, for Columbia, they're checking in more around 171st, but they actually average about 19.5% of possessions at home that generate a turnover. That's more of a top 75 mark in all of college basketball, and when it comes to Columbia, they have been having a little bit of a tough time on the glass themselves, so they're not going to be able to take advantage of that Achilles heel of Cornell, not necessarily having that just truly dominant big man. They do have Blair Thompson, though, who's got good versatility. He stands right around 6'8". He's been able to let it fly from 3-point range at north of a 40% clip, chipped in there those 5.5 boards, about 9 points per contest, and then you've got another big man that's able to let it fly from 3-point range, and Zeke Adine Badri, who gives you 5.5 points, shoots 37.5% from distance. For a Columbia team that, in their own right, they shoot 37.5% from 3. That is a top 40 mark in all of college basketball. Columbia has been a relatively solid offense. They do turn the ball over 12.2 times per contest, but if you look at them in terms of a point scored on a per possession basis, they're about 165th in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, this Cornell team, with just their very hard to prepare for style, 45th in all of college basketball, only taking a fall off of about 4.5 points per 100 possessions away from home, because they're also one of the best 2-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. So, interesting circumstance here. I do think that Cornell gets the job done, but I like the way that Columbia has been able to generate turnovers at home, and I do think that Columbia is going to do an okay job of being able to guard the arc in this one, and I think that just becomes a high-scoring expose. Semi-total 165.5. I like the over, and with Cornell could only make them a 5.5 point favorite, so taking the 6+ here with Columbia. 631, 632 on the betting board. Oklahoma has their road face-off against Texas, and Texas is back to being a 5 to 5.5 point favorite. Your total between 144 to 144.5 did make my total 142, so circumstance where I'm going to be taking a look at the under with Texas. This team has been a bit touch and go in terms of their defense, but it's been a whole heck of a lot better when they have been at home rather than when they've been on the road. For Texas, in terms of point slot on a per possession basis, they are checking in 77th in the country, but they're giving up 13 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than when they are away, and I think that that's going to prove to be very big in this circumstance. You've got a team in Oklahoma that just has not been the same team recently, and they've got massive home and road splits. In terms of both their offense and their defense, they suffer big time as they give up more than 12 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and they score more than 12 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home as well. You've got Ortega, Away, JV, and McCollum for this Oklahoma team combining for 25 points per contest, and Ortega, Away, he still shoots about 40% from 3-point range, but the team is now shooting about 34.5% from distance, and for Oklahoma, the one good thing that you've got for this team is that the 3-point shooting defense, it has been remaining consistent all season long. This has been a top 50 team all season long with this regard, and currently it's clocking in number 5 on the road. They're allowing opponents to shoot just 28.9% from the outside, but without having Dylan DeSue recovered from the stomach illness that he was suffering from a few nights ago. If you saw that game against Baylor, he was only able to play like 10 minutes. He was fighting through it. He should be much more good to go in this one. That should allow this Texas team to be able to do a relatively solid job on the glass, because for DeSue, he just makes a impact in so many different ways. He gives you north of 12 points. He gives you north of 4.5 rebounds, shooting above 45% from 3-point. He has been versatile. He has been absolutely spectacular for this bunch, and that's able to take off the pressure on guys like a Max Abmas, who's been very good in the backcourt with Abmas. He gives you 17 points, 4.3 assists per contest from 3-point range. We all know that he's going to let it fly, and he's going to let it fly well at a 37.5% clip with Tyrese Hunter. He's been able to do a solid job of being able to dole out the ball as well, 4.2 assists, so about 2.5 turnovers per game. And for Texas, they've got a little bit more down low with being able to have Dylan Mitchell give you 8 rebounds per game. Brock Cunningham has been getting into scuffles as well, so that's been interesting to take a look at, to say the least. But this is an Oklahoma team that they just have not been able to generate a lot of offense recently in regulation and regulation only, because they have had 2 out of their last 4 games go to overtime. This team has scored 72 points or fewer now in all but 1 out of their last 6 games, with the lone exception being that harebrained game that they played against Houston. Meanwhile, you do have a Texas team that has been able to get to at least 80 in each of their last 3 games, but defense has been holding up. They've given up fewer than 70 points in 3 of their last 5 games. I do think that things get bogged down a little bit more, and I just flat out don't think that Oklahoma does their part with this total, which is why I did some my total 142, diving in on the under. And with Oklahoma, they're good with their perimeter defense. I think they lose this game down low, though. I am going to be willing to lay the points with Texas. Has made them a 6-point favorite, 633, 634 on the betting board. Virginia Tech is going to be playing us in Notre Dame, and Notre Dame is an underdog of 10 points. Your total on this game is anywhere between 133.5 and 134.5. Did set Virginia Tech as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Notre Dame was on a really nice run before they got just completely tossed to the side by North Carolina, but this Virginia Tech unit has just not been tremendous all season long. 167th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, it's a bunch of, they do have some pretty demonstrative home and road splits. They are giving up 16.3 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than when they are away from home. And for Virginia Tech, they really don't have a lot down low. Sans Lynn Kidd, who I like what Lynn Kidd has been able to bring to the table. He's been able to provide the team with 12 plus points and 6.5 rebounds per game. And Sean Badula has been a really good ball dominant sort of guard. He's done a nice job doling out right around about 4.5 assists. He's able to provide 15.5 points per game, but that does come with 3.3 turnovers per game. Now on the flip side, you've got Marcus Burton, who has been turning the ball over 3.7 times per game, and that's been the main bugaboo for Notre Dame. Notre Dame, in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, a bottom 40 team in all of college basketball when they hit the road. And for Notre Dame, the offense is starting to woke up a little bit more. They're shooting now about 31% from three-point range, and the guy that has been able to ignite this has been Brendan Shrewsbury. The coach's son is shooting 37% from three and 41% away from home, and in a road or neutral court environment, he's scoring north of 12 points per contest. Now, you're going to need to get a little bit more outside that because he and Burton are the only two guys that really give you north of 9 points per contest, but Jarek Kozinski has been able to give you about 8.5 points, 5 boards per contest. Tay Davis in that neighborhood as well. And then for Virginia Tech, this is just not the same offense that we've seen in past years. You do have Hunter Couture, who's been able to supply 14 points, shoots 42.5% from three, and as a whole, the team shoots 36% from three, which for most teams is relatively okay, but you know that Virginia Tech is going to give it up a little bit on defense, so they do need to be a little bit better with that regard. They just haven't been thus far this season. For Virginia Tech, they're about 67th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they are scoring about 17.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. But we did see Notre Dame be able to get the job done last time these two teams played, 74-66. That was a game where Notre Dame shot 7 of 20 from three-point range, and they were able to keep a relatively clean sheet with only 8 turnovers. I do think that things are going to be a little bit sloppier this time around. I do think that both of these teams could have quite a few errant shots. This Notre Dame team has been a top 90 team all season long in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not one that's really going to be forcing a lot of ball pressure, generating a lot of turnovers or anything like that, but I do think that they do just enough to be able to hold in this one. I do think that this is going to be a bit of a lower scoring slog than we saw the first time around. So did set my total at a 132. I'm looking at the under, and with Virginia Tech, can only make them an 8-point favorite, so take the points with Notre Dame and the under. 635, 636 on the betting board. It is Kansas State playing against Iowa State, and Iowa State is a 4 to a 4.5 point favorite, and your total between 133 and 134, and with Iowa State, made them a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. For Kansas State, the team just really doesn't impress me at all. They've done a solid job with Arthur Kaluma, giving you 15 points, 7 boards, and you've been able to get a bit more out of Tyler Perry. You've seen him on the silver screen, now you're seeing him on the hardwood, give you 15 points per contest, but for Kansas State, just too many mental mistakes. They are in the bottom 40 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, and guess what this Iowa State team does? They take the ball away. They're a top 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, I will say for this Iowa State defense, even though they're a top 3 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, it's not quite the same on the road as it is at home. For Iowa State, they do give up about 20 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home, but I still think that they're going to do a solid job here. For Kansas State, you've been able to have, along with Kaluma, David Agesson, Will McNair, be able to supply about 12 rebounds per game, so they've been able to do a good job on that front, but having on the flip side an Iowa State team that has been able to get quite a bit of their two main guards in Keyshawn Gilbert, Taymon Lipsby, combined for 26 points, 9 assists, about 4.5 steals, with Lipsby shooting 37% from three-point range. It has been a pretty rock-solid Iowa State team that we always talk about the defense with them. They're a top 45 offense in terms of points scored on a per possession basis as well, and now they've been getting a lot more out of Curtis Jones as well. Jones has been able to supply north of 11 points per contest in each of the team's last 5 games. He's shooting about 34% from three-point range. I do think that's going to be a little bit too much for Kansas State to handle, despite the fact that Kansas State has been pretty solid with their defense as well. A top 65 mark in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Kansas State is 48th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so I do think that this is going to be a bit of a slog of a game. I did set my total at a 133.5. I would rather have a 134 under rather than a 133 over personally, just because with Kansas State, they have just been so all over the place with regards to their offense, so I'm going to be looking at the under, but I would say set them as a 5.5 point favorite. favorite, so going to be one to lay the 4 to 4.5 here. 637, 638 on the betting board. Creighton is on the road facing off against Villanova, and Villanova is an underdog of a point to a point and a half at home. Total on this game is 137, and with Villanova, I made them the 1.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be looking at the Wildcats outright on the money line. With Villanova, this squad has done a just supreme job of locking teams down with regards to their defense. 65 points or fewer surrendered in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of February, and for Villanova, this team is doing such a better job of being able to guard the perimeter than they have been doing in past years as well. For Villanova, they're allowing teams to shoot from three-point range about 32.4%. That is a top 100 mark in all of college basketball, and you've got a Creighton unit that just has simply not been very consistent at all season long. One night they're going to give you 75 points, one night they'll give you like 50. You just don't know what to expect out of them, though I will say the one thing that has been consistent about Creighton, this team has actually been very good in terms of their defense. They are allowing opponents to shoot just 32% from three-point range. That's a top 75 mark in all of college basketball. While we talk about the Creighton offense and it being relatively high variance, the defense, it has been able to do its part. It's a top 47 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Villanova, as a matter of fact, is 47th in all of college basketball themselves in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But you've got Ryan Kalkbrenner is able to give you 2+ blocks per contest. Trey Alexander along Baylor Shireman, they do a nice job being able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Alexander and Shireman both give you a double-figure amount of points, with Shireman leading the way with about 17.5 to 18 points per game. But it's a Creighton team that they really just refuse to go to their bench, which I do find to be a little bit strange. And for Villanova, this is not the world's greatest rebound rate team. Creighton should be able to win that battle down low, but Eric Dixon along Tyler Burton have done a solid job being able to haul in there a combined 12.5 rebounds per game, with Dixon really being your top scorer, 16 points per contest, with he and TJ Bamba combined to shoot about 36% from three-point range. Mark Armstrong hasn't shot it well from three, but he's been able to give the team a little bit of facilitation with about 2.5 assists per contest. And Justin Moore has just been a really good defender who gives you a pair of assists, does a nice job of keeping things clean for Villanova. And I think that the little things are going to allow Villanova to be able to win out. Villanova only turned the ball over 9.5 times per contest. They're 81.7% free throw shooting. That is a top 5 mark in all of college basketball as well. And these two teams, they do not play up tempo. With Creighton, in terms of total possessions per game, 189th in all of college basketball. Villanova, they are far slower than that. They are checking in 324th, and last time these two teams played, neither team was able to get to 70. I expect a very similar result here. Did somebody total 135.5. I like the under of Villanova. Taking them on the money line, made them the 1.5 point favorite. 639, 640 on the betting board. George Mason plays also Richmond, and the Itsy Bitsy Spiders of Richmond are between a pick'em to a 1 point underdog. In your total on this game, it is 131 to 131.5. I did set Richmond as a 2 point underdog, so I'm going to be willing to take George Mason. I think George Mason is just going to be able to win this game from within because Richmond does so many good things. They're a top 10 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They've got Jordan King, who's going to be the top scorer in this game. He's done a really good job shooting north of 42% from three-point range with his 19 points per game. But on the side of George Mason, you got Keyshawn Hall supplying 8.5 rebounds, 17.5 points per game, with Amari 3000 Kelly shooting about 44% from distance, 12 points, 6 rebounds per game. And then you've been able to get really good production as well out of Darius Maddox from the outside, who's been able to supply 14 points, shoots 40.5% from three. Now, with George Mason, they have to go up against a defense in Richmond that has been a top 45 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and that's where this George Mason defense can be at. George Mason is 248th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but for Richmond, they're outside the top 225 in terms of the rebound rate. This despite the fact that you've got Neil Quinn along with Isaac Bigelow, who've been able to combine for 12 rebounds per game, and with Neil Quinn, he's a true 7-footer that is able to dole out 4 assists per game. So good versatility for Richmond. It's a top-heavy Richmond team that is well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game. George Mason, they're checking in closer to 300th in the country in terms of total possessions per game themselves. You've been able to get good production out of Ronald Polite as well. Has been able to give you about 8 points per contest, but I do think that George Mason, with the way that they're going to be able to defend down low, the way that George Mason just recently has really been able to turn it on with regards to their defense, as for George Mason, this team has now given up 67 points or fewer in all but one of their last 6 games. I do think that this turns into a little bit more of a slog. I did set my total at a 134 because this is a Richmond team that is doing a good job with their shot making. They've gone to at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and it has been a George Mason team that, while they've been a little bit touch and go in terms of their offense, I do think that they're going to be able to pound the ball inside to be able to win this game, and I do think that you get a little bit of late game fouling. So set my total 134. I like the over. Now George Mason, want to lay up to 1.5 with them, set them as a 2 point favorite. 641, 640 6:42 on the betting board. South Carolina is on the road facing off against Mississippi State. And Mississippi State, a 4.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 133.5. And with Mississippi State, I did set them as a favorite of 2.5 points. So in this circumstance, I'm going to be wanting to take the points with South Carolina. The South Carolina team has just really been undervalued all season long, and I think that this is just another one of those cases. South Carolina has gotten great production out of Colin Murray-Boyles, who for the season, he's given you about 5.5 or so rebounds per game, chipping in there about 10 points per game, but I mean, it's really been down the stretch where he has been valued the most. He was out for the beginning part of the season due to mono or something like that, but ever since he's been able to return and has really been used in full force here in SEC play, he has been nothing short of remarkable. He has scored for the team at least 11 points in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of February. The last time he grabbed fewer than 5 rebounds in a game, you have to go all the way back to January 20th. He had 4 rebounds in that game against Arkansas. He has been an impact player who's been able to put up a double-double in each of the last 2 games with 3+ blocks in both of those contests as well. I really like what I'm seeing out of him. And then on the flip side, you've got a Mississippi State team that is still a good defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is still a team that's checking in the top 50 nationally, and this has still been a team that's been a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate. They do a good job of being able to guard the 3-point line as Mississippi State, number 6 in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but you've got a South Carolina team that they're also a top 50 team with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's just a really nice whole is greater than some of its parts approach with South Carolina, with someone that is able to get you that big bucket in Michi Johnson, who's done tremendous work being able to give this team about 13 or so points per contest for a South Carolina unit that, in terms of their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage in a road/shoot guard environment, they're allowing you to shoot just 32% from the outside. You've got Josh Hubbard on the side of Mississippi State, who's done a nice job of being that nice go-to scorer. Josh Hubbard, he's been able to give the team in that neighborhood about 14 or so points per contest. He shoots the high 30s from 3-point range, helping out this Mississippi State team that was dead last in all of college basketball in terms of 3-point shooting percentage a season ago. Actually, Hubbard up to 16.5 points per contest, but Tolu Smith, he gives you 8 boards per contest. Charles Matthews is able to give you about 7 rebounds per game. Jimmy Bell has seen a little bit of a diminishment in his usage, but he still gives you about 5.5 rebounds per game, but those 13 turnovers per game. While South Carolina, they do a relatively solid job of being able to take care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 10 times per game. I do think that that's going to be a big difference maker, and that's going to allow the South Carolina team to remain lively against a Mississippi State team that if you get into a late game fouling situation with them needing to cover, they shoot just 66.8% at the free throw line. So circumstance where I did set this line at 2.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points from South Carolina. I did set my total at a 134.5. You're at the 133.5. I think that we're still good up for late game fouling, and Mississippi State has been playing a little bit more up-tempo recently, and we have seen this Mississippi State team have a little bit of a tougher time on defense. They have given up north of 70 points for their last 5 games, so going to be willing to take a look at the over and the points with South Carolina. 643, 644 is going to be the DK Network right at pick, as we got South Florida on the road facing up against Tulsa. Tulsa is a home underdog of 6 points, and your total on this game is anywhere between 145 and 145.5. The only team with a better cover rate in all of college basketball right now than South Florida is Minnesota, but we're going to fade them. My write up here is going to be on Tulsa. I felt like they should have been closer to a 4-point underdog with this Tulsa unit. They've got some of the most demonstrative home and road splits in all of college basketball that I think are going to be able to keep them lively in this game. When it comes to Tulsa, if you look at them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're overall 122nd in all of college basketball, but they give up 14.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than away from home, and a big reason why, they shut you down from 3. They allow opponents to shoot just 28.9% from 3-point range when they're at home. That ranks 36th in all of college basketball. That balloons up to 38.3% in a road/shoot court venue, and you do have a South Florida team that, while they do shoot overall about 35.5% from 3, and both in a home and neutral court venue, they do shoot about 36.5% from 3-point range, but this is also a unit that is about 190th in all of college basketball in terms of rebound rate, so that kryptonite that Tulsa does have, that's not going to be unearthed, and really both of these teams don't have a lot down low, other than Keyshawn Pryor, who's been able to give the South Florida team about 7 or so rebounds per game. You don't have anyone else on the roster that gives you north of 5 to 5.5 rebounds per game. Flip side, you've got a Tulsa unit that has been outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate as well. Main guy down low has been Jared Garcia, being able to supply 6 rebounds per game, but you do have a go-to scorer as well for Tulsa. That'd be PJ Haggerty. 5.5 boards, 3.5 assists, 20.5 points per contest for a Tulsa team that they only shoot about 32.5% from 3, but just like their homes and road splits are very different with regards to their defense, the same goes for the offense, as the team has been scoring 13.7 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/shoot court venue. Now, I will say this about South Florida. They're actually giving up fewer points per possession on the road rather than at home. They're 10th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession possession basis when they are away from home. But I do think that Tulsa in this home crowd is going to be able to power this team that shoots 35.5% from three-point range at home, 27% away from home, just completely night and day with this team. And I do think that for South Florida, them turning the ball over significantly more when they are on the road is going to be a little bit costly for them. And it's a South Florida team that they've been getting quite charmed to be able to cover a lot of these numbers, to say the least. They are currently riding the nation's longest win streak, I believe, at 15 games. There might be one longer with like Vermont or something like that, but I believe that that's the nation's longest win streak. And do have a Tulsa unit that has been pretty consistent with their scoring recently. The last time they failed to get past the 69-point plateau, you have to go back all the way about 5 games ago. That was when Tulsa got housed when they went to South Florida by a count of 69-50 in that game. Yeah, South Florida go 13 of 24 from 3, 2 of 16 for Tulsa. I do think that we're going to see a little bit of a reversal there, and South Florida actually lost their turnover battle in that game. So my right up here is going to be on Tulsa. I'm going to be willing to take the points with them, set them as a 4-point underdog, and with my total, I did set this at a 146. I do think that Tulsa going to be able to find a way to be able to put in there some threes, and Tulsa is a top 80 team with regards to total possessions per game. So going to be taking a look at the over, and my right up here is going to be taking the points with Tulsa. 645, 646 on the betting board. Utah Tech, they hit the road. They're facing off against Stephen F. Austin, and Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin is a 10-point favorite with your total 144, and with Stephen F. Austin, I did set them as a favorite of 10 points. So currently going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement here. I'm seeing 1 or 2 straight 9.5s, and 9.5 would be my buy point on Stephen F. Austin. This is still a Stephen F. Austin unit that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, is a top 45 team in all of college basketball, and really is able to bear down in terms of turnovers. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, Stephen F. Austin, a top 10 team in all of college basketball. The problem for Stephen F. Austin is that this is not the same three-point shooting team that they were a season ago. Last year, they shot north of 38% from three-point range. This year, they're shooting more around 33% from the outside, and for the Stephen F. Austin team, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they are currently checking in right around about 279th in all of college basketball. On the flip side, got a bunch in Utah Tech that they're just all sorts of banged up and they can't hold on to the ball. Utah Tech is turning the ball over north of 50.5 times per game, and when you're going up against a team that generates a bunch of turnovers, that's doomsday. Utah Tech overall 316th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've got Noah Gonzalez, who's able to give you 12 points per contest. He shoots it relatively well from 3, but for Utah Tech, their bread and butter was supposed to be 3-point shooting, and they're shooting less than 34% from the outside. Now, they do go up against the Stephen F. Austin team that their biggest kryptonite on defense has been giving up the 3-ball. Stephen F. Austin is allowing teams to shoot north of 37.5% from distance away from them, 35.3% at home, so that's a issue for them. But it is also a Utah Tech team that they themselves have been pretty ghastly with their defense. They don't do a bad job of guarding the arc at home. As a matter of fact, they only allow opponents to shoot about 30% from three-point range at home, but on the road, this goes up to about 37.5%. They just have not been able to play away from home all season long. Utah Tech well outside the top 250 in terms of their rebound rate as well. And for Stephen F. Austin, they really don't have any sort of a go-to scorer or anything like that. Latrell Jostle has been able to give you about 11 to 12 points per contest, but past that, you've been dealing with an injury to Day-Day Hall, so they've been looking to Nana Boasico to be able to step up a little bit more on this front as well. But all in all, I do take a look at this spot. I do think that Stephen F. Austin should go out there, and they should be able to take it to a Utah Tech team that has just had trouble scoring all season long. I did set my total at a 144. Right now, seeing a few 144.5s pop up, and at a 144.5, that would be my buy point on the under. These are two teams that they are two of the fastest in all of college basketball with regards to total possessions per game. They're just not hitting shots, to say the least, and you do have someone in Tanner Christensen on the flip side for Utah Tech who has been able to give the team about 7 rebounds per game to be able to give you a few second chances. So at a 144.5 or higher, going to be looking at the under, and at anything less than 10, I'm willing to lay with Stephen F. Austin. 647, 648 on the betting board. Sam Houston State plays those to Jacksonville St. Jacksonville St is a underdog of anywhere between 6 to 6.5 points. Donald's game is 135. I did set my line at a 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take the 6 here with Jacksonville St. Jacksonville St has had a tough time getting it going on offense all season long. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they are well outside the top 250, but they're actually going to have the top scorer in this game. That'd be Kaika Dandy. He comes over from Xavier. He's done a nice job being able to deliver about 17.5 points per contest, shoots it relatively well from three-point mention, though Jacksonville State is just 276th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they don't take too much of a fall off when they're away from home. They're only scoring about 1.5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than when they are at home. And for the Sam Houston State team, they're only 251st in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. So it's not like they've really been lighting the world on fire with regards to their scoring either. It's a Sam Houston State unit that has been overall relatively solid with the goals greater than the sum of its parts rebound approach here. 75th in all of college basketball with this regard, but you've got a Jacksonville State team that, despite the fact that they really don't have anyone that gives you north of 6 rebounds per game, they're 32nd in all of college basketball with this regard as well. And I do think that Jacksonville State is going to be able to do a better job of being able to guard the arc as well, as you've been able to get some good work down low out of Juwan Purdue. He's been able to give you about 6 rebounds. He's throwing there about 8.5 points per contest. You've also been able to get about 3 assists, 9.5 points out of Quincy Carter for Jacksonville State. The 13.5 turnovers per game, relatively rough, but Sam Houston State not too much better at holding on to the ball. 13.2 turnovers per game. And they've been having Jaden Ray be a little bit in and out of the fold, and he's been their main facilitator. 4.3 assists, 2.5 turnovers per game. Really doesn't give you too much on the offensive side of things, as it's been all up to Lamar Wilkerson along with Davon Barnes, who combined to shoot 36.5% from 3. They both give you 13.5 plus points per contest. Nobody else on the roster gives you north of 8.1 points per game. So you've got a lot of similarities with both of these teams, and you do have a bunch in Jacksonville State that has seen a little bit of a drop-off with their three-point shooting defense. They're about 160th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but they allow opponents to shoot a lower percentage on the road rather than at home. Meanwhile, you've got a Sam Houston State team that's ascended into the top 75 with this regard. They're allowing opponents at home to shoot just 30% from three-point range, so it's a good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that in the end, home court environment is going to be big for Sam Houston State and allows them to get it done, but I can only set this line at 5.5 as a result. I'm going to be willing to take the 6+ here with Jacksonville State, and with this total, set it at a 134.5. Sam Houston State is playing at a little bit more of a mid-tempo pace, but that said, I think that both of these teams are going to have a tough time scoring on what is pretty much of a clone of each other. So I'm going to be taking a look at the under and the points with Jacksonville State, 649, 650 on the betting board. Louisiana Tech, they play us in Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee is an underdog of 13.5 to 14 points, and your total on this game is 132.5. And with Middle Tennessee, I did set them as a underdog of 13 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the 14 plus. It's a Louisiana Tech team that has been incredible with their defense. They're a top 15 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, top 25 team in terms of rebound rate. Can be added a little bit from the outside, 143rd in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but that goes down all the way down to about 30.5% when they're at home. They go up against a Middle Tennessee unit that has been well outside the top 325 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they've been okay with their defense. Now, it does suffer quite a bit when they're on the road for Middle Tennessee. They allow opponents to shoot 28.7% from three-point range at home. That goes all the way down to about 36.5% in a road or neutral court environment, but I do think the Middle Tennessee is going to be able to do just enough to be able to hold in there defensively, as it is a Middle Tennessee unit that, in terms of their points allowed on a per possession basis, to go along with the three-point shooting splits, they are giving up about 13.3 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home, but I do think that for Louisiana Tech, the just inconsistency that you get in the backcourt is very big, because you got Daniel Bacho, and he has been amazing for Louisiana Tech. Double-double machine, 13-plus points. He's able to give you 10 boards. He's able to do a nice job on the interior, but what are you going to be able to get outside of Isaiah Crawford? Isaiah Crawford has been incredible, 16.5 points. He's able to supply you with about 2.5 assists, 2 steals, shoots 40% from 3, and Talik Chavez does shoot about 40% from the outside as well, but outside those big three, nobody else gives you north of 7.3 points per game. You've had John Newman be able to supply those 7.3 points, 5 assists per game, but also does turn the ball over about 2.5 times per game. And for Louisiana Tech, they do turn the ball over 12.7 times per game as a relatively low-tempo team. To their credit, they do shoot 36% from three-point range, but much of that coming from Chavez along with Crawford. And I do think that Middle Tennessee, now they've been a little bit rough with their three-point shooting defense away from home, they're going to be able to hold in there, because now they've been able to get a little bit more out of their backcourt, as Justin Porter along with Elias King are combining for about 26.5 points per game. Both are now shooting north of 33% from three-point range, while Jared Coleman-Jones might be the most versatile player out there on the floor. Standing 6'10", he's able to let it fly at a 47.5% clip from three-point range. Has supplied 15-plus points at each out of the last 5 games. He chips in there a block. He's able to give you 11 points per game. I like what these guys are able to do. Both of these teams are relatively top-heavy, and for Middle Tennessee, the 14 turnovers per game, that is going to be quite an issue, as they don't generate the same amount of turnovers as Louisiana Tech does. But that said, this Middle Tennessee unit has been able to do a much better job defensively recently. ultimately, I do think that they're going to be able to do a nice job of being able to hold in this game against the Louisiana Tech team that they've been up and down with regards to their offense, scoring 67 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games. So, circumstance where I do think that this number has gotten a little bit overinflated, so my line at 13, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Middle Tennessee and made my total of 131, also diving in on the under, 651, 652 on the betting board. Manhattan plays those to Canisius. Canisius is a 2-point favorite, seeing a few 2.5s out there as well. Totals between 141 and 141.5, and with Canisius, I'm going to be willing to lay with them. This has just been a Manhattan team that has been a eyesore to watch all season long, and with this Manhattan team, I just cannot do it with them. I had to make them an underdog of 4.5 points in this ordeal, and this is a Canisius unit that has scored 73 points or fewer in all but 2 out of their last 18 games. They start out the year really good out of conference, and in conference, it's just been a train wreck for them. You have to wonder if injuries have caught up with them, what have you, but still, this is a Manhattan team that's outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. They're turning the ball over north of 12.5 times per contest. They're not generating turnovers themselves. Now, I will say this about Manhattan. They've got DeJuan Clayton in his 8th year of college basketball now in the fold, and perhaps that's going to be able to give them a little bit of a spark. You did see a spirited effort from Manhattan a few nights ago, being able to get the win over Iona by a count of 77-60, and I thought it was really hilarious that he came out, and you've been getting some of your injured guys back in the fold for Manhattan, but at the same time, you're right now dealing with Shaquille Bender along with Sidhu Traore really being your top 2 guys combined for about 25.5 points per contest. Traore is the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, 8.2 boards. Bender shoots 35.5% from 3, really the only guy on the team that sees meaningful minutes, that shoots above 33.5% from 3-point. It's gotten a little bit more as well with about 12 points per game. Daniel Rosen is someone that began his career over at Weber State, but this is just a Manhattan team that's completely outgunned. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of rebound rate as well, and this Canisius unit has been starting to relent in terms of their 3-point shooting defense. They're really good at guarding the perimeter towards the beginning part of the season, down to about 200th in the country now with this respect, and it is a Canisius team that in a late game situation, they do shoot just 63% at the free throw line. For as bad as Manhattan is, they are a little bit more trustworthy with that regard, but for Canisius, they should be able to control things down low because they've got Mr. Frank Mitchell, who's been able to give you 11.3 rebounds, right around about 12.5 points per contest, just under a block per game. It is a Canisius team that still does shoot about 34% from 3-point range. Out of their top 4 scorers, 3 of them shoot at least 37% from 3-point range. Siam Ijandal, along with Trey Dinkins, both being able to combine to shoot about 37.5% from 3, 28 points between the 2 of them for Canisius. Overall, a top 100 team. In terms of rebound rate, Bryce Okpo taking some steps back this season, but still giving you about 4 rebounds per game. And it is a Canisius team that, in their own right, they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest. But I do think that with Manhattan being a bunch that just has had a tough time being able to generate good offense, this team has been able to get past the 70-point plateau in 2 of their last 3 games, which, that's a little bit of an accomplishment for them, but it's still a Manhattan unit that has scored 71 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games since the beginning of the month of February. I think that they're going to have a tough time against a Canisius team that is going to do a nice job of being able to pound the boards, that is really going to be able to win from within. I did set my line at 2.5. Got a Manhattan team as well that's well outside the top 225 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage and has been getting pounded inside. So I did set my total at 146.5. I do think that Canisius is going to be able to bust out a little bit more with their offense after it's been pretty dormant here over the last few months. So going to be looking at that over, and I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Canisius, made them a 4.5-point favorite. 653, 654 on the betting board. Florida National is on the road facing off against New Mexico State, and New Mexico State finds themselves as a favorite of between 2 to 2.5 points, and your total is 142.5. And it's a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the number here with New Mexico State. I did set them as a 3.5-point favorite. With Florida National, they do an amazing job of being able to generate turnovers. They are in the top 5 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Problem is, out of 362 D1 teams, they are 362nd in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage as well. So if they don't get a turnover, they leave you wide open from 3. And it's a New Mexico State team that isn't amazing with their 3-point shooting. They only shoot about 32.7% from the outside, but for a New Mexico State team that really doesn't have a lot of size on low, them being able to win the battle on the glass, it's going to be big, as Femi Odekale along Kalu Azugi, they combine for about 12.5 rebounds per game. Odekale is your top scorer with about 11.5 points per game, and it's a New Mexico team that they do turn the ball over 12 times per contest. That's a little bit above average for their tempo, and for Florida National, they do have the leader in all of college basketball in steals in Arterio Dean. Arterio Dean is giving you 3.5 steals, 4 assists, 5 rebounds, 13 points per game on 32% 3-point shooting. but he's the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 3.5 rebounds per game. He's really the only guy that's trying to guard the three-point arc on defense. You do have Javonte Hawkins, who chips in there at 37.5% three-point shooting as well. And this is a New Mexico State unit that they're going to give up their fair share of open looks from three-point range as well. For New Mexico State, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they are 250th in all of college basketball. That actually ascends to less than 30% at home, though. And with Florida National just having absolutely no size down low, they were relying upon Pinckney to be able to take over. That has not been the case. That's going to be rough for them against the New Mexico State team. That's still only about 310th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. They've been dealing with Robert Carpenter being out of the fold ever since he punched a guy in the face. That was not great, to say the least, but for New Mexico State, it's been an on-the-fly team that has been trying to be able to gain chemistry all season long. Jason Newton took over the program after they had the hazing situation, and that was all sorts of not good. But for New Mexico State, defense has been looking a little bit better recently. 72 points or fewer surrender in 3 of the last 5 games. I will say they have also scored 66 points or fewer in each of their last 5, but have a Florida National team that has now given up at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games. The lone exception was when they gave up 71 points to a low-tempo Liberty team, and for Florida National, it's been really rough for them in terms of being able to get too much going on offense as well with their 14.5 turnovers per game. So, circumstance where I am going to be willing to lay it with New Mexico State. I do think that with New Mexico State, a team that has been struggling to get to 70 all season long, they're going to do so in what I think is going to be a nip-and-tuck game here against Florida National. And I do think that we could get some late-game felling towards the back half of this one. So, I did set my total on 143.5. I like the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with New Mexico State. Made them a 3.5-point favorite. 655, 656 on the betting board. East Carolina plays host to Charlotte, and Charlotte is a pick-em to a 1-point underdog with your total 128.5. I said East Carolina is a 2-point favorite, so what is pretty much across the board a pick-em line, I'm going to be willing to take them with East Carolina. They do a nice job slowing down games. They're outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, and East Carolina's forte has been guarding the three. They're a top 40 team in opponent's three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, you've got a Charlotte unit that has some very similar attributes. They're outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. Charlotte, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, a top 125 unit, with them 32nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. And for both of these teams, they're a little bit top-heavy with their scoring. East Carolina has R.J. Felton and Brandon Johnson combined to give you 30.5 points per contest, 14 rebounds. They both give you about 1.8 steals per contest, and they both shoot between about 35 to 35.5% from three, while Ezra Uzar shoots 35.5% from three, 11 points per contest out of him, while Bubby Pettiford, he's able to give you some nice facilitation. Team only turns the ball over about 10 times per contest. Charlotte only turns the ball over 9.5 times per game. They shoot 75% of the free throw line, and they've got a trio of double-figure scorers. Lucille Patterson, your main facilitator, with about 2.5 assists, 14 points per contest. Igor Milicic, 13 points, 8 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point. Just a versatile big man, while Deshaun Jackson, a little bit more of a traditional post player with a block and 11.5 points per game. But I do think that in this battle, it's going to be East Carolina that's able to pull it out, just because they do have a little bit more facilitation. As an East Carolina team that's been bleeding some points recently. They have given up at least 70 in each of their last 4, at least 80 in each of their last 3. While the Charlotte team has been able to do a much better job on defense recently, but the offense has just not really been producing too much as well. Fewer than 70 points in each of their last 4 games, 67 or fewer in 3 of these contests as well, including scoring 52 points against Memphis. That's just a little bit unsightly, to say the least, and I do think that East Carolina, in this rather pick-em game and a spot where both of these teams play at a relatively similar style, I do think that they get it done at home. I did set my total at a 128, so I'm going to be willing to take this 128.5 under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 points with East Carolina on this pick-em line. I'm going to be willing to ride with them. 657, 658 on the betting board. It is Colorado State on the road facing off against Air Force, and Air Force is a 9.5-point home underdog. In your total on this game, you're going to be getting that between 131.5 to seeing a 131 out there as well. And with Colorado State, I did set them as a 10.5-point favorite, circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay the 9.5. Air Force has actually been playing significantly worse at home rather than on the road. Air Force is outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're scoring more points per possession when they're on the road rather than at home, and they're giving up more points per possession at home rather than on the road. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. In terms of points scored on a per possession basis, Air Force is actually up to 203rd, but at home this diminishes to the bottom 50 because they actually score about 5.5 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. It just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. You've got a trio of guys and Evan Taylor, Ryan Petratus, or on their Becker that are all able to give you at least 12.5 points per contest. They all shoot north of 35% from three-point range, but other than someone like a Nick Boylan who's able to give you about 5.5 or so rebounds per game, he just don't have a ton down low. Flip side for Colorado State, you're going to have the best player out there on the floor, and Isaiah Stevens. He gives you 7+ assists per contest, double-figure amount of points, shoots it well from three-point range, and then for Colorado State, it's been a case where you've got a lot of guys that they just do a nice job of being able to stroke it from three-point range. Patrick Cartier is shooting darn near 40% from distance. He's been able to supply the team with a double-figure amount of points per game, and you've got just a little bit more toughness than you had a season ago from this Colorado State team as well, especially on the defensive side with Nikwe Clifford and Joel Scott, both giving you 12.4 points per contest. They combine for about 13.5 rebounds. Clifford shooting 39.5% from three-point range, and as a whole, Colorado State, they shoot 34.5% from the outside, 76% at the free throw line, and in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, I think Air Force is going to have a tough time keeping up with them, as it's Colorado State team 48th in the country with this respect, and for Air Force at home, they allow opponents to shoot north of 38% from three-point range, and for Colorado State, their defense doesn't take too much of a drop-off on the road. Their offense does. They score about 11.5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, but for Colorado State, as a matter of fact, they allow opponents to shoot 35.3% from three-point range at home. It goes down to about 32.6% away from home. It's an Air Force team that doesn't really generate a lot of turnovers, while they themselves turn the ball over north of 11.5 times per game, despite the fact that they're a very low-tempo team. Air Force well outside the top 250 in terms of their rebound rate as well. I do think that they're really up against it against the Colorado State team. It has been a little bit touch and go recently, but has been much more consistent than this Air Force team. They were able to bust out, and they had that big performance against New Mexico, but really past that performance, this Air Force team has scored now 66 points or fewer in all but one of their games since the beginning of the month of February. Meanwhile, you've got a Colorado State unit that has actually been much better with their defense recently, giving up 68 or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So, circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 10 here with Colorado State. I did set my total at a 136 after the way that Air Force is playing in no defense at all at home. So, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Colorado State. 659, 660 on the betting board. Loyola Chicago plays host to LaSalle. LaSalle is an underdog of 12 points with your total 142 to 142.5. Made Loyola Chicago a 12.5 point favorite. 12 is the maximum I'm going to be willing to lay, but going to be willing to lay it. LaSalle has been just a bunch that has not been able to hit the glass all season long, hovering right around 300th in the country with regards to rebound rate. And for Loyola Chicago, it's just so strange to watch this team because they don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 5 to 5.5 rebounds per game, but they overall are a top 65 team in terms of their rebound rate. They do a really good job of just being able to guard at home as well. This home and road split that you've got with Loyola Chicago on defense is very real, as they're about 21st in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they're giving up about 15.3 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than in a road or neutral court venue, and they go up against a LaSalle unit that does a good job of being able to take care of the ball. LaSalle, they're only turning the ball over about 10 to 10.5 times per contest. It's been a backcourt that has had Khalil Brantley really be able to come through for them with about 15 points per contest. Shoots only about 31.5% from three, while Jabari Burkis is more of your outside shooter, shooting about 39.5% from the outside, but not really having a lot down low. You've got a pair of guys in Deshaun Shepard along with Josias, who've been able to combine for about 11 rebounds per game. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, and got a LaSalle unit that they certainly have been getting torched from three-point range all season long. Something that Loyola Chicago happens to them on the road, not so much at home. At home, Loyola Chicago allows you to shoot 31% from three. That balloons up to 38.3% away from home. Meanwhile, LaSalle, they allow opponents to shoot about 37.3% at home. On the road, they're actually not too bad. They're allowing teams to shoot 33% from three-point range in a road/neutral court venue, but I do think that Loyola Chicago, despite the fact that they are going to lose a turnover battle in this one, they have been turning the ball for about 12.5 times per contest. I do think that they're going to find a way to be able to get some nice outside shots. You've got a main guard that I like in Rayden Norris, who's been able to give you 5 assists to fewer than 2 turnovers per game. You've got a pair of guys that supply you with about 13 points per contest, and Desmond Watson, along with Philip Ellison and Dame Edicoolin. He's been a little bit hot and cold this season, but when he's been out there and he's gotten minutes, he's been able to do a relatively solid job. He had that 5-block game a few weeks ago against Rhode Island, like what I'm seeing out of him for a Loyola Chicago team that does a good job of being able to guard the interior and does not allow you to get a lot of second chances. They go up against a LaSalle unit that has been picking it up a little bit on defense, giving up 66 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, but I do think that Loyola Chicago going to be able to take it to them, and I do think that with Loyola Chicago guarding the way that they do at home, that's going to propel them to victory. I did set my total at a 142.5. Here at a 142, I'm going to be looking at the over, as I do think that both of these teams going to be able to hit some threes. This was an opener of 141.5. 1.5, by the way, so do like the 142 over. Have the Loyola Chicago willing to lay up to 12 with them. 661, 662 on the betting board. Tennessee plays those to Kentucky. Big Blue Nation is an 8 to a 9-point underdog with your total 165 to 167. Total I set at a 165.5. So at a 166 to 167 as the opener was a 167. I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under. We even saw Tennessee be able to get an under against Alabama. That's darn near impossible. So we're going to be willing to ride with it. Last time these two teams played, Tennessee was able to get to 100. I think John Calipari's unit is going to get it through their skulls that they need to play a little bit more defense. And for Kentucky, this has been a unit that has been brutal with their defense. They are well outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But what's interesting about Kentucky, they're allowing fewer points per possession when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And Kentucky, with their outside shooting defense, it's not too bad. They're allowing opponents overall to shoot 32.2% from three-point range. Meanwhile, Tennessee is a top 15 unit in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not quite as dominant as they were a season ago, but they still cut you out from three-point range at home. Opponents are shooting just 26.7% from three, and that is truly the bread and butter of this Kentucky team. With Kentucky, they shoot north of 40% from three. Now, I will say, if Kentucky is not getting the outside shot to fall, they do a nice job of protecting the ball. They're a top 10 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, and I love what Reed Sheppard has been bringing to the table. 12 points, 4 boards, 4.5 assists, 2.5 steals on a team that doesn't guard. He's actually guarded, and you've got each of your top 3 scorers for this Kentucky team: Antonio Reeves, Robert Dillingham. These two guys combined for 35 points per contest, along with Sheppard, all shooting at least 43.5% from three-point range. And if this team can get to the free throw line, they shoot north of 77% as a collective. You've been able to get a little bit more down low as well, with Abdul Thiero being in and out of the fold, giving you about 5 boards a block per contest. Big Z is able to give you a little bit over a block per game as well. And then you had a nice rim protector in Ogana Onyeso. I know that he's been a little bit in and out of the fold throughout the season, but he's coming off of a nice 3-block performance in that win against Vanderbilt. So I do think that for Kentucky, they're going to be able to do a little bit of a better job down low. Now, don't connect. He is going to be connecting from three-point range. I absolutely love what I've seen out of him. 20.5 points per contest, and he has just kicked it into Bach Turbo. And for Tennessee, this is going to be a team that's going to be able to win the battle on the glass. Kentucky well outside the top 75. With regards to rebound rate, Tennessee, they're just back in the top 30 with having someone like Jonas Adu giving you 7.5 rebounds per game. Josiah Jordan James is a stat sheet suffered 9.6 boards, 1.2 steals per contest, and then you've even been able to get about 39% three-point shooting out of Jemiah Mashik, who's able to give you a few rebounds. He's able to give you like 5 points per contest. Toby Awaka is a good rim protector. So Tennessee is incredibly deep, but I do think that for Kentucky, they're starting to find another gear right now. Defense has still been just all sorts of unsightly. The last time that Kentucky gave up fewer than 75 points in a game, you have to go back about 6 games ago, that game against Auburn, but it does feel like Kentucky has honestly played a little bit better on the road rather than at home, and Tennessee has been getting the job done time and time again, but Tennessee has been winning a lot of these games by more like 6, 7 points. They were very lucky to get that cover against South Carolina, and I do think that this number's gone up a little bit too lofty. I set my line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Kentucky, and you're at a 166 or higher, going to be looking at the under. 663, 664 on the betting board. Fairfield is on the road facing off against Mount St. Mary's, and the Mount is a underdog of a point. Total on this game is 148.5. Set Mount St. Mary's as a 2-point underdog. So I'm going to be willing to lay the 1 with Fairfield. Fairfield has just been absolutely incredible with being able to ascend their offense. They're now a top 125 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And when it comes to Fairfield, you've got so many guys that are just able to work in tandem with one another. And I've been very impressed by Jasper Floyd. He's actually the number 4 scorer for the team, but he just stuffs the stat sheet. 4.5 assists, 2.5 steals, 6 boards, 9.5 points per game. And then you've got Bryson Gudine, who's able to shoot 49% per 3 with 14 points per contest. Caleb Fields, he shoots 41% from the outside, 1.5 steals, 16 points per game. These guys have all been able to do a nice job. Now, for Fairfield, the kryptonite that you do have with this team, they're outside the top 25 with regards to rebound rate. Mount St. Mary's are a top 75 team with their rebound rate. This despite the fact that they don't have a single guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.7 rebounds per game. Their top rebounder has been Dola Adbayo, who's been able to give you 4.7 rebounds per game. And to the credit of Mount St. Mary's, even though it's been rough for them taking care of the ball, they're a bottom 50 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They've been able to do a little bit of a better job recently with having a pair of guys in Dakota LeFew, coupled with the Shane Montgomery, being able to combine for about 31 points per contest. With LeFew, he's able to give out 4 assists and 2.8 turnovers per game. And it's a Mount St. Mary's team that they do shoot about 34% from three-point range Mount St. Mary's has been able to do a relatively effective job as well of being able to guard the perimeter when they've been at home. At home, they've allowed opponents to shoot just 30.5% from three. That balloons up to north of 37% in a road/neutral court environment, but I do think that Fairfield still going to be able to find a way to be able to bust through. If you look at how Fairfield has been able to play on the road this season, there's really not been too much of a drop-off. They're only averaging about 5.4 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are away from home rather than when they are at home, and this Fairfield team has been one of the best road three-point shooting teams in all of college basketball. You just have found that all throughout the Metro Atlantic, as Fairfield shoots 39% from distance away from home, 36.8% when they are at home. So even though there's a little bit of a lack of rebounding for Fairfield, I do think that they go on the road, get the job done in this ordeal against a Mount St. Mary's team that has cranked up their tempo a little bit more, but with them turning the ball over so much, I think that the dead possessions cost you an over. Set by total 146, looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay the point here with Fairfield, made them a 2-point favorite. 665, 666 on the betting board. Kansas hits the road face-off against Houston, and Houston is a favorite of between 8 and 8.5 points. Their totals between 136 and 137, and with Kansas, I made them an underdog of 7.5 points. 8 is my buy point on them. With Kansas, this team is just so different with Kevin McCullough in the fold. He's been just a do-it-all player with 17-plus points. He's able to give you 6-plus rebounds. He's able to dole out 4 assists per contest as well, and he's able to shoot nearly 40% from three-point range. So he has been absolutely incredible for this unit, and they go up against a Houston team that we all always love to talk about the defense, and rightfully so. They're number one in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but let's also talk about the fact that this is a Houston team that has been able to do a really good job of being able to just flow their offense and has been able to get points up on the board all season long. Houston is a bottom 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, and yet if you take a look at them just in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, especially when they've been at home, they've been one of the most effective teams in all of college basketball. As Houston has Jamal Shedd, who's giving you 13 points per contest. He doles out 5 assists. He only turns the ball over about 1.5 or so times per contest. Houston, as a matter of fact, 27th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. You've got LJ Cryer, who's been able to supply 17 to 18 points per game. He's been one of the best three-point shooters in all of college basketball this season. There's percentages more around about 38 to 38.5%, but he takes a lot of contested looks and he's able to bury them all. Meanwhile, Emmanuel Sharp is able to chip in their 12.5 points per contest, and Houston is just flat out the better rebounding team. Out of your top 4 scorers, all but one of them give you at least 3.8 rebounds per contest. You've got a guy in Juwan Roberts who's able to give you 7 boards, a block per contest, and for this Kansas team, depth is a big issue for them, but you do have Hunter Dickinson, 11 boards, 18 points, sometimes gets a little bit out of sorts, but he's able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, and really the key to this team, can you get a little bit more scoring out of both Johnny Furphy along Dwan Harris, because Harris does a good job doling it out. 7 assists to fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game, and Johnny Furphy, he's been able to elevate a little bit recently, but he's a touch-and-go guy who scored 10 points or fewer now each of the last 3 games. Actually shoots the 3 ball a little bit better on the road rather than at home, but I think we've went a little bit too far with this line. It's a Kansas team that has been quite good with their defense. The offense has really been the trouble spot for them. Kansas, there's points allowed on a per possession basis, 39th in all of college basketball. I do think that they're going to hold in there against a Houston team that is going to be able to do a nice job of executing themselves, but I do think that this is going to be a slow grinder of a game, and Houston has revenge on the mind for when they hit the fog the last time out and lost that game pretty convincingly. So this up my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to take 8+ here with Kansas and made my total 133.5. So also on the under 667, 668 on the betting board. It is Florida State. They play as Miami. Miami is a underdog of 3 points, and your total on this game is 152 to 152.5. And with Miami, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Florida State. Florida State has been an up and down, all around sort of team, but with Florida State, I do think that they're going to take it to a Miami team that just has not been the same defense away from home rather than at home. And Miami's really never been known for their defense. Miami, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 150th in all of college basketball, but they give up 12 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And for Florida State, is this a team that is very savory with their offense? No, they absolutely are not. They're outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, so you should see on the side of Miami, no Chad Omier be able to take hold. He's been able to give the team 15-plus points, 9-plus rebounds per game, but Jameer Watkins is someone that I do like. 15 points, 6 boards, 1.8 steals per game, and that's the one thing that Florida State has going for them. They've done a tremendous job being able to generate turnovers. Now, for Florida State, 290th in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and that's another area where Miami is going to have the leg up. Miami, if they've done one thing well on defense, has been able to guard the three-point line at about 132nd in the country, but that percentage has ballooned up to about 35.5% in a road/short environment, but when it comes to being able to generate the turnovers, it is a Miami team that's turned the ball over north of 12 times per contest, and with this Florida State unit in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they're a top 50 team in all of college basketball, and they certainly have been able to feed off that home crowd to be able to generate quite a few turnovers, and it used to be that Miami used to be that bunch that would do a relatively solid job of being able to generate turnovers. It hasn't been the case quite so much this season. They've been dealing with the injuries to Nigel Pack along with Matthew Cleveland. Now, Cleveland should be back in the fold. He's been able to give you double figures and has been a very solid three-point shooter. And this Miami team just as a whole, they do a nice job of being able to pop it from three-point range, with Wooga Poplar being able to shoot north of 40% from the outside. He's been able to give you 13 points per game, but it's a top-heavy Miami team that's dealing with a bunch of injuries. Someone like an Icy George has had to step in, has not been able to do a solid job. And for Miami, they are now on a just absolutely brutal 8-game losing streak in the offense. I mean, it's been good some nights, it's been bad some nights, but what has truly been awful for this team has been the defense, as this team has now given up at least 74 points in all but 2 of their games since the beginning of the month of February, and I do think that Florida State, a team that's in the top 40 with regards to their tempo, they're going to be able to take it to them, as this Florida State team has gone to at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and they've given up at least 74 points in each of their last 5. So, interesting circumstance here. It is a situation where I set my total at a 156, so I'm going to be taking a look at this total over, and with Florida State, I'm willing to lay up to 3.5 with them, 669, 670 on the betting board. It is Utah Valley on the road facing off against Abilene Christian, and Abilene Christian is a favorite of 2 to 2.5 points. So on this game is between 137 and 137.5, and with Abilene Christian, I did set them as a favorite of 4 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the deuce with Abilene Christian. They've done a really nice job of generating turnovers, top 35 team in all of college basketball. Now they go up against a Utah Valley team that just has not been able to splash it in there from three-point range. Bottom 10 team in all of college basketball with regards to three-point shooting percentage away from home. Now, got a Utah Valley team that should be able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. Abilene Christian, as per usual, they are struggling on the boards. They're in 23rd in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, Trayvon Doris, the 7-footer down low that comes in from Utah State, he's able to give you a block and a half, 7 points, 7 boards. So I love what he's able to bring to the table for a Utah Valley team that is about 176th in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. But still, I do think that this is a good spot here for this bunch in Abilene Christian, just because they do such a good job of trying turnovers. And you've got a Utah Valley team that's well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. With Utah Valley, you've got Caleb Stone-Carrawell has been able to shoot about 33% from 3, supplying about 12 points per contest. Drake Allen has been able to chip in there 11 points per game. Past that, you haven't gotten much of anything in Abilene Christian at home. They're allowing opponents to shoot just 30.2% from 3 points, and Utah Valley has had a little bit of a tough time being able to guard the arc as well. Utah Valley, 93rd in all of college basketball in terms of 3-point shooting percentage by opponents, and it actually goes down when they're on the road, so they've been a little bit better when they've been away from home. But that said, with this Abilene Christian team, you've got someone like an Ali Abdu-Diba who's been able to give you 15 points per contest, shoots it relatively okay from 3-point range. You've had Arion Simmons be able to supply the team with about 5.5 rebounds per game. Even though this team is going to lose the battle down low, I do think that he's going to be able to help out a little bit in sort of mitigating that loss. And then additionally, for Abilene Christian, you got someone like a Hunter Jack Madden. He's able to pop it well from 3-point range. Abilene Christian as a whole, they shoot about 33.5 to 34% from 3-point range. I do think that the overall depth of Abilene Christian, along with just the harebrained style that they play at, that I feel like is just so hard to prepare for, is going to allow them to be able to get the job done in this ordeal. I did set Abilene Christian as a 4-point favorite. They come in relatively hot, as they've been able to go on a really nice win streak here from really the beginning of February on. And for Utah Valley, they just have not been able to get it going all season long, with just having a backcourt that has been less than impressive. I think that Abilene Christian makes their win streak 8. I am going to be willing to lay with them, and did set my total 142. I do think that this is going to be close enough for late game filling, and Abilene Christian is an up-tempo team that's gotten to at least 75 points in 3 of their last 4 games, and it's a Utah Valley team that's mid-tempo, and they've been able to get past the 70-point plateau in 3 out of their last 5 games. So, going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Abilene Christian. 671, 672 on the betting board. Florida is the road face-off against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt is a underdog of 10 points. Your total on this game, it is 151 to 151.5 with Vanderbilt. I did set them as an underdog of 10.5 points. 10 is max I'm willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it. Florida's not like some amazing 3-point shooting team or anything like that. They just absolutely pound you on the glass. They're a top 5 team in the country in terms of percentage of missed shots that result in an offensive rebound. You've got a trio of guys in Alex Condon, Turi Samuel, Micah Hanglon that all give you at least 6.4 rebounds per game. Between the 3 of these guys, they give you about 21 boards per contest. On top of that, you now have Zion Pullen, who's been pulling in buckets, shooting 43.5% from 3-point range, 15.5 points per contest for a Florida Florida team that, 11.9 turnovers per game, considering they're a top 20 team in terms of tempo, that's not too bad. And for Vanderbilt, the one thing that they do okay is actually protect the ball. Ezra Magnon, their main point guard, 14.5 points, 3.5 assists, and 2 turnovers per contest. But for Vanderbilt, he is the only out of their top 5 scorers that's shooting about 32.5% from 3. And I say top 5 scorers because they've got so many guys that are in and out of the fold that it's been absolutely ridiculous this season. They just weren't able to get any sort of production whatsoever out of Colin Smith and Lou Dort, who were supposed to be really good forwards for them, and as a result, you've got Van Allen Lubin pretty much being the only guy in the roster. This gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. Vanderbilt, well, outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. They are outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So it has been relatively rough. Causes Camateros is the only guy on the roster that's shooting above 33% from three-point range, and he gives you 4.5 points per contest. So I do think that Florida should be able to really take it to a Vanderbilt team that it just feels like they're really starting to bottom out as well. They have now given up at least 75 points in each of their last 5 games for Vanderbilt. They've had a few triumphs on offense. They were able to get a cover against Kentucky. They were able to put up 82 against Arkansas, but I do think that overall it is going to be a little bit of a rough state of affairs for them as well. I do think that they're able to get a little bit of offense going against a Florida team that, when they are away from home, they certainly do give it up from three-point range. This is a Florida team that allows opponents from three-point range to be able to pop it at a clip of in that neighborhood about 36%, and they are giving up north of 13 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. So I did somebody total 142.5 or the 151, looking at the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 10 with Florida. 673, 674 on the betting board. Xavier is going to be playing us Marquette, and Marquette is a slim favorite. You're going to be getting them anywhere between 1 to 1.5, and your total on this game is saying between 158.5 and 159. And I said Marquette as a 1.5 point favorite. At a 1 or less, I'm willing to lay it. Once we get to 2, that is my buy point on Xavier. And we saw some very early, shall we say, overseas numbers that were more like Marquette being like a 2 to a 3 point favorite. And if we could get back there, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Xavier because Marquette, they're going to be without Tyler Kolek in this game. And Tyler Kolek has been absolutely incredible. We've seen Marquette without him, and I'll say Marquette is not completely awful without Tyler Kolek, but at the same time, you lose one of the best guards in all of college basketball, and that's going to affect you as Kolek gives you north of 7 assists per contest, shoots it well from three-point range. He's able to generate turnovers. He is really the lifeblood of a Marquette team that is a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while being a top 50 team in terms of offensive efficiency as well. It's been a Marquette unit that has been in the top 20 nationally with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and now they have to go up against a Xavier unit that is going to have the advantage down low with Abdul Usman, who comes in from North Texas, doing a nice job being able to supply this team with about 6.5 rebounds per game. He's able to chip in there a block to a block and a half per contest as well. And then you've got a pair of guys in the backcourt that have been able to do a nice job of elevating the team, and Desmond Claude, Quincy Alveri, they combine for about 35 points, 9.5 rebounds. Alveri has been able to shoot 42.5% from three-point range, and on the flip side for this Marquette bunch, now with having Kolek being out of the fold, you're going to need to really have Oso Aguilera be able to win that battle down low. 14 points, 7 boards, a block, and a steal per contest, but you still do have a pair of guys that shoot north of 38.5% from three-point range. David Joplin, along with Cam Jones. These two guys, they're able to supply you with about 27 points per contest, and it is still a Marquette team without Kolek. You still have guys with active hands like Stevie Mitchell, who's able to generate about 2 steals per contest. Chase Ross has been relatively solid as well, but it's just not the same team. Marquette, to their credit, they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, and this is a Xavier bunch that they're not going to go out there and is going to sell out for steals or anything like that, but it's a Marquette team that has been relatively average in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. They go up against a Xavier unit that at home they only allow you to shoot 30.7% from the outside, and with Marquette just really not having a lot down low, and with Xavier having Usman to be able to protect the rim, I do think that allows Xavier to be able to get the job done. I do think that the scoring is going to be bogged down just a little bit with Kolek not being in the fold. So I did set my total 155. I'm going to be taking a look at the total under. Now with Marquette, was one to lay up to 1 with them, 2 or more. We're going to be taking the points with Xavier, and it looks like the Xavier line is where we're going to be trending with. 675, 676 on the betting board. Tarleton State is going to be playing us to Seattle. Seattle is a 2.5 point underdog with your total 139.5 to 138.5. And since Seattle is a 1.5 point favorite, I'm going to be taking them outright on the money line for Tarleton State. They've been really able to catch some fire recently as they go on that nice long win streak, and for some reason they're bringing back Billy Gillespie after this year. I don't know, this interim coaching regime, I think that they should be sticking with them. They've been able to get really good results, and Billy Gillespie has been dealing with a bunch of health issues. That's a conversation for a different podcast on a different day though, but that said, with the Seattle team, I just love their well-roundedness. You've got a pair of guys that are able to help out your main scorer in Cam Tyson and John Christophilius, along with Alex Shoemaker. They both give you 13 points per contest. Shoemaker doles out 4.8 assists per contest. Christophilius shoots 40% from three. That main guy in Tyson has been able to give you 18 points, shoots 38% from three-point range. But then on top of that, you've got a pair of guys in Brandon Chatfield, Kobe Williamson, who have been able to supply 12 rebounds per contest. Down low, they give you about 2.5 blocks per game. And then for Tarleton, what has been the lifeblood of this team has been turnovers. They're a top 25 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but if they don't get that turnover, they're outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and Tarleton State is outside the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate. Seattle is a top 75 team in terms of their rebound rate, as you've been able to get a bit more down low recently out of Keandre Caddy, who's been able to supply the team with about 7 rebounds per game. It's a Tarleton State unit that shoots north of 75% of the free throw line, so they've done little things well. They only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, and Ja'Cory Smith is a nice go-to scorer. He's been able to supply the team with 16 points per game, but with Seattle being as locked down on defense as they are, they're a top 35 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, number 8 in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Even though it is a Tarleton State team that they look to pound it down low a little bit more, I do think that Seattle going to be able to take hold of this game, and it's been a Tarleton State unit that has been incredibly hot with their offense, but they're still a unit that is outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. I do think that this is going to be a bogged down, little bit of a slow bleeder of a game involving a Seattle team that's given up 65 points or fewer in all but 2 out of their last 7 games, and I do think that Tarleton State has come back to earth a little bit more with their offense after scoring just 60 against Utah Valley. So set my line at 1.5. I'm willing to take Seattle outright on the money line and made my total 135.5. Also looked at the under 677, 678 on the betting board. It is CCU playing against Central Florida, and Central Florida is an underdog of 7.5 to 8 points. Your total on this game is 142 to 142.5 with TCU. I did set them as a favorite of 7.5 points here at the 8. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Central Florida. Now Central Florida is a top 15 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, so they don't play like that on the road. On the road, they're giving up north of 17 points more per 100 possessions than they do at home, but I do think that they're going to do an okay job against a TCU unit that has been able to really ascend with their three-point shooting. TCU from distance, they're shooting 36.2% from the outside, as you've got a pair of guys in Emmanuel Miller, a couple of Jacoby Coles, who have both been able to shoot north of 38% from the outside. Between these two gentlemen, you're able to get 25.5 points per game with Emmanuel Miller supplying 16 of those, and TCU has been one of the best teams in terms of ripping the ball away. A top 45 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Playing against a Central Florida team that's in that same vein. They've been able to generate nearly 9 steals per contest. Problem for Central Florida is that they just don't have the outside shooting that TCU does. They shoot as a collective about 31% from the outside. Out of their top 8 scorers, they've got one guy that shoots north of 31% from three-point range, and Darius Johnson. But with Darius Johnson, he also throws in there 2.3 steals, 4 assists. He's a nice stat sheet stuffer, while Jalen Sellers, he's your top scorer with 16 points per game. Last season at Ball State shot about 44% from distance. This year, that is down to about 30%. But I do think that UCF is going to be able to hold in there as well with the guy in Abriba Diallo. He's giving you between about 5.5 to 6 rebounds per game, multiple blocks per contest. He's coming from San Jose State, and he's been able to do a relatively nice job for a UCF team that, in terms of rebound rate, they're about 72nd in all of college basketball. TCU, they've been very good with regards to their rebound rate at 37th, and I do think that this is going to be a bogged down, little bit more of a grind of a game, despite the fact that TCU, now a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, did set my total at a 143.5. I was referencing those home and road splits with Central Florida. I do think that that's going to allow TCU to get just enough scoring for an over in this spot. I think that you could be in for some late game following as well, so I am going to be taking a look at the over, but with TCU, could only make them a 7.5 point favorite. Willing to take a with Central Florida and the over 679, 680 on the betting board. Oregon State plays us to Colorado, and Colorado is a road favorite of 8 to 8.5 points. So all this game is between 144 and 145. Colorado, I did set as a 12.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now, Colorado has some pretty big home and road splits of their own. They are generating fewer than 14 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. And you've got an Oregon State team that they give up more than 16 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than in a road or neutral court environment. And it just always feels like it's a sleepy spot for so many teams out there in Corvallis. Oregon State put 92 up on the board against Utah a few nights ago. And to the credit of Oregon State, they've gotten past the 70-point plateau in each of their last 4 games. But I do think that the overall rebounding of Colorado is just going to take it to this Oregon State team. Oregon State outside the top 225 with regards to their rebound rate. You've got Tyler Bladew, Michael Rotage, who have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. Of Bladew shoots 34% from three. He's been able to supply the team with 14.5 points per game, but it's all about Jordan Pope and his offense, 18 points per contest. He shoots about 37.5% from the outside. Meanwhile, you've got a Colorado unit that, as a whole, they shoot 40% from three. Now, that does go down to about 35% from distance away from home, but you've got, out of your top 5 scorers, all but one of them supplying you with at least 5.4 rebounds per game. KJ Simpson, 19 points, 5 assists. He has been absolutely incredible on that front for a Colorado team that they're not going to generate a lot of turnovers, and they themselves do turn the ball over 13 times per contest. Fortunately for them, you're going up against an Oregon State defense that doesn't really generate a lot of steals, and they themselves are turning the ball over about 12.5 times per game, as you do truly have two teams that are coming in very hot with regards to their offense in this one, as this Colorado's bunch, they have gotten to at least 79 points in each of their last 5 games, and for Colorado, they've gotten to at least 79 points in 7 out of their last 8 games, so it's an interesting circumstance here. I did set my total at a 144.5. Here at the 145, I think we've gone a little bit too far, because I do think that with Oregon State, we are going to see that inevitable regression. They're still outside the top 150 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they're also a bunch of still well outside the top 225 in terms of total possessions per game. So diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Colorado. Made them a 12.5 point favorite, 681, 682 on the betting board. Boston College, they are going to be on the road playing against Louisville. Louisville is a 4 to a 3.5 point home underdog with your total between 150.5 and 151. I made my total a 146.5, so I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under, but with Boston College, I did feel like they should be more of a favorite of 3.5 points here, so I'm going to be willing to take it with Louisville. It's been a Louisville team that has just been all over the place this far this season in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are checking in right around about 300th in all of college basketball, but you've also got a Boston College team that it just feels like it sort of comes and goes with this offense as well. Quinton Post, you know what you're going to be up against out of him. 16 points, 7 boards, a true 7-footer that's able to pop in from three-point range. He's been absolutely incredible for a Boston College team that, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, right around about 102nd in all of college basketball. And for Louisville, boy, oh boy, you want to talk about coming and going. This team is 243rd in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Feels like they're going to give you either 85 or 60. You just don't have a lot of in between with them. Brandon Huntley Hatfield, though, should be able to do a relatively solid job down low. He's been able to supply this team with about 8.5 rebounds per game. And they do go up against the Boston College team that they make the most out of their possessions. A relatively mid-tempo team that only turns the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Louisville, they do turn the ball over about 12.5 times per game, but they do go up against a Boston College unit that they just haven't necessarily been able to generate a lot of turnovers all season long. And for Boston College, they're in a little bit of a funk right now themselves. 70 points or fewer scored in each of their last 4 games. The defense has been a little bit rough to say the least. They've given up 80-plus points in now 3 out of their last 5, and you've got a Louisville team that has been getting absolutely cooked with regards to their defense as well. This team has now given up at least 80 points in all but 1 out of their last 6 games. They've given up at least, I believe, 72 points in every one of them, but you do have Mikey James, Sky Clark, Trey White, who all give you 12.5 to 13 points per contest. James has been able to shoot about 35.5% from three-point range, but outside of he and Brandon Huntley Hatfield, don't have a lot of outside shooting. This team as a whole, they only shoot about 30% from the outside, but they do go up against a Boston College team as outside the top 225 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so it's a situation of a lot's got to give here. You've got a Boston College team that should be able to do a relatively solid job down low with having Quinton Post, Seven McLaughlin. He's been able to give you about 5 to 6 rebounds per game, and I do like the way that Jaden Zachary has been able to give you a little bit more from the outside as well, but it's a Boston College offense that has really been coming back to earth recently, about 184th in the country for them in terms of rebound rate, and I do think that this Louisville team, being about 179th in the country with that regard, that's going to be able to keep them lively in this one. This is a total I set out of 146.5 with both of these teams in relatively bad form, so looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take 4+ here with Louisville, 683, 684 on the betting board. Quakers of Penn play host at Princeton, and Princeton is finding themselves as a road favorite. You have to lay between 6 and 7 points with them. Total on this game is 141.5. The opener was 5.5. Personally, I would rather lay at 6 rather than take it 7, and I did jump in on this a little bit earlier, but with this Princeton unit, they just do all the little things well. They're a top 20 team in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. They're a top 30 team with their free throw shooting percentage. They do a really good job of just maximizing their possessions, and they're an okay shooting team. They're not an amazing three-point shooting team, but they do shoot as a collective about 35.5 to at 36% from three. Xavier Lee has been rather incredible for this team, 18 plus points. He's able to give you about 6 boards, 4 plus assists. Sachi Sufferer. Meanwhile, Camden Pierce has been able to give you about 9 rebounds per game down low, and it's a Princeton team that they really don't have a lot of depth, but they don't foul. They're outside the top 300 with regards to fouls committed on a per possession basis. They really don't put you on the free throw line. Now, they don't get to the free throw line a lot as well because they are attempting a lot of threes, but Princeton relatively solid with the way that they lock down from three-point range as well. Opponents shoot about 33.2% from distance against them when they're in a road/neutral court setting, and for this Penn team, it has been rough for their defense. They are well outside the top 240 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They are 259th in opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I will say this about Penn. They're going to have a little bit of advantage down low. Nick Spinoso has been able to do such a job. He's been able to give you about 7 or so rebounds per game, and they've been dealing with some injuries all season long. Most of their injured pieces are back, so they're about as healthy as they have been all season long. Your main scorer has been Clark Slagert, who's been able to give you 18 points. He was out for a little bit of time towards conference play, but he's been able to chip in there about 2.5 assists per contest. And Spinoso, I mentioned before, he's also giving you about 3.8 assists per contest. This for a Penn team that overall shoots about 37% from the outside. You've got a 43.5% three-point shooter in Sam Brown, who's been relatively solid, but I do think that with this Princeton unit just having all that they've got in terms of being able to support both Pierce along with Lee, with Matt Aloko going Aloko, 12.5 points, shooting 42% from three, and Aloko, Pierce, and Lee all give between 3.2 and 3.7 assists per game. Very unselfish team. Blake Peters, Zach Martinelli being able to both give you about 7.5 points per contest. I do think that Princeton has just enough to be able to get the job done here, and I do trust in them because they're just flat out the smarter team in a battle of smart kids. They've also given up 70 points for free and for their last 5 games, the lone exception against a harebrained Cornell team, while you've got a Penn unit that has been able to get to at least 70 points in each of their last 4 games, but man, they have really been giving it up as well. 74 plus points surrendered in each of their last 3 games, at least 69 points given up, very nice in each of their last 5, so very interesting circumstance. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6 with Princeton, and in terms of this total, it is going to be one that I'm going to be taking a look at the over on, set my total at a 142.5. Do think that this might be close enough for late game felling. 685, 686 on the betting board. It is Baylor, and at the road they're facing off against Texas Tech. The Rambling Wreck of Texas Tech finds themselves as a favorite of 1.5 to 2 points. Total's game is 147.5. It is a Texas Tech team that has benefited very much from being at home this season in terms of points scored on a per possession basis of about 4.5 points, while that points allowed on a per possession basis mark, that is more like 12 to 13. So they've really been able to rein it in there, and Baylor does have a similar split. Baylor has been up and down with their defense all season long. They're giving up about 9.5 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than when they're at home. And despite the fact that this is a Baylor team that's about 157th in the country, just points allowed on a per possession basis, I'm going to be willing to ride with them. I set them as a 2-point favorite, so I'm going to be looking at Baylor right on the money line. It has been a Baylor unit that has been struggling a little bit more with their three-point shot in conference, but still for the season is shooting 40% from three-point range. And Baylor should be able to win the battle down low. Texas Tech has been outside the top 75 in terms of their rebound rate. Meanwhile, Baylor, despite the fact that he's in the C, is really the lone guy that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, though Jalen Bridges is emerging with 5.4 boards himself. This team has been a top 40 unit with regards to the rebound rate. They do a nice job of valuing the ball. Ray J. Dennis, Jacoby Walter, they've been able to combine for about 28 points per contest. Now, I will say this, you do have Dennis who's been turning the ball over right in that neighborhood about 3.5 times per contest. That is a little bit unsightly, but you've got a Texas Tech unit that just doesn't play the same defense that we've seen under Graham McCaslin in past years while he was over at North Texas, obviously. But for this Texas Tech team, it has been an offense that has been very touch and go and very reliant upon the 3 ball. You've got to love what you've been able to get out of Potts Isaacs along with Joe Toussaint in the backcourt, combined 28.5 points per contest. They combine for 8 assists, but they do also turn the ball over between the two of them nearly 4.8 times per contest. Neither of these guys really pop it from 3. That's why you've got James McMillan, Damian Williams, who have been able to combine to shoot about 42.5% from 3-point range. With Williams, he's been able to give you about 7.5 boards per contest, and if I called him Damian, it's Darian Williams, so I apologize to him, but that said, he's been able to do a relatively solid job for the Texas Tech team that does shoot about 78% of the free throw line. And in a late game fouling situation, you got each of your top 4 scorers shooting at least 85% of the free throw line, which is just absolutely remarkable from the Texas Tech unit. But I do think that Baylor going to do just enough to be able to pull this one out, because with Texas Tech, this has been a team that has been having a little bit of a tough time guarding the 3-point arc all season long. Obviously, they've been much better at home rather than on the road, but Texas Tech overall overall, with regards to their opponent's three-point shooting percentage, that's checking in right around about 107th in all of college basketball. It is a Baylor team that, once again, they've got their home and road splits as well with this regard, allowing opponents to shoot 30.3% from 3 at home, more like 37% away from home. But I do think that Baylor finds a way to pull this one out. I do think that this is going to be a lower possession game. Both of these teams, well, outside the top 150 with regards to total possessions per game. I do think that shot making is going to be there, but I do think that in the end, it's going to be a little bit slowed down. I think that Baylor wins this game with Eves Missy along with Bridges doing a solid job on the glass, even though Warren Washington, the 7-footer for Texas Tech, has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. It's been a Texas Tech team that has been a little bit iffy down low. I do think that Baylor, they find a way to be able to pull this one out. I like Baylor outright on the money line, set them as a 2-point favorite, and semi-total 146 here at the 147.5, also looking unders. 687, 688 on the betting board. Clemson, it's a road face-off against Wake Forest, and Wake Forest finds themselves as a 3-point favorite, and your total, you're going to be getting that anywhere between 149 to 149.5, seeing some 150s popping up as well. And with Wake Forest, I did set them more of a favorite of 3 points. I'm starting to see 3.5s populate, and 3.5 is going to be my buy point on Clemson. As a matter of fact, the opener was 3.5, so going to be taking a look at Clemson in this spot as long as this number holds. As for Clemson, it has been rough with regards to their defense throughout much of the season, but ever since Jack Clark has been able to come back in the fold, he's been able to help this team out down low. He's able to give you about 5 boards. Hasn't necessarily been too much of a score, but I think that that's big against the Wake Forest team that we've just seen it from them the last few seasons. They've had such a tough time being able to guard, not just inside, but along the perimeter as well. Wake Forest, with regards to their perimeter defense, it's been quite a bit better this year. They're up to about 108th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but now it's allowing opponents to shoot 33.3% from three-point range at home. That's the same rate that Clemson allows teams to shoot in a road/neutral-court setting. And for Clemson, I think that they're going to be able to do a nice job winning the battle down low. Ian Shefflin, P.J. Hall combined for nearly 17 rebounds per game. Hall is able to give you 19 points per contest, and then Joe Girard is a north of 40% three-point shooter that has just been a good bucket getter overall for the team. Flip side, you've got a Wake Forest team that just doesn't have as much depth as Clemson as well. You gotta love what Hunter Sales brings to the table. 18 points, shoots 41% from three-point range, and all of your top 4 scorers and 5 out of your top 6 scorers do shoot at least 35.5% from three-point range, but just haven't been able to have Jabari Monsanto be able to stay out there on the floor. Austin Carr, Efton Reed, they combine for about 14.5 rebounds per game, but other than these two guys, you really have absolutely nothing down low as well. Kevin Boopy Miller has been able to do a nice job being able to facilitate as well, but any sort of a sign of foul trouble is going to be an issue for this Wake Forest team that in terms of rebound rate, despite the fact that you've got 2 pretty dominant rebounders, they're about 114th in all of college basketball. Got a Clemson unit that's checking in the top 50 with this respect. I do think that Clemson going to be able to do a solid job down low, with Wake Forest starting to have their issues being able to guard the arc and just their overall defensive issues, as Clemson, they themselves are well outside the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. But for this Clemson unit, they've given up fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you got a Wake Forest team that's given up at least 70 in each of their last 4. I do think that Clemson going to be able to do a solid job here, and I do like the way that Clemson has been able to play a little bit better on defense recently. So I did set my total 149 here at the 150, looking at the under, and anything north of 3, taking those points with Clemson, 689, 690 on the betting board. Long Beach State is going to be playing us UC Davis. UC Davis is a underdog of 2.5 points, and your total on this game is between 147 and 149, and with Long Beach State, I did set them as a favorite of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number for UC Davis. Just a very top-heavy team. You got to love Elijah Pepper, what he's able to bring to the table. He's been able to give the team north of 20 points per contest, 4 boards, a few assists, so he has been highly productive. And then Ty Johnson does a nice job being sort of that Robin scorer with 16 points. He's able to chip in there a few boards as well, but for UC Davis, despite the fact that they're about a national average team in terms of their rebound rate, you don't have anyone on the roster that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, and now you have to go up against Traore squared, as Lucina Traore is more of your low post presence. Abakar Traore, he's been a little bit more along the outside, with Abakar 12 points, 8 boards, 4 assists, a steal, and a block and a half per contest, while Lucina Traore 10.5 rebounds, 11.5 points per game. He has been tremendous for a Long Beach State team that they only shoot about 30% from three-point range, and it is a UC Davis team that, to their credit, they're a top 75 unit in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're pretty good at guarding the perimeter, a top 130 team in all of college basketball with that respect, and it is a Long Beach State team that they've got some issues being able to guard the 3. Not so much at home, though. They allow opponents to shoot 33.3% from three-point range at home. That balloons well north of 36% when they're away from home. They were hoping for a little bit more out of Issa Silva, who's only been able to give you about 3 points per contest, but all in all, it is the Long Beach State team that I just feel like it benefits them that they've got a little bit more depth in this game. Outside of Pepper and Johnson, you've got one other player that gives you north of 6 points per game, Kane Milling, who's been able to supply 9.5 points per contest, shoots about 32% from three. But for UC Davis, the 13.7 turnovers per game, I think is going to be an issue. They're a bottom 50 team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. And Long Beach State is not necessarily like a heat-seeking missile with Seals, but I think they're above average team in terms of being able to force turnovers. It's been a Long Beach State unit that has struggled themselves on defense, giving up at least 73 points each of their last 4 games. But you're staring at a UC Davis team that has scored 70 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that it's going to be a case where Long Beach State is going to be able to win the battle down low, and that'll allow them to be able to win this game overall. And I do think the Long Beach State turns some of those steals into some offense as well. I did set my total 151. I like the over. And with Long Beach State, I made them a 5-point favorite. They're a top 50 team with regards to total possessions per game, so I trust in them getting their tempo in this one. I'm willing to lay it with Long Beach State and going to be taking a look at the over. 691, 692 on the betting board. Georgia, it's a road face-off against Auburn, and Auburn is a 16 to a 17-point favorite. And your total on this game, it is 150 to 151. With Georgia, I did set them as an underdog of 15 points. I'm going to be willing to take these points. Now, it's a Auburn team that is one of the most complete in all of college basketball. Top 45 team in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Auburn has been a top 20 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, a top 50 team in terms of rebound rate, with Gianni Broom cleaning up 16.5 points, 8.5 boards, shooting now 36.5% from 3. And for Auburn, each of your top 4 scorers are currently shooting north of 36.2% from the outside. And for Auburn, they only turn the ball over about 10.5 times for contest, but there are still a few vulnerabilities when it comes to this team. They certainly are a team that has been much better at home rather than on the road, both in terms of an offensive respect and a defensive respect. But for Georgia, gotta love what you're able to get in the backcourt out of your 2 main guys, as you've been able to have a combined about 25 points per contest out of Noah Tomlinson, along with Jabri Abdul-Rahim. With Abdul-Rahim, he shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range, and then you've got your main facilitator, who's been able to give you about 3.5 assists per game, and Justin Hill has been able to do a solid job of being able to keep things relatively clean. Only turns the ball over about 1.5 times per game for a Georgia team that they aren't amazing in any respect, but once again, they're a team that they really don't have that one fatal weakness. They shoot about 33% from 3, 74% the free throw line. They are outside the top 125 with regards to rebound rate, but Russell Shea was a 7-footer that gives you 6 boards. You've got RJ Melendez, who, what is he? We don't know, because he does everything relatively decent, nothing great. 10 points, a steal, 4.5 rebounds with some size. Pop threes, doesn't necessarily shoot them well, but he's able to give them a little bit of everything. And I do think that a big key for this team is going to be Blue Kane, what he's able to give you moving forward, because he's been a relatively good sharpshooter for the team throughout the season, but he's been a little bit hot and cold here in SEC play. I do think that Georgia going to do just enough to hold in this one. This is a rematch of a game that we did see a few weeks ago, and in that game, Georgia did get bludgeoned by a count of 97 to 76 in that game. Auburn shot 14 of 26 from 3, Georgia 3 of 14 from the outside, and I do think that this Georgia team is inferior to that of Auburn. I do think that those numbers should iron out just a little bit, though, to allow Georgia to be able to cover this game. I set my line at 15, so going to be willing to take the points, and did set my total 155. This Auburn team has really been able to do a nice job of being able to get their offense set up, and you've got a Georgia unit along with an Auburn unit that has been playing a little bit more up-tempo. Both of these teams do clock in the top 125 in terms of total possessions per game, and in the case of Auburn, 66th in the country. So looking at the over and the points with Georgia, 693, 694 on the betting board. It is Duke playing us in North Carolina, and Duke is a 4.5-point favorite with your total 150. Duke looking for revenge from the last time these two teams match up a little bit over a month ago, and I think they get it. I set my line at 5.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Duke. It's a Duke unit that has been just so gosh darn efficient, and really both of these teams have, and this is just a tremendous rivalry in general. And with Duke, they're in the top 25. There's the fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, with Kyle Filipowski being one of the best safety surfers in all of college basketball. When he's not getting involved in court stormings, he's given the team 16 points, 8 boards, and shooting 35% from 3. And it's a Duke team that has really been able to do a nice job locking it down on defense as well. Really, both of these teams have. Both of these teams are top 30 teams in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. North Carolina has given up 71 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. You've got a Duke team that has now allowed fewer than 65 points in 4 out of their last 5 games as well. So they're both coming in relatively good form. Gotta love what Jeremy Roach has provided for this Duke team as well. He's here and Jared McCain combined shoot about 42.5% for 3 and 27.5 points per contest, while the best peer scorer might be RJ Davis on the side of North Carolina. Give you about 21.5 points per contest. He's been able to pop it from 3-point range at about a 35.5% clip for a North Carolina team. And he's only turned the ball over about 10 times per contest. A lot of this game might come down to perimeter perimeter defense, and Duke has been very good at being able to guard the arc at home, allowing opponents to shoot just 30.8% from three-point range. In North Carolina, after they were just so ghastly with their defense in past years, it has really turned around for them, and they allow opponents to shoot just 27.7% from distance away from home. I do think that there's going to be a little bit of regression with that, and you do have Armando Bacot along with Harrison Ingram doing amazing work down low. They're combining for about 19.5 rebounds per game, 26.5 points per contest, but have to wonder if some of these guys that you might need to step up, like a Cormac Ryan, like Elliott could do, if they're going to be able to give you exactly what you need. It's a Duke unit that has really been able to do a dominant job on defense throughout, and you saw the first time around, both of these teams, they were coming in relatively good form with regards to their defense, and that was a 93-84 North Carolina win, where North Carolina shot 9-24 from 3, Duke just 5-19. Both of these teams just have an uncanny ability to be able to speed themselves up and play high-scoring games. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that here. I did set my line at a 153.5 on this total. I like the over-end with Duke. Made them a 5.5-point favorite. I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be close enough for late game filling to help out with the over, and I do think that Duke gets their revenge. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and looking at the over. 695, 696 on the betting board. Wyoming hits the road face-off against Fresno State, and Fresno State is a favorite of between 1.5 to 2 points. And your total on this game, it is 140.5, and I did see a 1 out there as well, and even if you're at a 1.5, I'm willing to lay it with Fresno State. I did set them as a 2-point favorite. It has been a no good, very bad, awful recent run here for really both of these teams, as you've got a little bit more life right now with this Wyoming unit just because they have been able to do a nice job of being able to shoot the three. Wyoming overall is a top 75 team in terms of their three-point shooting percentage. Sam Griffin, Kukat, these guys have been able to combine for north of 30 points per contest, with Griffin shooting in the high 30s from three-point range, and been able to get a little bit more down low out of some of these guys. Out of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them, they have been able to give you at least 5 rebounds per game out of your top 5 scorers, as the top rebounder for this team has been Cam Menu, who's been able to give you about 7 boards per contest, has been a little bit in and out of the fold, but do like what I'm seeing there. But for Fresno State, what I think is so key for this team is being able to have Isaiah Hill be able to dole out the ball with 6 assists, 12.5 points per game, and both of these teams really do have their turnover woes. Fresno State turned the ball for 12.5 times per contest. It's a Wyoming unit that has been shooting the 36.5% from three-point range I laid out before, but the nearly 13 turnovers per game, that's been a bit unsightly for them. And for Wyoming, it's so interesting because if you take a look at their home and road splits, they are a far worse offense when they're on the road rather than at home. They take a fall off of about 12.5 points per 100 possessions. Meanwhile, if you take a look at their defense, they're actually playing better defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they leave home rather than when they are at home. And you've got a Fresno State team as well outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. For Fresno State, they're overall about 300th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And you've got a Wyoming unit that certainly is allowing quite a few open threes as well. Wyoming, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, 225th in all of college basketball. That falls at 32% away from home, but I do think that Fresno State going to be able to bang through just enough threes to be able to get this one done, and I do think that both teams get to 70. So, did set my total 144. I'm looking at the over in Fresno State. Made them a 2-point favorite, so want to lay a 1/1.5. 697, 698 on the betting board. UC San Diego is going to be playing against Cal Poly. Cal Poly is a underdog of double figures. You're going to be getting between 18 and 19 points with them. Total is between 138 and 139. And with UC San Diego, I did set them as an 18.5 point favorite. Personally, in this situation, I would rather take the 19 rather than lay the 18, just because I do think that there might be some just bringing guys out for senior day and one last hurrah thing for UC San Diego in this sort of situation. And Cal Poly did play a little bit better a few nights ago against UC Irvine. Lost that game by double figures, but they were able to get a quality cover. And for this Cal Poly team, I mean, it's just been rough for them. They're outside the top 250 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do have Kobe Sanders, who's giving you nearly 19 points per contest. Both of these teams have a demonstrative score, with Bryce Pope on the flip side for UC San Diego being able to supply the team with about 18.5 points per game. It's a San Diego team that's pretty well rounded. They're in the top 125 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, while Cal Poly, they're well rounded for all the wrong reasons. But with Cal Poly, they've been able to have Joel Armitage be able to give you about 5 rebounds per game. They're going to get crushed on the glass as they are outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate, but it's not like the San Diego team has been some sort of a world beater on the glass either. With San Diego, they're about 215th of the country with regards to rebound rate. They don't have a guy on on the roster. That gives you north of 6 rebounds per game. Down low, you've been able to get a little bit of something out of Emmanuel Shaminga, but he's been a bit in and out of the fold as well. Tyler McGee shoots 41% from 3, 14 points per contest, but also does shoot 58% at the free throw line as well. It's a San Diego team that really does a nice job valuing the ball. They only turn the ball over about 10 times per contest. To the credit of Cal Poly, the offense has been a little bit better recently, 68 plus points in 3 out of the last 4 games. They're still riding a 19-game losing streak, and it's still been all sorts of pathetic. Meanwhile, you've got a San Diego bunch that they've been a bit all over the place in terms of both their offense and their defense. They've now given up at least 69 points in each of their last 4 games, so I do think that we could get a modicum of scoring here from Cal Poly. I did set my total at a 138.5 here at the 138. I'm going to be looking at the over, and at 19 or more, going to be looking at those points with Cal Poly. 699, 700 on the betting board. Oregon is going to be playing against Utah, and Utah is a 3 to a 4-point underdog, and your total on this game is between 151 and 152, and I said Oregon is a 4.5-point favorite. Going to be one to lay the number. I think that home and road splits really come into play here for Utah. I mean, we've seen this team be so vastly different based on the location, and for Utah, they are giving up north of 20 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, and if this game is coming down to free throw shooting with regards to the cover, Utah is also shooting 64.8% at the free throw line. That's not great now. Davion Smith, he's been one of the better point guards in all of college basketball since he took over the reins for the injured Raleigh Worcester. 6.8 assists, 2.5 turnovers per game. He's able to give you 12.5 points per game, while Brandon Carlson, he shoots 36% from 3 as a true 7-footer. That's able to give you a block and a half per contest, but I do think that N'Faly Dante is going to be very key for this Oregon team. 15 points, 8.5 boards, steal and a half, nearly 2 blocks per contest. He has been so good on the defensive side for an Oregon team that, much like Utah, they have been hot and cold with regards to their defense, and they just defend so much differently when they're at home rather than on the road. On the road, Oregon is allowing opponents to shoot north of 37.5% from 3-point range. At home, that's more like 31%. As Oregon, they're giving up about 10.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road or neutral court environment. Meanwhile, Utah, as I was laying out before, it's officially 21.8 points per 100 possessions that they allow when they are away from home. But you've got for Oregon some nice ancillary pieces that are able to pop it from 3-point range, as you've been able to have Kerry Oquendo shoot about 38% from 38 points per contest. When Keyshawn Bartholomew was out there, he was doing a solid job. He's been out of the fold for quite some time, but the man that's taken over the reins for them is Jadarian Tracy. Tracy has done a nice job of being able to land himself some extra minutes, give you a little bit of facilitation, shoot 36% from 3-point range. He's stepped up in a big way for an Oregon team that has been touch and go with regards to their offense, I think is the most fair way of putting it. And you've got a Utah bunch that they've been able to get it going on offense as well. 88 plus points in each of their last 3 games after they had scored 70 or fewer in their previous 2. Both of these teams do come in a little bit of rough form with regards to their defense, but I do think that Oregon going to be able to hold up down low. I do think that they find a way to get the job done, and I do think that with Oregon's improved perimeter defense, that is going to allow them to be able to keep this total under as well. So I did set my total 148.5. Opener was 149.5, so this is shot up. I like the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with Oregon. 7-1, 7-2 on the betting board. UT Rio Grande Valley is going to be playing us through Southern Utah. Southern Utah is between a 4.5 to a 5.5 point road favorite, and your total on this game, it is 154. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, set my total 149, just with how bad of form both of these offenses are in. They're both well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Southern Utah hardly shooting 30% from 3-point range, and for UT Rio Grande Valley, it's been even worse for them, as Grand Valley now has been dealing with quite a few injuries in the backcourt, and they've been dealing with some injuries with regards to just guys that are able to pound the boards as well, which is why I did set Southern Utah as a 5-point favorite. Seeing the 4.5s out there, it's really the max I'm going to be one to lay, but going to be one to lay it, as for UT Rio Grande Valley, it's just all about can Elijah Elliott be able to carry this offense. 16 points, 3 assists, doesn't shoot it well from 3-point range, as Hassan Abdul Hakim, he's been really your main 3-point shooter, but has not been seen since February 17th. It's a Grand Valley team that shoots 29.5% from 3-point range, 41.5% from the floor with 14 turnovers a game. One thing that they do okay is that they're able to generate about 8.5 steals per game, and that's something that Southern Utah does not do. And I mean, for both of these teams, they're riding big losing streaks. Southern Utah currently on an 8-game losing streak. Their last win was against, you guess it, UT Rio Grande Valley, and Grand Valley is on a 13-game losing streak. So it's a situation, something's got to give, but I do think that Southern Utah is going to be able to own the glass here. You've had Jamari Sibley coupled with Parasa Falah be able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game ever since Sibley has become eligible. He's been getting better as the games have went along. He's been able to give the team at least 14 points throughout the last 4 games, and Dominique Ford shoots about 35.5% from 3-point range with 16 points per contest. Zion Young is the only other guy on the roster that shoots north of 30% from 3, 38.5% from the outside. So you got a pair of teams that are really struggling on offense. You've got a pair of teams that really don't do a great job on defense. On Southern Utah, in terms of their perimeter defense, they've been relatively solid throughout the season there, but UT Rio Grande Valley really doesn't take a lot of threes, but I don't even think that matters in this spot. I think that the fact that you've got UT Rio Grande Valley just not being able to grab a rebound to save their lives in terms of their rebound rate, 350th in all of college basketball, that's going to be the difference. As Southern Utah, I mean, it's bad, but they're more around 314th bad. So set my line at 5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number here with Southern Utah. And they make my total 149. I just flat out don't think both teams do their part with this total. So looking at the under and Southern Utah laying up to 4.5 with them. 703, 704 on the betting board. NC State is going to be playing against Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh does find themselves as a favorite of 7 to 7.5 points. Total on this game is 144.5 to 145, and I did set my total at a 144.5, so seeing a lot of 145.5. I'm seeing a 146 pop up as well. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, but with Pittsburgh, going to be willing to lay with them. I did make them an 8.5 point favorite. Pittsburgh has been very solid with their defense all season long, as they, especially from the perimeter, have really been able to lock you down. Pittsburgh, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they are checking in about 21st in all of college basketball. And though this is a little bit of a top-heavy offense, Blake Hinson has been really that main guy. He's been able to supply 18 points, shooting north of 40% from 3-point range. You've been able to get a lot of Carlton Carrington, who has done a very good job of just being able to keep things clean, not turning the ball over. He had a triple-double to be in his career in that game against North Carolina A&T, and he hasn't slowed down since then. 13.5 points, 5 boards, 4 assists. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but the just 9.2 turnovers per game for this Pittsburgh offense is very good against an NC State team that the one thing that they've done is be able to have clean possessions. As for NC State, 9.5 turnovers per game, both of these teams in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, top 30 teams in all of college basketball, but NC State well outside the top 200 in terms of their rebound rate, because Mohamed Diarra, who's been able to give you 6.5 rebounds per game, is the lone guy on the roster. He gives you a north of 4.2 rebounds per game, and DJ Horn is really your lone threat that has really been consistent all season long from 3-point range, shooting 43% from distance, 17 points per game. Gotten a little bit out of Jaden Taylor, who's been able to give you about 12 points. Now shoots about 34.5% from the outside, but I do think that the perimeter is where this game is going to be lost. NC State, in a road or neutral court environment, they allow opponents to shoot 37.3% from 3-point range. Now, we'll say this about NC State. They've been able to get a little bit warmer with their offense. It's been a little bit touch and go for them throughout the season, but they have been able to do a nice job recently just being able to find a way to be able to put points up on the board, and a nice run where they had 80-plus points in pretty much 4 out of 5 games. They've now scored 70-plus points in all but 1 out of their last 7, but you've got a Pittsburgh team that they've been able to do a nice job locking teams down, giving up fewer than 70 points in 3 of their last 4 games. You've got so many guys down low like Frederico. Frederico is able to give you 4.5 boards a block per contest. You've been able to have Zach Austin give you a block and a half, 4.5 rebounds per game, even though you don't have a single guy that gives you really north of 5.5 rebounds per game for Pittsburgh. The whole just being able to do a nice job swarming through the glass, I do think is going to allow them to be able to dominate this game, which is a big reason why I did set my line at a 8.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Pittsburgh, and did set my total 144.5, so also looking at the under. 705, 706 on the betting board. It is UConn on the road facing off against Providence. Providence, a 10 to a 10.5 point home underdog. Your total on this game is 140 to 140.5. Did set my total 139. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. It's a UConn team that has been so dominant in terms of their defense. Top 10 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they should be able to win the rebound battle with having Donovan Clingan, giant of the earth, being able to control things with 7 boards, 2.5 blocks per game, but I'm going to be willing to take the points with Providence. For one, the dunk is still one of the best home court environments that you're going to find in all of college basketball. And you've got Joshua Duru along with Devin Carter, who they're going to lose the battle down low, but they do a relatively solid job in their own right. They've been able to combine for about 15.5 rebounds per game. Devin Carter has been, since Bryce Hopkins has went out of the fold, a do-it-all guy that has been able to do a very solid job in that do-it-all role. 19 points, 8.5 boards, 3.5 assists, shoots 39% from 3-point for a Providence team that still is turning the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. For Providence, it's been rough for them with regards to their offense. There's a point scored on a per possession basis. They are checking in currently outside of the top 100. As a matter of fact, they're down to about 188th with this respect, but much as I was alluding to before, much better at home, giving you about 9.5 points more per 100 possessions when they are at home. Meanwhile, you've got a UConn team that they do scuffle a little bit more with regards to their defense when they are on the road. They are giving up darn near 19.5 points more per 100 possessions away from home. As a matter of fact, their road win against Marquette, that was their first true road win against a ranked team in about a decade. So, I mean, it had been quite a while. This Providence team still doing a nice job locking down on defense, 36th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're going to need it. They go up against Cam Spencer, Lon Tristan Newton, pair of guys that are just absolutely absolutely able to stuff the stat sheet. Noonan is able to give you 15 points, right around about 6+ boards, 5 assists, and then Spencer gives you more like 3.5 assists, shoots north of 40% from 3-point range. It's a very complete UConn team, but I do think that with the way that Providence does a solid job of being able to guard the perimeter, allow opponents to shoot about 33.9% from 3-point range. They've actually been a little bit worse at home rather than on the road. You've got a UConn team that certainly does give up a few threes in their own right. They've really improved this as the past few weeks have gone along, but in a road/score environment, they do allow opponents to shoot 36.3% from 3. I think that'll be just enough for Providence to be able to remain lively in this one, what I think is going to be a relatively low-scoring slog, with both of these teams well outside the top 150 in terms of total possessions per game. Set my line at a 7, so going to be willing to take the 10 with Providence, and maybe my total 139. I'm also diving under 707, 708 on the betting board, or Rice. We give our Lane Kiffin go L's. They play us in North Texas, and North Texas is a 5.5 to a 6-point favorite, and your total that is between 130 and 130.5. I did set my total 132.5. I'm looking at the over. North Texas still in the bottom 40 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and it is a North Texas team that has been a top 50 team all season long in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But with North Texas, they've been able to find quite a bit of offense, and this North Texas unit has been really good from 3-point range. Jason Edwards has been able to supply you with 18 points, shoots darn near 40% from 3-point range. While we all want to just really praise this North Texas team for how good and hard-nosed they are on defense, this offense all of a sudden has become a top 100 unit in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this is a fairly lethal team from 3-point range, which is why I am going to be taking a look at the over. And then you got a Rice team that is outside the top 250 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, so it really does take 2 to tango with regards to an over in this sort of a game, and well, you've got your second one that's willing to tango. Now, I will say, for Rice, they do have a very versatile piece of Max Fiedler, who's been absolutely tremendous at 6'11" of doling out the ball. He's able to give you 5 assists, 9.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, while Travis Evie and Makai Mason have been able to supply the team with a combined about 30.3 points per contest. They both shoot about 33% from the outside, and this is still a North Texas team that is going to do a nice job of being able to guard the perimeter. They are checking in the top 100 in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage in Rice. They do a better job of being able to generate offense at home rather than on the road, but it has been rather tough and rather unsavory for them, and with this North Texas team, having quite a few guys are able to do a nice job of being able to pop it from 3-point range. You've got a few just designated rebounders like Mule Sissoko. He has been absolutely tremendous at being able to hit the glass, as he gives you about 5 rebounds. He does a nice job manning things down low. Robert Allen has been able to give you 7 rebounds per game. That frees up someone like a Reuben Jones, who's been able to give you, when he's been out there on the floor, 12 points per contest, shooting it well from 3, has just returned from injury. That's a nice boost for them. And then on top of that, someone like an Aaron Scott, who's been able to be out there all season long, shooting 38.5% from 3-point range, falls off to about 37% away from home. But I do like the way that this North Texas team is letting it fly from 3-point range. I do think that they are going to take quite a bit of hold in this game now. 3-point shooting percentages fall off to 32% away from home, but with the way that Rice has just not guarded the arc all season long, home or road, I do think that North Texas gets theirs, covers this game, and gets you quite a few points. I might total 132.5. Looking at the over, and I'm going to lay up to 6 with North Texas. 709, 710 on the betting board. It is Virginia. They play host to Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech is an underdog of 8 to 8.5 points on this game. 124.5. Did set my total at 126. I do like the over. This is despite the fact that Virginia so much better with their defense at home, and with this Virginia team, you have to gauge them completely differently when they're at home rather than in a road or neutral court environment. But that said, this is a Georgia Tech unit that they've been giving it up quite a bit themselves. One thing that Georgia Tech has been able to do a relatively solid job of is being able to guard the 3-point line. They are a top 55 team in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but Georgia Tech, well outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You do have Bate and Ndongo, who's been able to do a nice job down low. He's been able to give the team about 8.5 rebounds per game, and for Georgia Tech, to their credit, they've done a nice job of being able to generate second chances. A top 60 team with regards to percentage of missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound against a Virginia team that's outside the top 240 in terms of rebound rate. You only have one player on the roster that gives you north of 3.3 rebounds per game, and that'd be Ryan Dunn, who's been able to get her done. 8.5 points, 7 boards, but doesn't really pop it well from 3. That's why you got Isaac McNeely along with Jacob Groves combined to shoot about 46.5% from distance, 20 points between the two of them, and then Reese Beekman has been so efficient with the ball. 6 assists, 14 points per contest, and this Virginia team has done a really nice job of being able to generate turnovers. In terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they have become a top 40 team in all of college basketball, going up against a Georgia Tech unit that they're the exact opposite. This Virginia team, by the way, has been one of the best in all of college basketball, being able to take care of the ball, but Georgia Tech, in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, they're 358th in all of college basketball. So lots of clean possessions here for Virginia. With Georgia Tech, you've got a lot of guys that are able to give you double figures. You've had Kawasi Reeves be a little bit hot and cold, but he's been able to do a solid job. He'll be able to provide you with a little bit of scoring. It's been Miles Kelly who's been the top scorer with about 14.5 points per contest. He's able to give you about 6 boards per game as well, but it's a Virginia defense I do think is going to be able to really lock down with regards to their three-point shooting defense here in this spot, as they allow opponents to shoot 28.2% from three-point range at home. That goes down to about 34.5% away from home, and with Nathan George just not being as efficient as he was towards the beginning part of the season. As for Nathan George, when it came to the just turn of the calendar to 2024, early on he was very highly effective, but we've seen his assist numbers really tail off. He's had 3 assists or fewer in now 4 of their last 5 games after he had like 4+ assists. I believe it was something like 11 out of 12. So I do think that is going to be hurting Georgia Tech quite a bit in this spot. I do think that Virginia, with their offense just being so much better at home rather than on the road, it is going to be able to step up in quite a big way in this spot. And you do have a Georgia Tech team that's now given up at least 76 points in 3 of their last 4 games. It's a Georgia Tech team that's looking to play with a little bit more tempo and rhythm. So do think that this total is a little bit too low here. Did set my total 126. I'm going to be looking at the over, but with Virginia, I also did set them as a 10-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number. 7-11, 7-12 on the betting board. Grand Canyon is on the road facing off against Cal Baptist, and Cal Baptist is a underdog of 7 to 7.5 points. Total on this game between 135 to 136, and I did set Grand Canyon as a favorite of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Grand Canyon. This continues to be a top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, a top 35 team in rebound rate, and they go up against Cal Baptist unit that just has not been the same team ever since they lost their top scorer in Dominic Daniels. Daniels was supplying 19 points, 3 assists, shooting 36.5% from three-point range. Now Blondo Chiquinho, the transfer from New Hampshire, is your top scorer with about 11.8 points per game, and it's just been all sorts of unsightly for this Cal Baptist offense. They have scored 65 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games now. They did give a spirited effort last time out. That was without Dominic Daniels, in which Grand Canyon won that game 79-76 on their home floor. On that night, Cal Baptist shot 9 of 18 from three-point range, played even up in the turnover department. I just don't think that Lightning is going to be striking twice now. One thing that Cal Baptist does is rebound. They're a top 70 team in terms of rebound rate. Hunter Goodrick, Ivan Odriogo, they've been able to combine for about 15 rebounds per game, and we've gotten something out of Brantley Stevenson, who's able to give you about 10 points per contest. Scotty Washington throws in there about 9, and he's been able to shoot about 39.5% from three-point range, but this Grand Canyon team does a pretty solid job of being able to guard the three-point line when they are at home. For Grand Canyon, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they are checking in overall 111th in all of college basketball, but when they've been away from home, opponents are only shooting 30% from distance. That is a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. Strangely, that goes up to 35% when they're at home. I'm not quite sure why, but I do think the Cal Baptist is going to be a little bit blown away here. They've done an okay job of not turning the ball over, but ever since Daniels has been out of the fold, no form of offense for them. Meanwhile, you've got a Grand Canyon unit that, down low, you do have Gabe McLaughlin along with Duke Brennan, who are able to combine for about 14.5 rebounds per game. Tyon Grant Foster, 6 boards, 19 points, shoots only about 33% from 3, but gives you a block and a half and a steal and a half per contest as well. I do think the Grand Canyon is going to be able to do a solid job, and they're going to be able to exert their will on defense. I don't think that this is going to be what we saw the first time, where Cal Baptist was able to get past 75. So did set my total 134.5. I'm diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Grand Canyon. Made them an 8-point favorite. 7-13, 7-14 on the betting board. Utah State plays us in New Mexico. New Mexico is an underdog of 4 points. And your total on this game, it is 160 to 160.5. And with New Mexico, I did set them as an underdog of 3.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take forward with them. It's a Utah State team that has really not been a great three-point shooting team. Despite that, they're a top 75 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but feels like it's been a little bit more touch and go with them recently, as you've got Grado Sabor, who's been the main concept for this bunch. 17.5 points, 9 boards, and then Darius Brown, he gives you north of 5.5 assists, so only about 1.8 turnovers per game, and he's been able to shoot 40.5% from three-point range. But for Utah State, they do have a little bit of a tough time being able to guard things with regards to the interior as well. From the perimeter, Utah State has been one of the best three-point shooting defenses in all of college basketball. Opponents are making less than 30% of their threes against them. They are number 2 in all of college basketball, as a matter of fact, with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. But this New Mexico unit, though, they've had a few, shall we say, doldrums. They've had a few tough times of it throughout the entirety of the season. This New Mexico team has been able to do a pretty supreme job with regards to their defense as well. New Mexico, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're number 33 in all of college basketball. And a lot of people talk up the Pitt and how great it is. They give up about 8.5 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home. It's a split, but it's not like super duper demonstrative. Meanwhile, you've got a Utah State team that's currently 69th, very nice in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis with Utah State. I do think that their clean and efficiency is nice, but I mean, it's been actually a little bit better with this New Mexico team. They're a top 15 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. You've been able to get very good production out of the trio in the backcourt: Jalen House, Donovan Dent, Jamal Mashburn Jr. They combine for north of 46 points per contest. You've got House, who's able to give you multiple steals per contest, and then it's been Mashburn, who's been really the guy that's been coldest out of the three, shooting in the low 30s from three-point range, but he's been picking things up as the season goes along. And then Nelly Jr. Joseph, coupled with JT Toppin. These two guys being able to supply about 17 rebounds, 3.5 blocks per game. That makes things very dominant down low for this New Mexico team, and I do think that New Mexico is going to be able to hold in there. Last time these two teams played, granted it was at the Pit and it was in late January, it was completed under domination by New Mexico. I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job once again, especially with this New Mexico team. In terms of their overall rebound rate, being a top 55 team in all of college basketball, Utah State, currently they're checking in right around about 53rd. So I do think that this is a little bit more even up than a lot of people want to give a credit for, and both of these defenses have been good. So I did set my total 155.5, despite the fact that it should be an up-tempo game. I'm going to be looking at the under, and I'm going to be taking a look at the points with New Mexico. 7-15, 7-16 on the betting board. It is DePaul, and they hit the road. They're facing off against Seton Hall. Seton Hall is a very big, giant favorite in this one. You're going to be laying anywhere between 23.5 to 24 points with them, and your total on this game is between 144.5 and 145. We've gotten a little bit past the point of no return for me. I set my line at a 23. I mean, as much as DePaul stinks, I'm going to be willing to take the points. I just don't think that there's too many teams in all of college basketball that Seton Hall should be laying this sort of a number against. And I mean, DePaul's stinky. Don't get me wrong. This team, they've got their top scorer in Chico Carter back to the fold. He's been able to give you 11 points per contest for a bunch that does not have a single guy that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. DePaul, they shoot it okay at the free throw line at 73%, and 33.5% from three isn't horrible. A lot of that is because Jalen Terry is able to shoot 47% from distance, but DePaul is outside the top 275 in terms of points scored, points allowed on a per possession basis, their rebound rate, their turnovers on a per possession basis. I mean, you're able to go down the list, but the Seton Hall team, I just don't know if they're going to be able to generate enough offense to be able to cover this sort of a number. They do shoot just 31.7% from three. This is despite the fact that Elamir Dawes is shooting 37.5% from the outside, 14 points per game, and I love the game of Kadari Richmond, 16.5 points, about 5 assists, 2 steals, but he's only shooting 23.5% from three to go along to 7 rebounds per game. Jaden Mediaco, 7.5 rebounds per game. And for Seton Hall, they're going to be absolutely able to dominate down low. This bunch has been able to be in the top 50 all season long with regards to rebound rate, but it is a Seton Hall team that is well outside the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And as I was alluding to, not necessarily the most dominant offense out there in the world. They've been turning the ball over about 13 times per contest in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're just 155th in all of college basketball. To their credit, they've been able to score 15 more points per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court setting. And last time these two teams match up, it was not necessarily so pretty for our good friends DePaul. They lost that game 72-39, and in that game, DePaul went 3 of 20 from three-point range. That was with Chico Carter being out of the fold. I do think that him coming back is going to be able to help this team a little bit. I think that it's going to be domination once again. I just don't think that it's to the extent of north of 23 points. I did set my total at 147. I do think that the offense awakens for DePaul, especially because they have been giving up at least 82 points in 4 of their last 5 games, 77 or more in every one of them, and they have a Seton Hall team that I do think that they're going to be able to bust out of their current funk, 68 points or fewer for their last 5 games. DePaul is very much a get-right spot for them, so I think that Seton Hall is going to be prioritizing a little bit more offense. Looking at the over and looking to take the points here with DePaul. 7-17, 7-18 on the betting board. LSU is going to be playing us Missouri. Missouri is an underdog of 7 to 7.5 points. On this game, it's between 150.5 and 151. Did set my total at 150.5. Here at the 151, I'm going to be diving under, but with LSU, I'm willing to lay up to 10 with them. This Missouri team just has not been able to to get it going all season long. And I like Dennis Gates as a coach. Just clearly a bad batch of transfers, and they just don't have anything to unload. They're outside the top 225 with regards to rebound rate. Not that LSU is lighting the world on fire. They're hardly within the top 200 with regards to their rebound rate as well. And now they've been dealing with a bit of an injury to Mr. Jarius Cook as well. Has been able to give you about 15.5 points. Was able to give this team a little bit more facilitation, but Jordan Wright has been Mr. Wright, shooting 35% from 3, 15 points per contest. Has really become a nice, well-rounded player throughout the season. He's been able to supply 14-plus points each of the last 4 games. Got a Missouri team that, along the lines of them not necessarily being great on the glass, are also not great at being able to guard the perimeter as well. Missouri is allowing teams to shoot from three-point range in that neighborhood about 34.3%. That balloons up to 35.5% in a Rhode and neutral court venue. And with the SEC, you always know that there's going to be demonstrative home and road splits. Same goes for LSU. They allow opponents to shoot 32.5% from three-point range at home. That balloons up to about 34.5% in a road or neutral court environment. And for this LSU team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, overall 183rd in all of college basketball. That goes down by 11.6 points when they're at home. And for Missouri, they've been able to have a few guys that have really been able to pop it from three-point range, but here they are 187th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. It only does go down by about 1.1 points per 100 possessions when they're away from home, but with Sean East, along with Nick Connor being able to do a nice job, both being able to shoot north of 38% for 3, along with Tamar Bates, each of your top 3 scorers shoot north of 38% for 3. It's almost maddening that they shoot only 32.5% from the outside. These 3 guys, at East, Bates, along with Honor, combined for 42 points per game. Nobody outside that is giving you anything. Noah Carter's been able to give you 10.5 points per contest, but past those 4 guys, nobody else is supplying north of 4 points per contest. Connor Vanover, a true 7-footer, has been able to give you absolutely nothing all season long. It's just been absolutely mind-blowing for this Missouri team, just the amount of nothingness that they've gotten, and they're clearly getting worn out late in these games. Missouri has now given up at least 83 points in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's an LSU bunch that has stepped up a little bit more with their defense. They've given up fewer than 67 points to their last 3 games. They gave up 74 to Kentucky, which that's like giving up 39 to other teams. So I do think that LSU going to do a solid job with this defense, and I do think that for Missouri, they're just getting worn out, and at the end, they're just not going to be able to give you what you need in the back half to be able to help you out with either the over or them being able to cover the spread. I set LSU as a 10.5 point favorite, want to lay the number, and made my total 150.5. Also diving in on the under 719, 720 on the betting board. Minnesota, it's where they're facing off against Northwestern, and Northwestern is a 4.5 to a 5 point favorite, and your total on this game going to be getting it at a 141.5. Did set my line at a 6. I'm going to fade Minnesota. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Last time I wrote up Minnesota, they let me down. That's not the reason why I'm fading this team, and it's not because of the against the spread record. It is because I do think that this is just a little bit of a rough go of it for Minnesota, for one, and 2, with Minnesota, they have very demonstrative home and road splits. With Minnesota, the offense doesn't take too much of a fall off away from home. They only score about 3.1 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. No issues there. But with Minnesota, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're giving up, and I'm not even kidding here, 24.4 points more per 100 possessions when they leave home rather than at home. And for Northwestern, this team is dealing with injuries. They've got Ty Berry out for the season, but Ryan Langford, who was missing for a little bit of time, he's come back in the fold in the team's last game against Michigan State. You can tell he wasn't himself. He had just 7 points in that one, but this is a Minnesota team that is going to give up some wide open opportunities from three-point range. We've seen that from them all season long. Minnesota, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they are currently checking in 267th in all of college basketball, allowing opponents to shoot 37% from distance in a road/neutral court environment. And this Northwestern team, they have been a team that's been well outside the top 140 with regards to their points allowed on a per possession basis, but they should be able to bounce here, as this has been a very efficient offense. They're in the top 25 in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. Now, I will say for Northwestern, they're actually a bunch that is in the top 50 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and getting to the home and road splits, they are averaging nearly 15.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road/neutral court setting, shooting 41.6% from three-point range at home. They are going to get a little bit bludgeoned on the glass. Brooks Barnhizer is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Northwestern well outside the top 235 with regards to rebound rate. Minnesota top 100 team with this regard, with Dawson Garcia giving you 6.5 boards, 17 points per contest, and then Pharrell Payne is able to give you 10 points, 6 rebounds per game. And I do like the game of Elijah Hawkins, 7.5 assists, 2.7 turnovers per game, but Northwestern does a better job of being able to protect the ball. And with this Minnesota defense being what it is on the road, I do think that it's going to be a little bit rough for them. And as a result, I did set my total at a 142. You're at the 141.5. Looking at the over. Now Northwestern going to be willing to lay the number. They're also very good at the free throw line in a cover spot as well as they're shooting as a collective, well north of 75% at the free throw line. So going to be willing to lay with Northwestern, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total over as well. 721, 722 on the betting board. UC Irvine sounds off for the Anteaters. They're to face off against Cal State Fullerton, and Fullerton is a underdog of 9 points. And your total on this game, it is 141 after 143, and with Fullerton, I did set them as an underdog of 10 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the 9 with Irvine. Irvine is a top 5 team in all of college basketball with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis away from home. They're giving you fewer points per possession away from home rather than at home, and they flat out dominate on the glass. A top 50 team in terms of their rebound rate, going against a Fullerton team that they just don't have anything down low. Nobody on the roster gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. They're well outside the top 200 with that respect. Don Bruton, Max Jones, they've been able to do a nice job. Darn Tootin, they're able to give you a combined 32 points, 3 steals per contest, but for Fullerton, they shoot about 33% from 3. They're well outside the top 175 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Troy San Antonio has been able to help out this defense a little bit, and for Fullerton, they're not the world's worst defense, even though they don't necessarily do a great job of being able to hold teams to one and done opportunities. It's a Fullerton team that's a top 75 team in terms of opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but it's also not a bunch that's going to be going out there and generating a bunch of steals. Bruton and Jones, between the two of them, do a solid job, but nobody else really does. And for the UC Irvine team, having Pierre Cockrell doing a nice job, doling out the ball with about 6.5 assists, giving you a steal per contest. That's so big. Justin Owen, Andre 3000 Henry, Alvon Darren Sarin. These are 3 guys that are combining for about 33.5 points per contest. With Henry, he shoots 44% from 3. The other 2 guys combined to shoot about 35.5% from the outside. For an Irvine team that in a cover spot, they shoot as a collective 76% at the free throw line. This is big for Irvine as well. How about their top 8 scorers? 7 of them shooting at least 78% at the free throw line. I absolutely love to see that. This team does a nice job by committee of being able to rebound. It's a UC Irvine team that has now given up fewer than 70 points in all but 1 out of their last 6 games, and that lone game went to overtime. And to the credit of Fullerton, they've gotten it going a little bit more on offense, 70 plus points in each of their last 3 games, 68 plus in 4 of their last 5, but I do think that it's going to be tough for them against an Irvine team that has been one of the best in all of college basketball guarding on the road. So I did set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and set my total at a 134. Also a situation where I'm going to be taking a look at this total under 723, 724 on the betting board. BYU is going to be playing against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is a 13 to a 13.5 point underdog with their total 151.5 to 152.5. And with BYU, I did set them as a favorite of 13 points. 13.5 is going to be by a point on Oklahoma State. The travel is going to be very difficult for them, and it's been an Oklahoma State team that has been sort of rudderless and strange all season long. They've got some pretty big home and road splits of their own. As for Oklahoma State, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they just have not been cutting it thus far this year. That's a Oklahoma State team that in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis about 191st in all of college basketball, but they also do see the offense just really hit the skids as well. They're scoring about 13 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And it's an Oklahoma State team that's actually improved with their 3-point shooting, but that's 36% at home, less than 29.5% away from home. But I do think the guy that's going to be able to keep them lively is Javon Small. 4.8 rebounds, about 4.5 assists, a steal on 14.5 points per contest while shooting 35.5% from 3-point range. Now, having the injury to Bryce Thompson has really just been killing the team, but at the same time, you do have some nice versatility with John Michael Wright giving you about 9 points. He's been able to let it fly at about a 35% clip from 3-point range. You've got the North Florida transfer Jarius Hicklin, who's been able to come in, give the team a little bit more production recently, coming off of 6 points in that game against Texas Tech. We'll see if he's able to get more minutes moving forward, as he had been falling into the doghouse prior to that. But I mean, the last time these two teams played, Oklahoma State, they got the 93-83 win. That was a game where BYU shot just 8 of 35 from 3. And this BYU team, they chuck it up from 3-point range in terms of percentage of shots that come from 3-point range, one of the top teams in all of college basketball. And for BYU, they lock you down from 3-point range as well. They allow opponents to shoot just 28.8% from 3-point range at home. That's one of the top marks that you're going to find in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, it's an Oklahoma State unit that, I mean, they've got their warts, they've got their deficiencies, and certainly I don't think that they're going to be holding this bunch to 8 of 35 3-point shooting once again. But you know what? They're allowing opponents to shoot about 33% from 3-point range. That's about 144th in all of college basketball. It's a BYU team that they're in the top 50 in darn near every category in terms of like point scorer, points allowed on a per possession basis, rebound rate. They've got Jackson Robinson, who's able to give you 14 points per contest, certainly a little bit better on the offensive end rather than the defensive end, as you've got, I'm not even kidding here, 7 different guys that give you at least 9.2 points per contest, and all but one of these guys do give you at least 3.7 rebounds per game. So they're a really good by committee team, and now you've got Ali Khalifa teaming up with Dale Jalen Hall and Spencer Johnson. These three guys, they're able to give you about 13 assists per contest while turning the ball over about 10.5 times per game. But I do think that Oklahoma State is going to do a nice job of being able to bog this game down a little bit, slow it down just a touch. It's been an Oklahoma State team that they've needed to because they have scored in regulation 71 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games, and it's been very tumultuous for them to say the least. But I do feel like BYU is a little bit more of a finesse team, and this Oklahoma State team, they're willing to punch you in the mouth a little bit more. BYU has a little bit of a tough time there. Certainly I think that BYU gets revenge, not to the extent that the bookmakers are thinking, though. I did set my line at 13. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Oklahoma State, and I did set my total at a 153. So you're at the 151 after 152. Looking at the over, I do think that Oklahoma State going to certainly have their issues with regards to their defense on the road, but I do think that they're going to be able to find a few buckets as well. So going to be taking a look at the over and the points. Sub 25, sub 26 on the betting board. UC Santa Barbara is going to be playing us to UC Riverside. Riverside, a 4 to 4.5 point underdog. Totals between 146.5 and 147. I made Santa Barbara a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with this UC Santa Barbara team. They have been one of the toughest teams in all of college basketball to figure out because they give up more than 8 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. They have been awful at home, and on the road, they've actually been a pretty competent team, and this is a bunch that is going to be able to dominate the battle down low with UC Riverside. They are well outside the top 225 in terms of their rebound rate. Kyle Owens is the only guy that gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. He's been able to supply 9 points, 5.5 rebounds per game as more of a wing type, but for UC Riverside, even though they do a nice job of being able to keep things clean, they only turn the ball over 9.6 times per contest. They shoot 39.5% from the floor and 31% from 3. That puts them well outside the top 225 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. While for the Santa Barbara team, you saw the most dominant player in this game in A.J. Mitchell, 20 points, 4 assists, shoots 40% from 3-point range, and then down low, you got the duo of Ariel Bland along with Mr. Johan Traore, who would be able to combine for about 11 rebounds per game, with Mr. Josh Pierre-Louis being able to supply 11 points, 5 boards, shoots 36% from 3-point range for a Santa Barbara team that legitimately is a solid 3-point shooting team. Their shooting is collective 36.2% from 3-point range, but again, with regards to home and road splits, they lock you down from 3-point range on the road, allowing opponents to shoot 25.5% away from home. That goes up to 37% at home. Now, I just flat out don't think that UC Riverside necessarily has the horses to be able to take advantage of that. For UC Riverside, you've been able to have a pair of guys do a nice job being able to dole out the ball, as Brandon Hargris has been able to chip in there 4 assists. He's able to give you 10 plus points per contest, and then your main scorer in Isaiah Moses has shipped in there about 12.5 points as well, 4 assists, and both give you a steal per contest, but they really don't have any of your top 4 scorers shooting above 34% from 3-point range. You really have one guy in the roster that's just above 34% from 3-point range, with not a lot down low, with this Riverside team doing a nice job of just not turning the ball over, but not necessarily generating a lot of offense out of it. I do think that UC Santa Barbara going to do a nice job with their defense. They have sped up quite a bit this season, and for Santa Barbara, it's been a rough season for them on defense. They have given up 70 plus points each of their last 5 games, but I do think that they're going to hold down this UC Riverside team and be able to get the job done here. I did set my total at a 140.5 looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Santa Barbara. I made them a 6.5 point favorite. 727, 728 on the betting board. USC is going to be playing against Arizona, and Arizona is a underdog of 7.5 to 8 points. With your total, it is between 159 to 159.5. I did set this total at 159.5. At a 159 or less, I'm willing to go over, and for Arizona, made them a 7.5 point favorite. 8 is my buy point on USC. USC is a different team than when these two teams played the first time around. For USC, they pretty much had their entire backcourt out of the fold, and now they've got back Boogie Ellis along with Isaiah Collier, a pair of guys that combine for 33.5 points per contest between the two of them, a little bit over 7 assists, and Ellis has been able to shoot 42.5% from 3-point range. Now, since they've come back, they haven't been able to rechannel quite the level of offensive production that they had towards the beginning part of the season, but it does feel like it's getting much more online. They've been able to get to at least 72 points. Now, 4 of their last 5 games, you've got a little bit more of an outside presence as well. Now, for USC, where they're really going to get killed is down low. Right now, DJ Rodman with his about 5.1 rebounds per game is leading the way, and Umar Ball is just going to dump truck them down low. 13 points, 10 boards, block per contest. And you've got an Arizona team that they just haven't been quite the same team when they've been away from home rather than when they have been at home. Arizona still very good in pretty much every single metric, but this Arizona team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they are giving up about 18 more points per 100 possessions when they leave home. And in terms of the 3-point shooting percentage, that falls to about 34.5% compared to 40.5% at home. But this is still a nice team in general that has so much production. You're able to get Kylan Boswell going, who's able to give you about 10.5 points per contest. Someone that has really went under the radar is KJ Lewis. When you need him, he's been relatively solid, 18 points, 4 assists in that win against UCLA. So, this is a team that's deep. They do a nice job on the glass. Paul Larson is shooting 43% from three-point range, and UNC is a bottom 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that with their guards being back in the fold, I do think that they're going to be able to give you a little bit of a better effort here. I do think that this turns into an up-and-down, high-scoring expose, and for USC, they have been allowing opponents to shoot more like 34.5% from three-point range at home compared to 38% on the road, which I think is just enough for them to remain lively in this one. So I'm going to be willing to take 8 or more here with USC. I did set them as a 7.5-point underdog, and at a 159 or less, looking at this total over as well. 729, 730 on the betting board. It is Nevada, and they are going to be playing us to UNLV. UNLV is a underdog of 6 points with your total on this game, 137, and with Nevada, I set them as a 5.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the 6. It's just so hard to quantify what this UNLV team is doing right now. They've actually been a better defensive team on the road rather than at home, by the way. They are 62nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, 32.5% from distance at home in a road or neutral court environment. This actually goes down to about 31%, so it's been very wild what we've been seeing out of this UNLV team as they've got both of the Boone brothers back in the fold. And despite that, if you look at their overall rebound rate, they're outside the top 200 in all of college basketball, and for UNLV, they've actually been more efficient on offense rather than defense for the entirety of the season, which, just having watched them, that doesn't seem right in general, but UNLV, they're about 113th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but scoring 2.5 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home. As a matter of fact, if you look at what they are doing at home and what they are doing at home alone, this is a offense that in terms of points scored on a per possession basis is a top 50 team in all of college basketball. Now they go up against a Nevada team that is very disciplined, top 40 team with regards to fewest turnovers on a per possession basis, a top 40 team in terms of percentage on defensive rebounds. That's just pretty much where you don't allow a team to be able to get a second chance opportunity to be able to grab their own miss. They are a great team with that regard, and when it comes to this Nevada team, you've got a good go-to scorer that is able to give you buckets in the clutch in Jared Lucas, who's been able to supply 17.5 points per contest, or he has a few game winners to his credit this year, shooting 40% from three-point range. And then Kenny Blackshear is that do-it-all guy. 5 assists, 5 boards, 15 points, 2.5 per contest. One thing he doesn't do is shoot threes. He's only shooting about 21% from the outside, and really outside of your main few guys, it is a little bit of a hole. It's greater than the sum of its parts approach, but Daniel Foster has been able to step up, give the team about 4.5 boards per contest. He's been seeing quite a few more minutes recently. I do like the fact that they've been able to get KJ Himes going a little bit as well down low. He's able to give you a block. He's able to give you 3 rebounds per game. There's just so many guys on this Nevada team that, for lack of a better term, they really know their role, and they do a nice job of being able to shut you down from the outside as well. Nevada's allowing opponents to shoot only 31.2% for three-point range overall. That goes down to about 30.6% when they're at home, and I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a slog of a game. Both of these teams well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so I did set my total at 135.5. You had the 136.5, 137. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and I do think that Nevada is going to be able to get the job done here, but I think that much like when we saw these two teams face off out here in lovely Las Vegas a few weeks ago, it's going to be a nip and tuck game. That was one where Nevada won by kind of 69 to 66. Could see something very similar here. So set my total 135.5, diving in on the under, and at 6+, taking the points with UNLV. 731, 732 on the betting board. It's UCLA playing us Arizona State. Arizona State, a 6.5 to a 7-point underdog. Total on this game is 133 to 134, and with Arizona State, I did set them as a underdog of 7.5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with UCLA. This Arizona State team just feels like they're broken and cannot get fixed. For Arizona State, the defense has still not been bad. A top 145 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do a nice job on offense of not turning the ball over. They only turn the ball over about 10.3 times per contest, but they just can't shoot. They shoot 30.5% from 3, 66% the free throw line, and 42% from the floor. You've got a big 3 in Adam Miller, Frankie Collins, Jose Perez. These 3 guys have been able to combine for about 39.5 points per contest, and for Collins and Perez, they're able to combine to give you 6 assists. Collins is able to give you 2.7 steals per game, and Arizona is a top 100 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they don't have a lot down low. They're outside the top 300 with that regard, as Jemiah Neal, who's been able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game, is leading with that regard, and that means that Adam Bona should be able to have himself a day down low. 12.6 boards has been a bit disappointing this year, but still giving you about 2 blocks per contest. Laser Stefanovic shoots 37% from the outside. He's been able to supply about 11.5 points per game, and it's a UCLA team that we're talking about Arizona State being ghastly in terms of offense, and boy are they. They're 299th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but not as if this UCLA team has been lighting the world on fire as well. UCLA in terms of points scored per possession, 269th, and they're actually scoring only about a half a point more per 100 possessions at home rather than in a road or neutral court environment. Will McClendon has stepped up for them a little bit, shooting 35% from 3 with his 4.5 points per contest, but really outside of your main starting 5, you don't have anyone else that's able to give you any scoring. They don't have a lot of depth. They were really relying upon the 7'3" freshman and Ade Mara to be able to step up 3.5 points per game. That has been just a failed experiment to say the least, but at the very least for UCLA, they are a top 125 team in terms of being able to guard the 3-point line, and they're going to be able to completely dominate this matchup down low. For UCLA, their rebound rate is about 165th, which doesn't sound great, but with Arizona State giving you absolutely nothing at all down low, and for this Arizona State team, having their defense all of a sudden slide away, giving up 80-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games, I do think that UCLA is going to be able to snap this 5-game losing streak. I did set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it, and did set my total 133.5. You're at the 133. I'd rather have that over rather than the 134 under, just because Arizona State has been really bad with their defense recently, and they're a top 125 team in terms of total possessions per game. I think that UCLA busts out here. I'm going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with UCLA. 733, 734 on the betting board. Hawaii is going to be playing against Cal State Bakersfield. Meet me for the Roadrunners, who are 6.5 to 7-point underdogs, and your total on this game is 134 to 134.5. Set Hawaii as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Hawaii. They have been really good at being able to guard the 3-point line. Opponents are shooting about 31% from distance against them, and this is a Hawaii team that typically gets a big giant boost from the island. Home and road splits have actually not been too demonstrative this year, but they've really been able to kick it out of high gear, just really in all facets of their defense. They're back in the top 100 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and for the Cal State Bakersfield team, typically they're supposed to be hanging their hat on defense, and they just have not been able to do that all season long. Bakersfield, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, about 168th in all of college basketball. It's been getting better as the season has went along, but it still has been a little bit less than terrific for the team, especially with them just not having a lot down low. But that's Contreras, the gentleman that comes in from Creighton. He's the only guy in the roster that's giving you a north of 5 rebounds per game. He's been able to supply you with about 6 points, 5.5 rebounds per game, and they're just too top heavy. Caleb Higgins, he gives you 17 points, 3.5 assists. He's been able to give you a steal per contest. He's the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 8.3 points per game for this Bakersfield team. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. It's a low-tempo team that turns the ball over 12 times per contest. And for Hawaii, you've got Justin McCoy, Bernardo da Silva combining for about 13 rebounds per game. When Mosek has been out there, he's been a relatively good rim protector, but currently dealing with an injury. He's going to be out of the fold in this one, but Noel Coleman is able to give you about 34.5% three-point shooting. Now, we'll say this about Hawaii. They're only shooting about 33.5% from three-point. They were a significantly better three-point shooting team a season ago, and out there on the island, they're actually scoring a point less per 100 possession rather than in a roadside score environment. I think that's just because the Sam's Sheriff Center in general has some very, very tough rims, but Hawaii now about 121st in all of college basketball in terms of rebound rate, and with Bakersfield just not really getting a lot down low. As I was alluding to, Contreras, the only guy that's really hitting the boards down low, they're about 190th with regards to rebound rate. I do think that Hawaii going to be able to run and hide with this one. I did set Hawaii as a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and both of these teams getting into better form with regards to their defense. Both of these teams are playing at a relatively slow tempo, and for this Bakersfield team, they've given up fewer than 60 points in each of their last 3 games. It's a Rainbow Warriors team that in regulation, they have given up 70 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games, so I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Hawaii. Now we get these conference tournament games as we start with 735, 736. This is out there in Washington, D.C. Monmouth and Campbell do battle, and Campbell is an underdog of 5 points with your total 145.5 to 146, and circumstance where I did set my line at a 4.5. I'm going to be willing to take 5+ here with Campbell. Now, with Campbell, they're one of those teams that prove correct the theory of just because you play slowly doesn't mean that you play great defense. They have been well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but this Monmouth team has been completely different away from home. They have won 2 true road games this season. They won a few neutral court games towards the beginning part of the season, but that's something that you do want to watch out for because Xander Rice has been awesome awesome. 20.5 points. He's able to dole out about 3.5 assists. Shoots 36% from three-point range. It's a Monmouth team that's outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, but Nikita Kuznetsovsky along with Jack Collins, they've been able to give you about 14.5 rebounds per game. It's a Campbell team that's well outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate, so they're going to be outgunned there. But for Monmouth, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, not that they've been like insinuatory or anything like that, but 166th in all of college basketball. That does fall off by about 7 points when they do leave home. Meanwhile, you've got a Campbell unit that has Anthony Doloroso. He's able to take over the game in so many aspects. 6.5 boards, steal and a half, 19 points per game, and now he's been able to get a little bit more help out of Larinas Visterius, who's been able to shoot 40.5% from three, about 10.5 points, 3 assists per contest. Jay Lee Sani, he's been able to give you about 36% from three-point range as well, and it's a Campbell team that overall, they're shooting about 34.5% from distance. Nothing amazing, but they've been able to build themselves up a little bit there, and for Campbell, the big key is, can they continue to guard the perimeter? At home, they've been about 31.8% with their three-point shooting percentage defense. That goes to 36.5% away from home, but as I was alluding to with Monmouth, pretty big home and road splits with them as well. Monmouth, they allow opponents to shoot a little bit north of 34% in a road/neutral venue, and for this Campbell team, it's been very strange to take a look at them home to road. They're only giving up north of 1 point more per 100 possessions away from home rather than at home, so they've done a relatively solid job of being able to travel with that regard. In Monmouth, they are giving up about 9.5 points more per 100 possessions as well. Did semi total at 144.5. This is still a Campbell team that plays pretty slowly. This is still a neutral court game, so I think that that's going to bog down scoring, and that's going to help out the team that relies upon the jumper a little bit less than Campbell, so going to be willing to take the points, and with this total semi total at 144.5, diving in on the under. 737, 738 on the betting board. A lot of these games, by the way, are going to have no numbers if they were TBD coming into the day, and this is one of them. William and Mary is going to be taking on Towson. Now, in this case, you don't just get William, you don't just get Mary, but if you're getting at least 9.5 points, you have value here. I set my line at 9. I made Towson a 9-point favorite, and I made my total 125. So 124 or less, looking at the over 125.5 or higher, going to be taking a look at the under, and I would need 8.5 or less to be willing to lay it with Towson. And with this Towson unit, they've been amazing on the glass, a top 30 team with regards to rebound rate, but I mean, it's an offense that has been well outside the top 200 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They've been able to get a little bit of a nice spark in the backcourt ever since Nenda Tark has come into the fold. He's been able to supply the team with about 10 points. He only shoots about 29% for three, but he also does give the team about a steal and a half per contest, so they're able to help turn defense into offense a little bit more. And this is a William and Mary team that is going to lose that battle down low. For William and Mary, 253rd in all of college basketball in terms of their rebound rate, but they've been able to get a little bit more recently, as you've got a pair of guys in Mr. Chase Lowe along with Caleb Dorsey, who do combine for 13 rebounds per game. It is a William and Mary team that only shoots about 32% from three-point range, but the one thing that they do along Towson is they slow things down. Both of these teams well outside the top 300 with regards to total possessions per game. Do have a William and Mary team that coming into this conference tournament, they had actually given up at least 73 points in each of their previous 4 games. They played a slog yesterday against North Carolina A&T where they were able to just completely dump truck them, and for the Towson team, it's been a little bit touch and go with them throughout the entirety of the season. They've given up 70 plus each of their last 3 games, but you've got a lot of harebrained styles out there in the Coastal Conference. You've got Charles May for the Towson team giving you 11.5 points per contest, but the 12 turnovers per game, that's a little bit unsightly. William and Mary does a bit of a better job taking care of the ball. Now, William and Mary, they are well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've been playing much better than that recently, and they get to go up against a Towson team that doesn't necessarily shoot it amazing from three-point range, and Towson, they do a okay job of being able to guard the three-point arc overall at 33.9%, but they only allow opponents to shoot 31.3% away from home, more like 38% at home. So 8.5 or less willing to lay it with Towson, 9.5 or more taking the points with William and Mary, and then 124.5 or less looking at the over, 125.5 or higher, the under, 739, 740 on the betting board. Stony Brook and Northeastern going to be doing battle from our nation's capital, and with Stony Brook, they are a 2-point favorite. Your total on this game is 139, and with Stony Brook, I did set them as a favorite of 3.5 points, so going to be willing to lay the deuce. It's a Stony Brook team that has been just covering all season long, and if there is a kryptonite with Stony Brook, it's giving it up from three-point range. Stony Brook allowing teams to shoot from three-point range well north of 35%. As a matter of fact, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're clocking at about 228th in all of college basketball. That balloons up to 38.5% at a road/neutral court venue. But you've also got a Northeastern team that they are outside the top 300 in terms of opponents' three-point 3-point shooting percentage as well. Northeastern is really looking to hone in down low, and where this Stony Brook team is going to be able to win the game, the turnover battle. Stony Brook only turns the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Northeastern, they are just giving the ball away. 12.5 turnovers per contest. They only shoot about 31.8% from 3-point range as well. That's not a way to be able to beat this Stony Brook team. Out of their top 7 scorers, they've got one guy shooting north of 32% from 3-point range. That'd be Masai Troutman, who's been able to give you about 36% 3-point shooting. Now, Northeastern wins the battle down low. Stony Brook outside the top 200 with regards to rebound rate. Northeastern in the top 75 with Mr. Chris Rhode, give you 7 boards, 14 points per contest, but on the flip side, you've got a Stony Brook team that's just loaded with really good guard play. Tyler Stevenson Moore is your main scorer with 16 points, shooting 42.5% for 3, but Dean Knoll, Aaron Clark, these two guys combined for about 23.5 points per contest, about 35.5% 3-point shooting, and with Stony Brook being able to take care of the ball the way that they do, now having Andre Snoddy's chipping in there about 7 boards per contest. Charles Mado has been able to give you a little bit on the interior block, 5.5 rebounds per game. I do think that Stony Brook does a nice job of being able to get the job done here against a Northeastern team that, they're a bottom 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, and that shows. They have scored 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. As a result, I do think that this is going to be a total that we're just not going to see go over. I do think that there's just not enough possessions in this game for it. I set my total 137.5, diving under. And with Stony Brook, I'm going to be willing to lay up to 3 with them. 741, 742 on the betting board. No numbers for Hampton and Delaware. This is out there in DC as well. I said Delaware is a 9.5 point favorite. 9 or less, willing to lay it. Double digits or more, 10 or more, going to be willing to take a look at Hampton. And with this total, 143 or less, I'm on the over. 144 or higher to the under. It's a Hampton unit that is currently dealing with a bit of an injury to Kyrie Smallman, but he was able to return in a limited capacity against Elon. Played 16 minutes, had 5 rebounds. That's big because he had been out for quite a while. He's been able to supply the team with 15 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, and that's impactful against a Delaware team that they do a lot of things relatively solidly, and they're just one of those teams in which they're trying to have everyone be relatively well-rounded. You've got a dominant scorer in Jair Davis, 15.5 points, 7 boards, doesn't necessarily pop it well from 3, but Delaware does a nice job really dotting their T's, crossing their I's. They only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. You've got a guy that comes in from North Dakota and Jalen Trent that stuffs the stat sheet, a steal, 3 assists, 3.5 rebounds, 8 points per contest for a Delaware team that in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, is it amazing? No, but 146th in the country with this regard, only a fall of about 3.5 points per 100 possessions away from home. That's not bad, and you go up against a Hampton team that, despite the fact that they're a top 50 team in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, they are 307th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it's been a Hampton team that's really given it up from 3-point range outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They're in 32nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they actually give up fewer points per possession when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. And you've got a Delaware team that they're not necessarily the world's greatest team in terms of their rebound rate. They're about 154th in all of college basketball. Hampton leaves something to be desired as well. They're about 292nd, but being able to get their main rebounder and Mullen back in the fold, that's big. And then they've had Jordan Nesbitt become a really nice go-to sort of facilitator for the team after he was their top scorer a season ago. Hasn't been as good of a scorer this season. Tedrick Wilcox has been leading the way with about 11.5 points per contest, but with Nesbitt, he's been able to do a really good job being able to give this team right around about 4.5 assists per contest, and now he's been able to dole out at least 5 assists in each of the last 3 games. He's taken on a little bit of a new role, done it very, very well. Going up against a Delaware team that they do a nice job not turning the ball over, but they're not necessarily the world's greatest shot makers as well. It's a Delaware unit that comes in, having given up 70 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games, but they've had a few struggles with regards to the offense as well, 71 or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. So did set my total to where a 143 or less, looking at the over, 144 or higher to the under, and with Delaware, willing to lay up to 9 with them, 10 or more, going to be willing to take the points with Hampton. 743, 744 on the betting board. Another one of those off the board games as Mercer and Sanford do battle from Asheville, North Carolina, and with my number, I did set Mercer as an underdog of 7 points. So at 7 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Sanford. 8 or more, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Mercer, and then 151 or less, I will be taking a look at the over. 152 or higher to the under. You've got a Sanford team that is just all over the place and very, very harebrained and demonstrative in the way that they play. They're a top 40 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're a top 30 team with regards to total possessions per game. They do a really nice job of being able to dole it out with Ryland Jones coming over from Utah. He's been absolutely incredible with the way that he's been able to give the team 5 assists to fewer than 2 turnovers per game. And for Samford, they shoot darn near 40% from 3-point range, going up against a Mercer defense, and they do everything like okay to mediocre. Like with Mercer, from 3-point range, you're allowing opponents to shoot about 34% from 3-point range, 190th in all of college basketball. I mean, they're like that pretty much across the board, though. They've been able to get things cooking a little bit more with regards to their offense. Going into a neutral court setting, you might expect that to get bogged down a little bit, but even yesterday, they were still able to get to 84 against the Citadel. Jalen McCurry, he's been your main guy, being able to supply about 16 points per contest, but you've got a whole is greater than some of its parts approach after that, as you've been able to get good production out of guys like a Robbie Carpety, Jake Davis. You're even able to throw in there David Thomas. These 3 guys, they combine for about 28.5 points per contest on 38+% 3-point shooting. Now, Mercer does shoot 67% of the free throw line, and Samford is a team that's not shy to foul, so that's going to be hurting them a little bit. Anchor gives you 15 points, 6-board shooting, 44.5% from distance, and for the Samford team, they've got out of their top 5 scorers, 4 of them shooting at least 38.5% from 3. Lone guy that isn't is Jermaine Marshall, who was out for half the season and still shoots 36% from the outside. It is a Samford team, though, that they do allow opponents to shoot it very well from 3. They're outside the top 275 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well, and that's where Mercer has been getting a lot of their points here in this recent run where they've been able to get so hot with their offense. As a matter of fact, last time these two teams played, Samford lost to Mercer by a count of 88-84 on a day where Mercer only shot 4 of 15 from 3-point range, but they, I think, should be a little bit warmer in this game. I do think that this is going to be an up and down affair, so 151 or less looking at the over, 152 or higher to the under end with Samford. 1 to lay up to 7 with them, 8 or more taking the points with Mercer. 745, 746 on the betting board. Another game that was TBD coming into the day is East Tennessee State. They are going to be playing against UNC Greensboro. No numbers up on this game, but I am going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with Greensboro. 5.5 or more, going to be a take for me on East Tennessee State, and did sub by total 135, 134.5 or less. Looking at the over 135.5 or higher to the under with ETSU. Defense has not been too bad for this bunch, and they're a top 175 team with regards to rebound rate. They're going to be able to outgun UNC Greensboro with that regard. Each of their top 5 scorers for ETSU give you at least 4 rebounds per game, including 3 of them giving you at least 6.2 rebounds per game. And Jaden Seymour, Karen Boyd, along Jalen Parker, and with Parker, he just throws in there about 2.3 blocks per contest. Now, the bugaboo for ETSU, they shoot about 30% from 3-point range, and this is not your father's UNC Greensboro team. They are allowing opponents to shoot 33.7% from distance. That's about 176 in all of college basketball. They're outside the top 160 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. ETSU, meanwhile, they're a little bit more vulnerable from the outside than the inside. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range in a road or neutral court setting. And for UNC Greensboro, they've got one of the most dominant mid-major players in all of college basketball, Mikhail Brown-Jones, who's been able to give this team 19.7.5 boards, shoots 45.5% from 3. And for this Greensboro team, each of your top 3 scorers shooting at least 42% from the outside. As a whole, they shoot 40.1% from 3-point range. That is a top 15 mark in all of college basketball. For UNC Greensboro, under the tutelage of Mike Jones, you ask who, I say Mike Jones. They're now about 79th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but that does fall off by about 9.2 points per 100 possessions away from home. You've got the Langley brothers and Keyshawn Langley, your main scorer, 15.5 points, 3.5 assists, shoots 42.5% from 3, and the Kobe does the dirty work, about 8.5 points, 5.7 assists, 2.5 steals per contest, shoots about 36% from 3-point range, but for Greensboro, they still shoot it really well from 3-point range away from home, but that does go down to about 37.2% when they're away from home, 42.5% when they are at home. And with Greensboro having Brown-Jones being really the lone guy other than Jalen Breath, giving you north of 4 rebounds per game, that should be able to keep ETSU lively in this one. 4.5 or less willing to lay with Greensboro, 5.5 or more. Take the points with ETSU, set my line at 5, and then 134.5 or less, loan over 135.5 or higher. The under 747, 748 on the betting board. It is Chattanooga and Wofford doing battle, and we do have numbers up on this one out there in Asheville, as Chattanooga is a 4-point favorite, and your total on this game, it is 144 to 144.5. Set Chattanooga is a 6-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Wofford has been just a unsightly defense all season long. They are well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this Wofford team just can't stop giving it up from 3-point range. With Wofford, their opponent's 3-point shooting percentage has hit about 35.4% in a roadside court setting. They allow opponents to shoot 36.2% for 3, and Chattanooga year in and year out, not necessarily lighting the world on fire with regards to their defense, but they haven't been too bad this year. They do give it up from 3-point range themselves, 282nd in all of college basketball with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but Sam Alexis should be able to do a good job of being able to match up with Kyler Filewich. Both of these guys for their respective teams give you between 9 and 9.5 rebounds per game, and then for Wofford, they're just not going to be able to match the shooting that you got with Chattanooga. They overall do shoot 36.5% from three, but Corey Tripp, your main scorer, only shoots about 28.5% from the outside, 3.5 assists, 2 turnovers per contest. Wofford, not too bad at taking care of the ball, about 11.5 turnovers per game. And then from there, you've got a pair of guys that have been able to do a nice job of shooting about 36% from three. Dylan Bailey, along Jackson Silvas, they've been able to combine for about 21.5 points per contest. And Silvas is up to shooting about 39% from the outside, while Chase Comier has continued to shoot 49.5% from three. I still think we might see a little bit of regression there. Meanwhile, for Chattanooga, I have a pair of guys, Hunter Huff, Trey Bonham. They combine for 34 points, 6 assists, 3.5 steals, shooting between the two of them 40% from three-point range. They were playing under Dan Earl over at VMI. They have come over and they have been absolutely spectacular here in this Chattanooga system. And for Chattanooga, it's been a defense that has been improving as the season has went along. They've given up 71 points for fewer in 2 of their last 4 games. And last time they matched up against Wofford, got a nice 81-65 win on a day where Wofford shot 13 of 36 from three-point range, but they won the rebound battle. They did a relatively solid job of getting Hunter Huff going for 29 points. I do think that for this Wofford team, the way that they just don't guard the arc, they give up a lot of second chance opportunities on defense. On offense, they're actually okay at being able to pull in those second chance opportunities for themselves, but with Wofford applying no ball pressure, they're one of the worst teams at being able to generate turnovers in all of college basketball. That should allow Chattanooga to take hold of this game. I did set Chattanooga as a 6-point favorite, wanted to lay the number in. Did set my total 146. I'm also in on the over. I think that both of these teams going to give up plenty of outside opportunity. 749, 750 on the betting board. Western Carolina is going to be playing against Furman. This is out there in Asheville, and Western Carolina, I'll pick them to a 1-point favorite with your total 148 to 148.5. They actually open up as an underdog, but I like Western Carolina here. I did set them as a 2-point favorite. They have by far the best player there on the floor. That would be Vontavious Woolbright. 21.5 points, right around about 12 boards, 5.5 assists per contest. He's been just absolutely amazing in so many aspects for Western Carolina, a relatively mid-tempo team that around him he's got a bunch of shooters to help him out. You've got Russell Jones and DJ Campbell, who both shoot 41.5% from three, 24.5 points between the two of them. And then Trey Jackson has been able to give you 13.5 points. He shoots 37% from three. He throws in there a steal per contest for a Western Carolina team that has actually been pretty solid with their defense. Now, Furman, ever since they took that loss to D2 Anderson, they've been a bit better on defense, but still, checking in 230th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, while Western Carolina, they're 91st in all of college basketball. And what you really love about Western Carolina, they give up 1.8 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than a top 40 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed per possession away from home. It's a little bit of a team without a ton of depth, but it's a Furman team that they've been dealing with injuries all throughout the season. They get back Alex Williams, and that's big because their main two guys have been JP Peaks along with Marcus Foster. These two guys, they combine for about 35 points. Foster is the lone guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, and for both of these guys, they both shoot north of 80% of the free throw line. And for that matter, for Furman, in a late game fouling situation, each of their top 5 scorers do shoot at least 75% of the free throw line. Alex Williams, who is just returned, is shooting 40% from 3-point range as well. But Furman as a whole, they're only shooting about 32.5% from the outside, and it's a Furman unit that, they're okay with regards to rebounding, but you would like to see them be a little bit better than a rebound rate that's clocking in about 123rd in all of college basketball. Western Carolina, they've been able to do a pretty solid job with this aspect. They're up to number 42, so they've got a nice little leg up there. And for Furman, they really have been giving up quite a few outside opportunities as well. In a road or neutral court environment, they allow opponents to shoot 34.8% from three. With all the surrounding shooters around Woolbright, they should be able to take hold in this one, and it's a Western Carolina team that they themselves allow opponents to shoot 32.8% away from home. So I do think that Western Carolina, with having the best player and just really the best supporting cast around them, they get the job done. Set them as a 2-point favorite, so I take it Western Carolina on this pick'em line and made my total 150. Also looking at the over 751, 752 on the betting board. Georgia Southern and Appalachian State to battle from Pensacola, Florida for the Sun Belt Tournament. Appalachian State, a 13.5-point favorite. Total on scheme is 146.5. With App State, I made them a favorite of 12 points. I'm going to be willing to take the 13.5 for Georgia Southern. It's been a rough year for them, to say the least, and Georgia Southern outside the top 300 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, and they certainly do give it up from 3-point range, 297th in all of college basketball. With that regard, going up against an App State team that has prided itself on defense all season long. Appalachian State, a lot of people probably don't know, they're actually about 100th with regards to total possessions per game. They've cranked up the tempo, but they're just so good with their defense, top 40 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, that you'd probably think that they're just still super slow because they're not giving up more points than they have in the past. But that said, with Georgia Southern, they've been able to get cooking a little bit more from three-point range. You've got Tyron Moore, who's been able to give you more, shooting a little bit over 40% from three-point range. The team is 9-23 straight up. They've been absolutely awful, and they're going to get pounded on the glass. Appalachian St, a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate. Avante Parker is the lone guy for Georgia Southern that gives you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. I just question Appalachian St getting enough scoring to be able to cover this big of a number. You've got Justin Abson, Trayvon Spillers. They combine for 15 rebounds and 4.2 blocks per contest. But Donovan Gregory is your main form of outside offense. Shoots 50% from three, 3 assists, 4.5 rebounds, 13 points per game. And Terrence Harcum, he also shoots about 35.5% from distance. But Appalachian State, they shoot 67% at the free throw line, 34% from three-point range, well outside the top 125 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And with having Tyron Moore being able to give out the ball a little bit more, Georgia Southern in general getting hot. They've won 4 out of their last 5 games. They've gotten to at least 74 points in each of their last 5 contests. I do think that they're going to remain lively, though. I do think that Appalachian State going to be dictating the terms a little bit more in this one. For Appalachian State, ever since they played that double overtime game against Toledo, they've given up north of 67 points at once. So I do think that this is going to be a bogged down game. I did set my total at a 144 last time these two teams played. It was 85-84, but also be mindful that was a game that went to overtime with the game being 74-74 in regulation. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Georgia Southern, made them a 12-point dog, 753, 754 on the betting board. Arkansas State is going to be playing against Louisiana. Louisiana is a underdog of 2 points with your total on this game 152 to 152.5, and I did set Arkansas State as a underdog of 2.5 points. I'm going to be taking a look at Louisiana outright on the money line. With Louisiana, this bunch has been able to do a really nice job of guarding the three-point line. Top 5 team in all of college basketball in that regard. And Arkansas State has not been the same offense when they've been away from home rather than when they've been at home. Arkansas State is a top 30 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis at home. They're scoring more than 22 points fewer away from home rather than at home. And at home, they shoot 42.3% from 3, 29.6% in a road/neutral court environment. Arkansas State has a quartet of guys that are able to give you at least 7 points per contest, as you've got DeAndre Dominguez, Terran Todd, Caleb Fields, Darren Ford. These 4 guys have been able to combine for about 47 points per contest, and pretty much all of them shoot between 32.5 and 36.5% from distance. It's an Arkansas State team that they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, but with Louisiana being able to lock down from three-point range the way that they do, and with this Arkansas State team just not having a ton down low, you've got Dominguez, who's been able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but past that, you really don't have anyone else that gives you north of 5 boards per contest. That's going to be a little bit of an issue for them. They go up against a Louisiana team that has been far from amazing on the glass themselves, who are in 24th in the country with regards to their rebound rate. Arkansas State, meanwhile, on the contrary side of things, they're more around about 110, so a little bit of credit where credit is due, but Kobe Julian being able to give you 17.5 points, 5 boards, I do think that he's going to have himself a nice game. Now, I will say for Louisiana, they only shoot about 34% from the outside as well, but got a pair of nice sharpshooters in Kentrell Garnett, Blake Butler. They've been able to do a nice job all season long, being able to provide you about 15 points per contest. Butler going to be out of the fold once again. He's been out for quite a while, but ever since you've been able to get a few more minutes recently for Michael Thomas, he's been able to take them and run with it. He's really taken over that role for Butler. He's been shooting 35% from three-point and a combined 22 points and 7 assists in the last 2 games, along with 7 steals. He's been a nice X factor for the team, generating those turnovers. Louisiana, also one of the better teams in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against an Arkansas State team that, with their defense, they've been a little bit better recently. 73 points of fear surrender in 3 of their last 5 games, but you've got a Louisiana team that they have really gotten hot with their offense, scoring at least 70 in each of their last 4 games. So good old situation if something's got to give. I think that Louisiana, with their perimeter defense, they find a way to be able to get the job done. I do think that this is going to be a game that gets cranked up tempo and features some late game fouling. So set my total 152.5. Looking at the over, and Louisiana outright on the money line, 755, 756 on the betting board. Texas State is going to be playing against Troy from Pensacola, Florida, with Troy 5.5 to a 6-point favorite. Total on this game 140 to 140.5. Made Troy an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Troy has been a top 40 team with regards to turnovers force on a per possession basis, and Troy, despite the fact that they've only got one guy that gives you north of 5.2 rebounds per game, that'd be Thomas Dowd with about 5.5 rebounds per game. They're a top 75 team in terms of their rebound rate. They go up against a Texas State unit that's been about 150th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Texas State, not bad on the glass, but that is really supposed to be their bread and butter. Well, that's really an ancillary thing for this Troy team. And for Texas State, they're just outgunned there. They're about 130th in the country with regards to their rebound rate, while being one of the least effective offenses in all of college basketball. They're well outside the top 250 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. Now, you've been able to have Colton Benson be able to do a nice job being able to supply the team with about 7 points, shoots about 40% from three-point range, but past that, you really don't have a lot of outside forces. Meanwhile, you've got a Troy team that shoots 35.5% from three-point range away from home. That's actually better than their 34.4% clip that they are able to provide at home. And this has been a Troy team that's been well-traveled all season long. For Troy, 143rd in all of college basketball with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, but they've got a really nice facilitator, Christian Eugene, who's been able to supply 15 points, 3 assists, shoots 43.5% from three. Each of your top 5 scorers for this Troy team do generate at least a turnover per game. Now, what's been killing Troy has been the fact that they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per contest, but they go up against a Texas A team that they match that. They turn the ball over 13.3 times per game. You've been able to get good production with about 5.5 boards, 10.5 points per game out of Brandon Love. And I know that they've been dealing with a few injuries with someone like Caden Gums being in and out of the fold. We have not seen him really since Valentine's Day. But I do think that for Texas State, they're just going to have a tough time going up against a Troy team that generates a bunch of turnovers. They have a tough time being able to take care of the ball to begin with. It's a Texas State team that, to their credit, they've gotten past the 70-point plateau in each of their last 4 games. 2 of those games came in overtime, though. One of those games coming against Troy. In that game against Troy, it was a case where Texas State, they were able to do a very nice job of being able to get to the free throw line. They lost that turnover battle, but they were able to win the rebound battle. I think that Troy going to be able to do a little bit better job this time around on the glass. I like Miles Rigsby, the fact that he's able to give you 12.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and I think that Troy gets their revenge. Did semi-total at a 142, so going to be looking at the over with the way that Texas State has been playing a little bit more up-tempo. Troy is a top 80 team with regards to total possessions per game, so looking at the over, and I'm willing to lay up to 7.5 here with the men of Troy. 757, 758 on the betting board. James Madison and Marshall do battle from Pensacola, and Marshall is an underdog of 11.5 to 12 points. Draw this game, going to be finding that at a 153.5, and with James Madison made them a 15-point favorite, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Marshall has just not been able to get going on offense all season long. Well outside the top 225 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, hardly shooting above 31% from three-point range after Camden Kerfman was a really good three-point shooter last season, hardly shooting above 30% thus far this season. And for Marshall, they're just not generating the same amount of turnovers that they have in past seasons. Typically, they're generating north of 9 steals per game. This year, that's down to more like 7, and as a result, they're now 203rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And as much as we like to talk about James Madison playing up tempo, being able to hit a bunch of threes, this James Madison team is 15th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they've really done a nice job being able to hit the glass. They've been able to get really good production out of TJ Bickerstaff, who's been able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game, and they're going to need it because the one thing that Marshall has been able to do thus far this season is have 2 guys in Obiana Onchile Killian, along with Nate Martin, be able to supply the team with about 16 rebounds per game. But it is a Marshall team that has been just having their doldrums with regards to hitting the road and being able to just find a way to be able to put points up on the board for this Marshall team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. They're officially clocking in at 268th. Gashawn Vowles has been able to give you 15 points per contest, shoots 34% from three-point range. But when it comes to this James Madison team, they've been able to do a really good job with the whole is greater than some of its parts approach. Sharons Edwards has been your top scorer with 17.5 points per game, but you've got 4 separate guys that give you at least 10 points per contest. They do a nice job of being able to generate turnovers as well. Top 40 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and they're 26th in the country with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, only averaging about 5.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're away from home. Julian Wooden shooting 41% from three-point range has been big for the team. Michael Green doling out 3.5 assists per contest. That has been nice as well as he and Edwards. They both give you at least 3.3 assists per game. James Madison is like Noah's Ark, 2 of everything, and it's a Marshall team that they have just not been doing a good job with their defense as well, giving up at least 74 points in 4 of their last 5 games. James Madison has gotten to 80 in each of their last 5, and I think that they take it out on this Marshall team. I did set my total 155 looking over, and one lay up to 14.5 with James Madison. 759, 760 on the betting board. Next 2 games are games without numbers, as it's a Missouri Valley Conference tournament. Northern Iowa and Indiana State hook up to start out with. No numbers up on this game, but with Indiana State, I did set them as a 7.5 point favorite with a total of 149.5, so 149 or less, looking at the over, 150 or higher to the under. And with Indiana State, one lay up to 7 with them, 8 or more. Going to be taking the points with Northern Iowa. We have yet to see a regulation over in the Missouri Valley Conference Tournament, by the way. I mean, it was just a whole bunch of slogs yesterday. If there's one team that might be able to bust through, it is Indiana State, a team that's in the top 20 nationally with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. They shoot 38.5% from three-point range, but they're not completely reliant upon the three ball because you've got someone like a Robbie Avila, who's just such a nice stat sheet stuffer. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 4 assists, 7 boards, 17.5 points, shoots about 40% from three, and I mean, it's just everyone on this roster that's able to pop it from three out there. Top 6 scorers, 5 of them shoot at least 37.5% from the outside. Indiana State does turn the ball over about 12 times per contest, but they're also a top 40 team with regards to total possessions per game, and you get to go up against a unit in Northern Iowa that has been giving it up from three-point range all season long. Northern Iowa, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're currently checking in 226th in all of college basketball, so probably not the worst thing in the world that they're playing in this arena, which does not seem to surrender any threes whatsoever, but you've got a Chucker and Bowen Barn who, he just hoists up a bunch of shots, and not a lot of them really fall. He's been able to give the team about 13 points per contest, but not really efficient along the way. You've got a pair of guys that are able to do an okay job down low as you're able to get a combined 13 rebounds out of Nathan Izey along with Titan Anderson. They've been able to give you about 25.5 points per contest as well for a Northern Iowa team that they do a nice job taking care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, but I do think that they're going to be done in by Isaac Swope, just having all sorts of versatility for the team. Julian Larry is able to give you about 4 assists per contest as well. Indiana State has really good depth with regards to their offense, and they go up against a Northern Iowa team that, they've actually been okay on the glass, about 158th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Indiana State, though, what gets untold about them, they're actually a number 47 team in all of college basketball with regards to their rebound rate. Indiana State has really been able to do a nice job of being able to play some good, solid defense ever since taking that loss to Southern Illinois. They have now given up 73 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, and you've got a Northern Iowa team that has been pretty solid with their offense, 74-plus points scored by them in pretty much 4 of their last 6 games entering into this tournament. So I do think that we're going to be getting quite a few more points than we've been seeing throughout this tournament. 149 or less will get over, 150 or higher to the under. With Indiana State willing to lay up to 7 with them, 8 or more going to be willing to take those points. 761, 762 on the betting board. Drake and Bradley do battle. No numbers up on this game, but made Drake a 3-point favorite and a total of 139. So 138.5 for less looking at the over and 139.5 for higher looking at the under, with Drake willing to lay up to 2.5 with them. 3.5 or more taking those points with Bradley. Both of these teams are just really well-rounded in general. Both of these teams in the top 130 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. I just think that the difference in this game is Tucker DeVries, 20 points, 6+ rebounds, gives you 3 assists. He's become one of the most well-rounded players they're able to find in all of college basketball, mid-major or high major, and he's got Darnell Brody to help him out down low. He's been able to do a nice job cleaning up the glass. He's able to give you about 8 rebounds per game. It is a Bradley unit that as well, they are willing to give it up a little bit from three-point range, and got a Drake team that's been able to do an okay job of being able to lock it down from three-point range. They're about 140th in all of college basketball in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. That does shoot up to about 36% away from home. Bradley more in the neighborhood about 163rd, and they've actually been a little bit better away from home, but I do think that it's going to be a little bit tough going against all these guys that you do have for Drake, and for Drake because it is such a strange shooting backdrop. They fortunately do have quite a few guys that are able to help you out. Aiden Wright is not necessarily someone that just goes out there and palms a bunch of threes, but he's able to give you double figures. You've been able to get quite a bit of help as well with the about 12 points per contest to Mr. Overton, who's been able to shoot about 35.5% from three-point range, as Kevin Overton has really been able to emerge as the season has gone along. He had just 2 points yesterday, but prior to that, 13-plus points in 3 out of the previous 4 games. I think that he's going to be able to get back online. And then you've got Cooper Garland, Connor Enright, who are able to combine for about 5.5 assists per game as really guys that don't score a lot. Meanwhile, Bradley, they've got pretty much a 2-guard system in terms of throwing out the ball. Connor Hickman, Duke Dean, they've both been able to combine for about 28.5 points, 7 assists per contest, and both shoot between 38.5 and 39.5% from three-point range, while Malavi Leons has been able to give you 7 boards, 14 points, shoots relatively well from three-point range, but I do think that for Drake, the big key for them being able to win this battle on the glass. They're about 108th in all of college basketball in terms of their rebound rate. Bradley, they're checking in more in that neighborhood of about 120th, and I do think that because Drake just seems to have a little bit more depth, and Drake has been able to do a better job of protecting the ball. Bradley turns the ball over about 12 times per contest, Drake closer to 10. I do think that that's going to be the difference. So, want to lay up to 2.5 with Drake, 3.5 for more, taking the points with Bradley, and then 138.5 for less, laying at the over, 139.5 for higher to the under, with a pair of teams that aren't necessarily super duper up tempo, but pretty efficient with their offense. Another game that's off the board, 763, 764, South Dakota State and Oral Roberts, who batter from the Sanford Premier Center. This is a case where I set South Dakota State as an 8.5 point favorite, so want to lay up to 8 with them, 9 or more taking the points with Oral Roberts, and then 150 or less is a buy for me on the over, 151 or higher. Going to be taking a look at the under for South Dakota State. This team has actually been one of the slowest in all of college basketball. They are well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. They've done a really good job of executing on offense, and they have done a really poor job of being able to guard on defense. They're outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but the South Dakota State team has been pretty much a flamethrower with their offense, 32nd in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And if you want to rule it out to just a road or neutral court environment, South Dakota State is back to being a top 15 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, going up against an Oral Roberts team that just has not been able to guard its soul. And for Oral Roberts, it's been very touch and go in terms of their offense as well. For Oral Roberts, this bunch has scored 70 points or fewer, and now 4 out of their last 6 games, 72 points or fewer, and all but 3 out of their last 9. And for Oral Roberts, you still have a team that's able to shoot about 36% from three-point range overall. You got Isaac McBride, who's giving you 19.5 points, 3 assists, shoots 37.5% from the outside, but they're also just completely outgunned on the glass. South Dakota State, I'm not saying they're amazing, but they're about 150th in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate. Oral Roberts well outside the top 300, and Oral Roberts, they are certainly giving it up from three-point range. Oral Roberts, 289th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage. So even though you're going to have a slog and not a lot of possessions in this game, you should be getting a lot of points. South Dakota State, they themselves are about 36.5% with regards to their opponent's three-point shooting percentage away from home. So we should see some shot making in this game, but South Dakota State as the most well-rounded player in this game, as you've got Zeke Mayo, who's able to give you 19 points, right around about 5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. William Kyle is more of your true low-post player that's able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game, but Luke Appel, Charlie Easley combined for 24 points and 40% three-point shooting has been big. South Dakota State overall, they shoot about 36% from the outside, but again, they just shoot it so well from the outside away from home, and you just notice that throughout the Summit League, a lot of these teams, they actually shoot better from three-point range away from home rather than at home, and for Oral Roberts, they stopped the bleeding yesterday with being able to get a win, but it's been a rough state of affairs for them, and you got a South Dakota State team that comes in having given up 72 points or fewer in regulation in each of their last 5 games. So 150 or less, looking at the over, 151 or higher to the under. South Dakota State, one to lay up to 8 with them, 9 or more taking those points with old Oral Roberts. 765, 766 on the big board. UMKC and Denver doing battle out there in the Sanford Premier Center, and with UMKC, you're finding them as a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite, and your total on this game is between 150 and 151.5. I do think that UMKC should be the favorite, but could I set this line at 3? I'm going to be willing to take the points with Denver. Now, you've got a battle of just two complete opposites. UMKC is looking to hang their head on defense. They're really looking to make things slow and grimy, and Denver's looking to run it and gun it, and they've got the top scorer in all of college basketball, and Tommy Bruner, giving you north of 25 points per contest. I do think that Denver certainly is going to have a little bit of a tough time staying in front of this UMKC team, and some of the weapons that they've got, as Jamar Brown has been a do-it-all sort of player, 15 points, 5 boards per contest, but with Tommy Bruner, the way that he has just been able to execute on offense has been second and on 25 plus points per contest, shoots darn near 40% from three-point range, and this has been a Denver team that, not out about it, their offense has been a little bit more efficient at home rather than on the road, but this Denver unit has been able to do it in both sort of venues, 51st in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it's more than just Tommy Bruner, as you've got Tuki Taunamo, who's been able to give you 17 points, 8 boards per contest. Jackson Brenchley is someone that comes in from Utah, north of 3 assists, 12 points per game. It's a team that overall shoots north of 36% from three-point range as a collective, going against a UMKC team that has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc. They allow opponents in a road/court environment to shoot about 33.8% from three-point range, but I do think that for UMKC, despite the fact that they're a top 75 team in terms of rebound rate, Denver is not going to get completely bludgeoned there. I do think that Tanemo is going to do a nice job, as Allen David and Becca Jr. is able to give you about 4.5 to 5 rebounds per game, but it really is one of those wholes greater than some of its parts sort of approaches when it comes to UMKC. With UMKC, you've been able to have some relatively good production out of Christian Coruscant, who's been able to give you 4 assists per contest. Coupled with that, you've been able to have quite a few guys just in general be able to chip in their 5+ rebounds per game out of their top 5 scorers. All but one of them give you at least 3.9 rebounds per game, so that has been pretty impactful for them, and you've been able to get good production recently out of Cameron Foss, as well as been able to shoot 38% from three-point range, about 10 points per contest. And it's a UMKC team that they don't necessarily generate a lot of turnovers, which that is going to be a big one for Denver because they've done a nice job all season long of being able to protect the ball. They only turn the ball over about 10 times per contest, but I do think that Denver, with the way that they're able to stroke it from three-point range, the way that they've got a guy that can go into takeover mode, I do think that Denver going to be able to stay lively in this one, and what I think is going to be another high-scoring affair. Denver has been one of your top over teams in all of college basketball. Last time these two teams played, it was a loss, but it was 84-69, so certainly got a lot of scoring in that one as UMKC was able to run and hide despite the fact that they only shot 21.5% from three-point range. So circumstance where I'm going to be taking a look at the over, and with Denver, I'm going to take anything north of 3 with them. 767, 768 on the betting board. Sacramento State, they're going to be playing against Idaho. This is going to be from the great state of Idaho out there in the Idaho Central Center as Idaho finds themselves in a pick'em game with your total 128. And I did set my total to where I'm going to be taking a look at the over. I set my total at 129.5, but with Sacramento State, I made them a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to ride with them. It is an Idaho team that's going to be playing within their home state, but this Idaho team just has not been good with their defense. They are well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's not to say that the Sacramento State team has been anything amazing either. They're well outside the top 225 with that regard, and for Sacramento State, what's really been costly for them is the three-point line. Sacramento State 283rd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but who's really going to be able to exploit that? For Idaho State, Quinn Danker has been able to give you 12.5 points per contest. He's a relatively okay three-point shooter, but Sacramento State has a nice advantage, and that's down low. They're a top 75 team in terms of rebound rate. Idaho State, they are a bunch that has one guy that's able to give you north of 3.6 rebounds per game. That'd be Julian Mims. Mims has been able to give you 11 points, 7 boards, and does chip in there a block and a half per contest as well. But Idaho, they shoot about 33.5% from three-point range. It's not like the Sacramento State team has been anything amazing as well at about 32.5%, but Duncan Boom Boom Powell has the most versatility of anyone out there on the floor. 2 assists, 7 boards, 12 points per contest. Now for Sacramento State, they do turn the ball over about 15 times per game, but they go up against an Idaho team that really doesn't force a lot of turnovers. That's going to be able to help them out. And for Idaho, man, this has been an offense that just has not been able to get it going recently. They have scored now 62 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 7 games. And for Sacramento State, I mean, you can say what you want about this offense, but all of a sudden they've gotten to at least 66 points in 4 out of their last 5 games, and they've been able to exceed the 70-point plateau in 3 out of their last 5. So they're starting to figure out a little bit of something. They've got a little bit more three-point shooting with Alex Patterson, shooting about 41.5% from distance. Both of these teams have been rough with regards to their defense. Both of these teams are rough with regards to their offense, but I do think that in the end, the rebounding wins out for Sacramento State, made them a 3-point favorite. So we'll take Sacramento State on this pick'em line, and I do think that this is going to be a tight game. I think we're going to get some late game fouling in. Both of these teams really don't do a great job of defending, so set my total 129.5. Also looking at the over. 769, 770 on the betting board. It is Idaho State and Northern Arizona doing battle from Idaho Central Arena, and with Idaho State, they are a 4-point favorite, and your total on this game, it is 139, and with Idaho State, I did set them as a 4.5-point favorite. 4 is the absolute max that I'm willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it with Idaho State. They are one of those teams that plays slowly and not necessarily great on defense. They are outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but you're getting a lot more versatility out of this team. With Idaho State, you've got Braden Parker, who's able to give you 15 points, 6 boards, shoots about 35% from 3-point for an Idaho State team that they're only shooting about 33% from 3-point as a collective, but Blake Arrington, about 5 assists, 2.3 steals, to about 2.5 turnovers per game for an Idaho State team that they do a relatively solid job taking care of the ball. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, and for Northern Arizona, this team has been just completely flattened on the glass. Outside the top 275 with regards to rebound rate, Carson Basham has been able to give you 6.5 rebounds per game, chipping in there 12.5 points, but I mean, really past that, you have nobody else that gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. Northern Arizona has done a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Northern Arizona checking in about 82nd in all of college basketball, but past that, they're outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And Idaho State, they're certainly going to allow you to have some open opportunities from three-point range as well. Idaho State, 307th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. It actually goes down to 34.6% away from home, but there's nobody on Northern Arizona to really execute off of it. Each of their top 5 scorers shoot below 33% from three-point range. You really only have one guy that's able to pop it from 3, Diego Campusano, who's been able to give you 6 points, shoots 42% from three-point range, but and the last time he's given you double figures, you have to go all the way back to the month of February. So it's been a while since he's been able to bust through, give you a lot of production. Trent McLaughlin, he's able to give you a steal and a half, about 16.5 points per contest. But I do think that this is going to be a strange, bogged down, little bit of a slog in this case. But I do think that in the end, this Idaho State team that has been a little bit up and down in terms of their defense, but it feels like they're starting to pick up a little bit of something recently. That double overtime game against Northern Arizona, ironically enough, did warp both of these teams' numbers. That was 76-76 at the end of regulation, but a hot shooting night for both. I do think that both of these teams do sort of revert back to what they've been all season long. Teams that have just not been able to throw the ball in the basket all season long, and I do think that it's going to result in a low-scoring slog set by total 136 after diving in on the under of the Idaho State. One to lay up to 4 with them. 771, 772 on the betting board. It is Morehead State, and they're going to be playing against Little Rock. This is the OVC final. And I made my line to where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4 with Morehead State. 5 or more, I'm going to be taking the place with Little Rock. Made my line 4.5 with a total of 144.5. So 144 or less. Going to be taking a look at the over. 145 or higher. Going to be taking a look at the under with this Little Rock bunch. It has been one that has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to find some offense all season long. And they're a top 125 team with regards to their rebound rate. Problem is, Morehead State is a top 40 team with their rebound rate. And Riley Minix is the best player in this game. He's been able to give this Morehead State team 20.5 points, 9.5 boards per contest. He shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, and despite the fact that Morehead State is well outside the top 320 with regards to total possessions per game, they've really launched their offense. 72 plus points in now 5 out of their last 6 games. Now, last time these two teams played, it was 69-68, so a little bit more of a slog. And credit where credit's due. Little Rock, all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, they've given up 70 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 6 games. They've got 2 feature guys in Jameer Chaplin along with KK Robinson, who have been able to combine for about 30.5 points per contest. They both chip in there a little bit over a steal per game. Now, the big issue they've got with the Little Rock team is that the perimeter defense, it has been sort of up and down all season long. Opponents from three-point range against Little Rock, they're only shooting about 32% from distance, but there's been a lot of inconsistency all season long. Feels like Little Rock, when it rains, it pours on them, but they've been able to get a lot more out of Mikal Mitchell as well. He comes in from Arkansas. He's been able to supply the team with about 10 points, 6 boards, 2 blocks per contest overall for the season, but if you look at what he's been able to do down the stretch, he has been absolutely magnificent for the team. Didn't do a whole heck of a lot yesterday with only about 3 rebounds in that one, but prior to that, he had given the team at least 7 rebounds in each of the last 6 games, double figures in all of those contests as well, being able to supply the team with an average of about 3 blocks per contest as well. So he's been able to help transform this team, but you've got a Morehead State team that I just feel like is a little bit deeper out there in the backcourt as well. Khalil Thomas along Drew Thelwell, they've been able to combine for 21.5 points per contest. Thelwell, 6.5 assists per game. Thomas shoots 42% for 3. Morehead State is turning the ball over about 12 times per contest, pretty much the same as Little Rock, but this is a Little Rock team that they don't necessarily generate a lot of turnovers, and credit where credit is due. These two teams are on really nice runs. Morehead State, 5 straight wins. Little Rock, 10 straight, but I do think that in the end, Morehead State finds a way to be able to get it done. Keep in mind, last time these two teams played, Little Rock was up by a big giant margin. Morehead State had completely cut off a 17 or 18 point lead and very nearly had that just straight up comeback, and I just feel like Morehead State has a little bit more in their arsenal with regards to the defense. So it's a spot where I'm willing to lay up to 4 with Morehead State, 5 or more taking the points with Little Rock, and 144 less looking over, 145 or higher to the under. Now we go to lovely Las Vegas to wrap things up before we hit the extra game. 773, 774, San Diego and Santa Clara do battle in the WCC tournament. No numbers up on this game, but made Santa Clara a 10.5 point favorite. One to lay up to 10 with them, 11 or more. Taking the points with San Diego and 146 or less. Looking over 147 or higher to the under with Santa Clara. You've got all sorts of size with this unit as you've been able to get a lot out of Christoph Tilly. He's able to be a 7-footer, give you 9 points, 4 boards, is able to pop it from 3-point range. And they go up against the San Diego team that I just feel like they're going to get absolutely clocked on the glass. It's a Santa Clara team that I'm not saying has an absolutely tremendous rebound rate or anything like that, but when it comes to the San Diego team, only having one guy down low that's able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game in Steven Jamerson, that's really going to be costly to them. Now it's the San Diego team that is shooting about 34-35% from 3-point range. They have not been too bad with that aspect as you've been able to get relatively good production all season long out of PJ Hayes, who's been able to give you 13 points per contest, relatively good 3-point shooter, but Adama Ball being able to chip in there 16 points, being a relatively solid 3-point shooter for a Santa Clara team that overall, when they've hit the road, they've not been quite the same team as they have been at home, but still, in terms of their 3-point shooting defense, they've been able to do a nice job holding up here with allowing opponents to shoot 31.6% overall for the season, comparing that to a San Diego unit that they're 202nd in all of college basketball in a roadside shoot scoring environment. They're allowing opponents to shoot 37% from 3-point range. I do think that that's going to be rough. You do have a Santa Clara team that has been turning the ball over 12 plus times per contest, but San Diego's had their fair share of turnover issues all season long, and felt like late in that game against Pepperdine, they didn't necessarily win it, but it was rather Pepperdine lost it, and you've got Deuce Turner down for Wood was able to give you about 15 points, shoots 37.5% from 3-pointers for the San Diego team as well. But throwing in there Johnny O'Neill's able to give you 5.5 boards. Guy with size that's able to pop it from 3-point range, and the Santa Clara team as a whole coming in regulation, because they did have a game against Portland go to overtime, so regulation and regulation only, coming in having given up fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that they're going to be able to take down the San Diego team, and a game I think is going to be higher scoring than the one that San Diego had yesterday. So at a 10 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Santa Clara, 11 or more, taking the points with San Diego, then 146 or less, looking over 147 or higher to the under this last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit a break. And the extra game, 775, 776, Portland and San Francisco do battle. This is a spot where I said San Francisco as a 14-point favorite, so want to lay up to 14 with San Francisco. I actually made them a 14.5-point favorite, so 15 or more. Going to be taking the points with Portland, and then 148 or less, looking at the over 149 or higher to the under. San Francisco, a top 30 team with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, but also a top 50 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Going against the Portland team has been a wreck on defense all season long. Outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 355th in opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Away from home, they're allowing opponents to shoot 39.5% from 3. Portland outside the top 250 in terms of their rebound rate, even with being able to get back in the fold. You to Yamanachi Williams, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to have Bonaventure, who's been able to give you about 4.5 boards per contest. They do have Tyler Harris back out there. He's been dealing with injury all season long, 12 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. He was back out there in that game against Loyola Marymount. And you do have Tyler Robertson, 16.5 points, 4.5 boards, 3.5 assists per contest. And for Portland, the one thing that you're able to say about them is that last time these two teams played, they played somewhat close, as that was a 76-64 game on the home floor of Portland. But in that game, San Francisco only shot 10 of 32 from 3-pointers. I think that they're going to be a little bit better in this one, as you have Malik Thomas, who's done a nice job supplying the team with about 11.5 points per contest. He's shooting about 38% from 3-point range. And for San Francisco, they're a top 40 team with regards to rebound rate, with only one player that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game, Jonathan Bogbo, double-double machine. He's able to give you about 15 points, 10.5 rebounds per game. I do think that he's going to rip this game, take it whole, and I do think that San Francisco was a top 50 team in terms of total possessions per game, going to deduce quite a few of them and be able to turn defense into offense against a Portland team that they played some good defense recently, but all in all, this has been a bunch that, even with what they've been able to do recently, has still given up at least 70 points in 5 out of their last 6 games. So 148 or less, looking at the over 149 or higher to the under. And San Francisco will lay up to 14 with them, 15 or more, taking the points with Portland. Now we're going to have a break, and the extra games next, right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the VSiN Family Podcast. All right, we got through the games on the normal Las Vegas betting board, and here on the extra games, we're going to have quite a few more that are going to be a little bit TBD with regards to the lines, but that's it. We'll try to keep things as straight as humanly possible as we hit the extra games, and we're going to take one break along the way, so do be mindful of that. Wanted to give you guys as much commercial-free content as possible to start out with, but let's take a look at the extra games and continue to have the flow of winners coming.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-589, 306-590. It is Mississippi Valley State, and they're hitting the road, and they are going to be playing against Jackson State. And Jackson State finds themselves as 17-point favorites. Total on this game is anywhere between 134.5 and 135. And credit to Mississippi Valley State. They've risen up, and they've been able to cover a few numbers recently. I think that this is going to be a case where they're not going to be able to do so. I set my line at 20. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Mississippi Valley State, dead last in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, a bottom 5 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I actually do have a really nice player in Raekwon Brown, who's able to give you 18.5 points, 6 boards per contest, but Mississippi Valley State is the worst team in all of college basketball at just being able to have clean possessions, turning the ball over 16 times per contest as a low-tempo team. You've been able to have Areco Gibson shoot 40% from 3, which has been solid, but you've only got 4 guys on the roster that average more than 4 points per contest. Brown is one of just 2 guys that give you north of 3.1 rebounds per game, and Jackson State should be able to win that battle down low. As you guys see, Cook, who's able to give you about 6.5 boards, 6.5 points per contest. They've been dealing with a few ailments as their main point guard in Chase Adams, who's been able to dole out about 4 assists per contest, is currently out of the fold, but Ken Evans, he's the best player in this game. 1.3 steals, 3 assists, 19 points, shoots 40% from 3, and then you've also been able to get 43.5% 3-point shooting out of Jordan O'Neal. Keep in mind, this is a Jackson State team that went on the road. They knocked off Missouri this year. Now, that aged like milk with the way that Missouri has been playing, but that's it. With Jackson State, they should be able to do a nice job winning the battle on the glass. They're about 161st in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, while Mississippi Valley State, they continue to be one of the worst teams in all of college basketball on the glass. It's a Jackson State team that's only about 264th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but comparing that to dead last, that is actually pretty darn solid, and I do think that Jackson State going to be able to win this game quite comfortably. I set them as a 20-point favorite, wanted to lay the number, and did so by total 136. It's a Mississippi Valley State team that has been able to give you a little bit more on offense. They have exceeded 65 points in each of the last two games, and quite frankly, they have been giving it up quite a bit recently against a Jackson State team that has reached at least 70 in each of their last four games. So looking at the over, and we'll look at a lay it with Jackson State. 306-5-91, 306-5-92. Arkansas Pine Bluff is on the road facing off against Elkhorn State, and Elkhorn State is a favorite of 8 points total on this game between 155 and 155.5, and I made Elkhorn State a 6.5 point favorite, so going to be one to take 8 with Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff has actually been doing a really good job of guarding the 3-point line, so I think that is going to keep them relatively lively in this one for Pine Bluff. In terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they're overall 45th in all of college basketball, allowing opponents in a road/neutral venue to shoot just 30.5% from 3-point range. Pine Bluff still well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but that should help them out a little bit, especially with Pine Bluff getting just bludgeoned on the glass. Elkhorn State is a top 200 team with regards to rebound rate. Pine Bluff, they're in the bottom 10 in all of college basketball, with Ishmael Platt doing a okay job giving you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but this team is really all about the perimeter, as you've got Rashad Williams, Joe French, Kalen Milton. These three guys, they've been able to combine for about 50 points per contest. All three shoot at least 36.5% from three, and Pine Bluff is a top 40 team in all of college basketball with regards to a 3-point shooting percentage, and they do face off against an Elkhorn State team that they're going to give it up from 3-point range. Elkhorn State, 353rd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage at home. They allow opponents to shoot 39.1% from the outside. They do have Jeremiah Kendall, who's able to give you 7 boards, 16.5 points per game. You should be able to win that battle down low, and then you've got someone like Byron Joshua who's been able to do a nice job supplying this team with about 11 points, 4 assists per contest for him. An Elkhorn State team that does a nice job of having clean possessions. They only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. They don't necessarily rely too much on the 3 ball, which is going to help them out. And Elkhorn State has gone to at least 73 points in each of their last 5 games. Been able to do a little bit of a better job on defense, but still give it up 67 plus in 4 of their last 5 games. One of those games being against Mississippi Valley State. And for Arkansas Pine Bluff, they've slowed down a little bit with their offense, but back to scoring at least 70 in each of their last 4 games. I do think that this is going to be an up and down game where both of these teams going to be able to splash it in there. Elkhorn State from the inside, Pine Bluff from the outside. So it's set by total 156.5. Looking at the over with Elkhorn State, made them a 6.5 point favorite, so wanted to take 8 here with Pine Bluff. 306-593, 306-594. Florida A&M is going to be playing against Bethune-Cookman. Cookman is in a pick'em game / finding themselves as 1.5 point favorite. Totals between 140 to 140.5. Did set by total 138.5. I'm going to be looking at the under this Bethune-Cookman team, top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, but I like the way that their defense is playing right now, and that they're a top 20 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Damani McIntyre, one of the most insane stat lines you're ever going to find. 2.9 points and 2.2 steals per contest. You've got a trio out there in the backcourt, and Deshaun Dyson, Zion Harmon, coupled with Jacoby Heedy, that have been able to supply this team with about 43.5 to 44 points per contest. You really don't have a lot of shooting with Bethune-Cookman. They shoot about 31.5% from the outside. They have been able to get 39.5% from distance out of Reggie Ward, who's been able to give you about 10 points per contest. He's been a nice find here towards the back half of the season, but I do think that they're going to force Florida A&M into quite a few turnovers. This team already is turning the ball over 15 times per contest, so Jalen Spear has been able to do a really nice job of taking hold for the team. 15.5 points, 4 assists, shoots 39% from 3, but it's 4.1 turnovers per game among qualifying D1 players. As number 1 in all of college basketball, and you got a Florida A&M team that really doesn't do a good job of being a rebound down low. Keith Lamar has been able to do a solid job. He's been able to give you about 13.5 points, 5.2 rebounds per game, but he's the only guy on the roster that's really able to give you north of 5 boards per contest in terms of rebound rate. Florida A&M checking in 304th in all of college basketball. Well, not like Bethune-Cookman does a very good job as well, 296th, but they're able to pretty much match that with Bethune-Cookman being able to rip the ball away and having so many guys out there in the backcourt. And this Bethune-Cookman team playing much better defense recently. They have given up fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, going against a Florida A&M team that they themselves have been all over the place with regards to their offense, 68 points or fewer, 3 of the last 5 games. I do think that Bethune-Cookman is going to be able to take hold in this one. I think that they're going to be able to take over the game, set my line at 2.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Cookman, and did set my total 138.5. I think that you get just too many dead possessions for and over. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be looking at Cookman on this pick'em line. 306-595, 306-596. Alabama State plays us with Grambling. Grambling is an underdog of 1.5 to 2 point totals between 129 and 129.5. And with Grambling, I did set them as an underdog of 2 points. At a 1.5, I'm going to be willing to lay with Alabama Alabama State. These are two teams that are in the top 125 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, specifically in conference play, and Alabama State overall in the top 130 with that regard. Both of these teams also outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I do like the way that TJ Madlock has good versatility for Alabama State. 15.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2.3 assists, 1.7 steals. Doesn't necessarily pop it well from three, and that's a big issue for Alabama State. They just can't find a way to shoot. They shoot 37% from the floor, 28% from three-point range, though. They only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. They're a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Going against a Grambling unit that they had a really rough start to the season on defense. Out of conference, they were outside the top 325 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but have been playing much better recently. Now, Grambling just 288th in all of college basketball. In terms of rebound rate, Alabama State closer to 236th, though. Grambling, they do have Jonathan Aku, who's been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, but Obang Okan, who's been able to give you about 6.5 boards. On the flip side for Alabama State, you should be able to win that battle down low, while Trayvon Morton, along with Kevion Dozier, they've been able to combine for 24.5 points per contest for a Grambling team that's now shooting about 33% from three-point range, but those 13 turnovers per game, I do think are going to be quite costly, despite the fact that Grambling has gotten their offense going. At least 69 points in 4 of their last 5 games. Alabama State, they have lost 4 straight, but defense has still been relatively good and active for this team. If you're looking at games that have wrapped up in regulation and regulation only, this has been a squad that has now given up fewer than 73 points in all but 2 of their games ever since these two teams played the first time, when Grambling won by a count of 74-68 in early February, a day which you saw Grambling shoot 6 of 17 from three-point range and absolutely dominate with regards to the turnover battle. I do think that Alabama State takes better care of the ball and they get their revenge. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 with Alabama State, and did something total 130. I think that we just have went a little bit too low. I think that you just get too many possessions in general with a pair of relatively mid-tempo teams and a Grambling team that's starting to pick it up with their offense 4 and under. So looking at the 129 over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 1.5 with Alabama State. 365-87, 365-98. Alabama A&M plays us to Southern. Southern is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite with your total 134.5. I did set Southern as a 5.5 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay it. Now with Southern, they're a top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis when they're at home. They're not quite the same team in a road/neutral environment, and they're dealing with an injury to Tayron Joseph. There's their top scorer. He was able to log for the team nearly 19 to 20 points per contest, but this is still a team that's 80th in the country. There's points allowed on a per possession basis. Fully recognize that they're giving up darn near 25 points more per 1 hour possessions away from home rather than at home, but got an Alabama A&M team that has been having all sorts of issues. Dalen Smith is the only guy on the roster that's really able to give you north of 4 rebounds per game. Alabama A&M 340th in all of college basketball in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Do you like what you're able to get out of Cam Tucker? Gives you 4 boards, 9 points, 4 assists per contest for an Alabama A&M team that is in the bottom 20 in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. So the negative on offense, they shoot just 28% from three-point range. Omari Peake is able to give you about 9.5 points per contest, but other than Dalen Smith and his 14 points per game, nobody else gives you double figures. Meanwhile, you've been able to get about 13 points per contest out of Brandon Davis on the flip side for Southern. He's really taken over that go-to scorer role from Tayron Joseph with him being out of the full, but he's been able to shoot 37.5% for 3 for a Southern team that they do turn the ball over 14 times per contest, but you've been able to get good facilitation with about 5.5 assists, 9 points per contest out of Diamasi. On top of that, the Southern team, they still are a top 30 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis, going up against an Alabama A&M team that has had such a tough time just being able to take care of the ball in general. And for this Alabama A&M team, they have now scored 61 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games, so the Southern team is not quite the same defense away from home rather than at home. Last time Southern gave up north of 71 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to the month of January. I do think that they're going to be able to take the soul out of Alabama A&M here. I did set my total out of 135.5. I just flat out think that Alabama A&M doesn't do their part in terms of being able to hold this total under with the way that they have been well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So going over and with Southern, willing to lay up to 5 with them, made them a 5.5 point favorite. 306-599, 306-600. It is Texas Southern, and they play out to Prairie View. Prairie View is an underdog of 10.5 to 11 points. Total on this game is 142. Did some outline at 8.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Prairie View is still a top 15 team in all of college basketball with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Now, very much an all or nothing team, Prairie View, in the bottom 5 in all of college basketball in terms of rebound rate. And Prairie View, they give it up from three-point range. Opponents from three-point range shoot about 34.5% against them, but that goes down to 33.3% away from home. That was more like 37.5% when they are at home. And for Prairie View, you got 2 guys that have been able to combine for about 20.5 points per contest to really headline this team. Charles Smith, the 4th, who comes in from Old Old Dominion and has been able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range. Along with Javonte Hopkins, they've been able to do a solid job, and both of these guys combined for about 3.5 assists per contest. You've got a Prairie View team that does turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest, going up against a Texas Southern team that does not have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. It is a Texas Southern team that's outside the top 320 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis and does turn the ball over about 12.5 times per contest. They've got the more dominant duo, PJ Henry and Long Jonathan Cisse, though, that will be able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest, with Henry is able to shoot about 34% from three-point range. In Texas Southern, after a really bad non-conference, they have really been able to pick it up. They've gotten to at least 68 points in each of their last 5 games. Defense has been lacking a little bit, giving up at least 70 points each of their last 3 games. And you got a Prairie View team that is in the top 50 with regards to total possessions per game. So I do think that you get plenty of points up on the board. I did set my total at a 144.5, especially with the way that Texas Southern has launched their offense. And heck, last time these two teams played, it was 80-69. Texas Southern got a road win on a night where they shot just 5 of 19 from three-point range. So went at the over, but I do think the Prairie View going to be able to induce this Texas Southern team into some turnovers and be able to remain lively. So semi-line at 8.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the points and the over. 306-601, 306-602. This is Longwood and High Point. They are going to be doing battle in the Big South semifinal. No numbers up on this game, but High Point is a true home team in this one, and I made them an 8-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7.5 there. 8.5 for more, taking the points with Longwood, and then did set my total 148, 147.5 or less. Going to be looking at the over 148.5 or higher. Going to be taking a look at the under. It's a Longwood team that is in the top 90 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they go up against a High Point team that they are very willing to give up the points for this High Point team. They're well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they absolutely lock you down low. These are two teams that are very good with regards to the rebound rate. Longwood is in the top 50 with higher regard, but High Point, they're in the top 15 with Jocelyn Bodu along Kamani Lawrence, who have been able to do a nice job combining for about 16 or so rebounds per contest. You've been able to get good production in the backcourt with Kezikifa, give you 15 points, 3 assists per contest. It's a High Point team that they play relatively up-tempo. They shoot it at north of a 35% clip from three-point range with Abdoulaye Thiam being able to shoot about 35% from 3. He's been able to give you double figures, but I mean, it's a High Point team that is in the top 30 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis. But for Longwood, they do a solid job down low in terms of just being able to protect from 2-point range. It is a Longwood team that has been able to generate about 7 steals per contest as well. Waylon Napper, not too much of an outside shooter, shoots 22% from 3, but as the floor general, 4.5 assists, 14.5 points per game, and then Michael Christmas, Jonathan Massey, along with Simon Zapala, they've been able to combine for about 18 rebounds per game, with Christmas shooting 40.5% from three-point range. Longwood does need to clean up the 12.5 turnovers per game, but I do think that they're going to hold up on the interior. The question is how many shots are going to be taken from three-point range, because this is a Longwood team that away from home, they do allow opponents to shoot 36.5% from three-point range. That's about 266 in all of college basketball. The low post has been the home for Longwood, but this has been a High Point team that has been pretty shaky with their defense all season long, and it is a High Point team that I feel like might have a little bit of difficulty here in terms of just turning the ball over a little bit as well. So it is a circumstance where I do think that you get a relatively up-tempo game. It's a High Point team that has been playing hair-burning games all season long, so want to lay up to 7.5 with High Point, 8.5 or more, taking the points with Longwood, and then 147.5 or less, looking at the over 148.5 or higher, taking a look at the under. Then we've got the other semifinal matchup, 306-603, 306-604. It is Gardner-Webb and UNC Asheville doing battle. Currently no numbers up on this game, but I've got my handicap. I said Asheville is a 6-point favorite, and I set my total to wear a 147.5 or less. I'm going to be looking at the over 148.5 or higher. Going to be taking a look at this total under. It's a UNC Asheville team that's going to have by far the best player out there on the floor, and that'd be Drew Pember. He's able to give you 20 points, 7 boards, 2 blocks. He's able to shoot in the high 30s from three-point range, going up against a Gardner-Webb unit that they just flat out haven't been very good on defense. About 200th in the country with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis. They just don't compare on the glass. They lost all of their big men from a season ago, so you only have one player on the roster that gives you north of 4.6 rebounds per game. That would be Charles Robinson, relatively versatile, 13.6 boards, but that said, he only shoots about 24.5% from 3, and in a nip-and-tuck situation, Gardner-Webb shoots 63% at the free throw line. You don't have a single player on the roster that is in the top 8 in terms of scoring that's averaging north of 3.2 points per contest, shooting above 69.5% at the free throw line. That's a big, giant issue, especially when you've got a bunch that's 200th in the country with regards to rebound rate. Now, UNC Asheville, they are a squad that as well is outside the top 175 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do a really nice job of being able to guard the arc, top 75 team with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're only about 221st in all of college basketball with regards to rebound rate, other than Pember. The only guy that's pulling in their boards is Nate McMillan with about 10 points, 5.8 rebounds per game, but have to like what you're getting out of Fletcher Abey, coupled with Josh Banks in the backcourt. They're combined for 24 points, combined shooting north of 40% per 3, and the Caleb Burgess, 5 assists at 2.6 turnovers per game for a UNC Asheville team that does shoot about about 74.5% at the free throw line. They've been very consistent with regards to their offense. Last time this UNC Asheville team was held below 70 points in a game, you have to go all the way back to the month of January. So it is a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5.5 with Asheville, 6.5 or more, taking the points with Gardner-Webb, and then 147.5 or less, looking at the over, 148.5 or higher to the under. Now we go to the America East. This is 306, 605, 306, 606. Albany is going to be on the road facing off against Vermont, and Vermont is a 13.5 to a 14.5 point favorite. Total on this game between 145.5 and 147.5. With this Albany bunch, I did set them as an underdog of 15.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay with Vermont. Vermont has been one of your best under teams in all of college basketball. If you look at just conference play and conference play only, they've been a top 20 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis overall for the season. Not quite cutting it there, but that said, this Vermont team does a nice job cutting you off from three-point range, and they just have such balanced scoring. They don't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 12 points per contest, but you've got 7 different guys that give you 7.3 points per game, not a single guy that gives you north of 5.2 rebounds per game, and yet they're a team that's relatively solid with regards to the rebound rate. They only turn the ball over 9.3 times per contest in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. A top 50 team in all of college basketball. While Albany is a really good three-point shooting defense, they are in the top 20 with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They're 184th in all of college basketball. In terms of their rebound rate, they go up against a Vermont team that, again, even though they don't have that featured rebounder, they're in the top 155 with that regard. It's a Vermont team that does a really good job of just doing the little things with having TJ Long be able to give you about 12 points per contest. It's a Albany team that as well, they have to deal with Jonathan Beagle, their top rebounder with about 9 rebounds per game, still being out of the fold for them, so they're relying upon Sebastian Thomas along with Amari Marshall to really carry the offense. They're combining for 36 points per contest. With Thomas, he's able to give you 5 assists per game, but the team turns the ball over north of 13 times per contest. They do shoot about 33% from three-point range, but this Vermont team has really been able to step it up with their perimeter defense all season long. Vermont not quite on that level of Albany with regards to three-point shooting defense, but they're allowing opponents at home to shoot just 30.8% from three-point range. They've really been able to slow down games as well. Albany, a top 30 team with regards to total possessions per game. Vermont, they are well outside the top 300, and feels like every single time Vermont plays, they're able to get things played at really their tempo. Now, I will say, the last time these two teams played, it was rather harebrained, but Vermont, they were able to beat Albany at their game 94-80. So very interesting circumstance here. I did set my total 143.5 first time around. Albany was only able to get to 59 with Jonathan Beagle being out of the fold. I did think it's going to cause Albany to be out of sorts. So looking at the under, and with Albany, I'm willing to lay up to 15 with them. 306-607, 306-608. It is UMBC that they're to face off against UMass Lowell. UMass Lowell is a favorite of 8 to 8.5 points. So it's game between 161 and 162.5. With UMass Lowell, I did set them as a favorite of 10 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a UMass Lowell unit that has been a top 20 team in terms of rebound rate all season long. And for UMass Lowell, they've been a little bit up and down with regards to their defense. A lot of it is because they've been without Abdul Kareem Koulibaly for much of the season, but you've been able to get really good production down low with 13 points, 7.5 boards, right around about 2.5 blocks per contest out of Max Brooks. And then Ayinde Hakeem, 5 assists, 2 steals per contest. Now, does turn the ball over 3.5 times per contest, but you've got a UMBC team that they have a lot of mental lapses as well. UMBC has actually been a top 100 team with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but they get gashed inside. They turn the ball over about 13 times per contest, and they're going to lose this battle down low. UMBC, in terms of their rebound rate, they are well outside the top 175 with that regard, more like 258th, as you had Max Lucero Lloyd come in from Penn. He's been able to give the team 5 rebounds per game, and then Deion Brown, 19.7.5 boards, very versatile with that regard. Nobody else gives you north of 3.8 rebounds per game, and this team does turn the ball over about 13 times per contest themselves. They're very touch and go with regards to their three-point shooting, and I do think that UMass Lowell is going to do a nice job of being able to bottle them up from the outside. UMass Lowell, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting, number 4 in all of college basketball. They actually allow opponents to shoot 34% from 3 at home in a road or neutral court venue that goes all the way down to 26%, but UMBC, despite the fact that they play very fast, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily efficient with their offense while outside the top 175 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, having someone like a Yuri Covington for UMass Lowell shooting 37% from 3, giving you 10 points per contest, with having a 39% shooter in Cam Morris. I do think that UMass Lowell going to be able to hold up with regards to their defensive end of the bargain, and it's going to be able to get the job done and cover the summer. Did set my total 164. UMass Lowell does give up a little bit more at home rather than on the road, but I think they bludgeon. This UMBC team has been well outside the top 250 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis and is playing at warp speed. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay with the Lowell. 306, 609, 306, 610. Bryant is going to be playing us a Maine. Maine hopes to not get Maine there between 5.5 and 6-point underdogs. So it's between 142 and 142.5. I set Bryant as just a 4-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Maine. This Maine team has been able to do a really good job of hunkering down with their defense. They're a top 75 team with regards to turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, you've got a Maine team that's also also 46th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. And for Bryant, this team is well outside the top 250 with regards to rebound rate. That's really a place where you're able to attack this main team. They're well outside the top 250 as well, with Peter Filipovsky being able to give you about 7 rebounds per game, but you don't have a lot outside that. But for this Bryant team, they also do a really nice job of being a lockdown from three-point range themselves. Bryant, 27th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage, but this is not a main team that really relies upon too much outside shooting. You've got the leader in steals from last season in Kellen Tynes. He's not going to be regaining that title this year, but still has been able to give you about 2.5 steals, 13 points per contest. But on top of that, you've been able to get really nice facilitation with having Jaden Clayton being able to give you about 4 assists per contest. Meanwhile, Earl Timberlake on the flip side for Bryant, he's been able to bring Sexy back, 14.5 points, 9 boards. He only, though, shoots 11% from three-point range. And for this Bryant team, out of your top 4 scorers, 3 of them shoot below 33% from three-point range. They rely upon Sharif Gross-Bullock for a lot of their outside shooting. 37% three-point shooter, 18 points per game, and 11.8 turnovers per game for a Bryant team that's in the top 20 with regards to just total possessions per game. That's actually relatively solid, but I do think that Maine is going to be able to find a way to be able to get this game just slow down a little bit. Both of the times that these two teams played, you had one team get to 72. First time around, Maine won by kind of 79-72. Second time, it was Bryant who won 77-72, and in both of those games, you did see some relatively good three-point shooting. Both teams went right around about 7 of 20, 7 of 21 from three-point range, so interesting little circumstance here. I do think that Maine is going to be able to find a way to get this game bogged down a little bit, but I think we went a little bit too far. Semi-total 144, looking at the over, and we'll take the points with Maine, set them as a 4-point underdog, 3-6-6-11, 3-6-6-12. This will be the last game that I hit before I hit my final break. Binghamton is going to be playing against New Hampshire. New Hampshire does find themselves as a favorite of 1.5 to 2 points total on this game. It is 147, and with New Hampshire, I did set them as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number because they're going to have, in my opinion, the best player out there on the floor. Now, the most well-rounded player, that's actually on the side of Binghamton, as Samir Torrance, the transfer from Syracuse, he's been a nice gadget to it all sort of guy. 8.5 points, 6 boards, 7.5 assists. Doesn't necessarily pop at the world's greatest from three-point range, but on the road, he's shooting 39% from three-point range, which is relatively solid. But New Hampshire is a top 30 team in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, and then you've got Clarence Daniels, 19.5 points, 9 boards, 1.2 steals per contest, shoots 37% from three-point range. New Hampshire, a top 40 team in terms of total possessions per game, yet they only turn the ball over 12 times per contest. Jackson Baker has been able to supply the team with about 6.5 rebounds per game. Now, one place where New Hampshire going to be outgunned on the glass. Binghamton, a top 130 team with regards to rebound rate. Meanwhile, you've got a New Hampshire unit that they're more around about 275th, but you've got Jackson Baker who's able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game. You've even got 4 boards, 7.5 points. Trey Woodyard, who's been able to shoot 37.5% from three-point range, and this is a Binghamton unit that they're going to give it up from three-point range. 244th in all of college basketball with regards to opponent's three-point shooting percentage against a New Hampshire team that does a relatively solid job of being able to take care of the ball as the best player out there on the floor. Meanwhile, for Binghamton, they just have not been able to get consistent three-point shooting all season long. They're shooting about 30% from three-point range. Timo Chenery has been able to give you 15 points per contest, but really outside that, you really don't have a lot of support around Samir Torrance. Dan Petcash, he's been able to give you about 10 points, 5 boards, shoots 35% from three-point range, but has been a little bit banged up, has been a big inconsistent, and Binghamton, they're turning the ball over just as much as this New Hampshire team. Credit is due to this Binghamton team. They've been able to get to at least 72 points at each other last 4 games, but for this New Hampshire bunch, I do think that they're going to be able to hold up defensively, and after they lost the last time they played against Binghamton by kind of 87-74, I do think that they're going to be able to get their revenge. It's a circumstance where I did set New Hampshire as a 3-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number in. After New Hampshire went just 9 of 30 from three-point range the last time around, I do think that they're going to be a little bit warmer with this aspect. I did set my total to a 149, so also going to be looking at the over, and we're going to hit our final 2 games on the betting board next, right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peters, and now a part of the Davidson Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peterson, now part of the Davidson Family Podcast. We've just got 2 games in the NEC left to hit, 2 more winners on the board, hopefully with regards to side and totals. So let's dive in and get you guys these final 2.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
3 of 6-6-13, 3 of 6-6-14. It is Lemoyne, and they're going to be on the road playing against Merrimack. Merrimack is a favorite of 7 to 7.5 points totals between 134 and 135.5. It's a spot where I said Merrimack is a 9-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number now. Lemoyne has been a relatively solid team team in terms of being able to take care of the ball all season long. Only turned the ball over about 11.5 times per contest, but something else I picked up on, Lemoyne has not been the same team when they've been away from home rather than when they've been at home. For this Lemoyne team, they are 169th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are giving up nearly 13.5 points more per 100 possessions away from home rather than when they are at home. And with Lemoyne, very similar story on offense. They are scoring about 12.5 points fewer per 100 possessions away from home rather than when they are at home. And Merrimack is a top 20 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, along with turnovers forced on a per possession basis. They're up to shooting about 31.5% from three, and after they were well outside the top 3 with regards to total possessions per game the last few years, they're a little bit more of a bent-tempo team. You've got a pair of guys in Jordan DeCock along with Aaron Clark, who have been able to combine for 31 points per contest. DeCock has been able to give you 4 assists, 2 steals per contest. Clark, 2.5 steals per contest, a top 10 mark in all of college basketball. Meanwhile, for Lemoyne, you do have a few future guys that should be able to help them win the battle down low. Merrimack outside the top 300 with regards to rebound rate. You've got Luke Sutherland along with Kayame Cleary, who have been able to combine for 30.5 points per contest, 11 boards, and you got Sutherland shooting 39% from three-point range for a Lemoyne team that overall they do shoot about 34.5% from the outside end. With Lemoyne, they're a team that they shoot it relatively okay from three, and they're not bad at guarding the arc, but they do allow opponents to shoot more like 34.9% from three-point range away from home. Meanwhile, Merrimack, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 26.7% from three-point range. I do think that Lemoyne is just going to get eaten alive with regards to the defensive aspect in this one. I did set my total 135, between a 134 to a 135.5. I personally would still rather have the 135.5 under. This was an opener of 138 personally. I took the under a little bit earlier. I do think that once you get past 135.5, the value is really gone, but at a 135.5 would still be willing to go under and willing to lay it. With Merrimack made them a 9-point favorite, and we wrap things up with 36-6-15, 36-6-16. It's Central Connecticut playing as Wagner. Wagner is an underdog of 6 to 7 points here. Total on this game is 126.5, and with Wagner, I set them as a 7.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Central Connecticut has really been able to build up their defense, and despite the fact that Central Connecticut doesn't have a single guy that gives you north of 6 boards per contest, they're a top 150 team with regards to their rebound rate. Central Connecticut, 73rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going against a Wagner team that you always know that they're going to be able to do a solid job with their defense. They're 65th with this regard, but Wagner, well outside the top 275 with regards to points scored on a per possession basis, and this is despite the fact that they've got a nice go-to scorer, Melvin Council. Council has been able to do a nice job, be able to supply this team with in that neighborhood about 15 points per contest, and I mean for Wagner, they don't turn the ball over at all. They turn the ball over 10 times per contest, top 75 mark in terms of ball security, but they shoot about 32.5% from three and more, considering 39% from the floor. Out of your top 6 scorers, you don't have a single guy shooting north of 40% from the floor. You have Javier Esquera, though, who's able to give you about 4.4 assists per contest, keeps things relatively clean, but for Central Connecticut, your main 2 scorers in Alan Jean Rose, Lon Jordan Jones combined for about 20.5 points per contest. They combine to shoot about 37% from the outside. Central Connecticut only turns the ball over about 11.5 times per contest as well, and they do a nice job generating about 7.5 steals per contest. Wagner is not a team that necessarily generates as many of those steals, and for Wagner, they just truly don't have a lot down low in terms of their rebound rate, about 199th in all of college basketball. You've got Council is also your top rebounder with about 6 boards per contest, and with Kellen Amos having good versatility, giving the team right around 12 points, 5 assists per contest, and it being a Central Connecticut team that does a good job keeping teams off the free throw line for cheapies. I do think that Central Connecticut going to be able to take this one, and Central Connecticut really kick it into high gear with regards to their defense, 67 points of fear surrender in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you got a Wagner team that has been making games slogs, as they've given up 70 points of fear in each of their last 4 games. Last time they gave up north of 70 was to this very Central Connecticut team that was able to win by kind of 73 to 72 when they hooked up, but I do think that we get a much lower scoring game this time around. That first game, you saw these two teams go combined 17 out of 45 from three-point range, and you did see 20 of 27 free throw shooting of Central Connecticut. I do think that it's going to be much more low tempo in this circumstance, so semi-total 125.5, willing to add the under, and I'm willing to lay up to 7 with Central Connecticut, and that wraps things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN family podcast. If you do like what you're hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you have one of 2 ways we have further it. First one is my Twitter/X timeline at Jaden_41. Keep in mind, letters the mean does not matter, so as per usual, please just send these into the timeline. Other way, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. And from there, you're able to fire whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast, find that 5-star review. Coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season, so I'll be with you once again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.